Anime crossover strongest Uchiha Kaguyas legs are numb. Chapter 1 Parkour Master. Ninja God System. Shen Yu was originally a parkour master in the 21st century. A few months ago, he represented the country and went to Mount Fuji in Sakura Flower Country to participate in the international parkour competition. Originally, Shen Yu was fully fired up and planned to end this international parkour competition with an extremely gorgeous 720-degree somersault in the air. But there are unexpected events. Shen Yu, who was tumbling in the air, suddenly saw two Sakura Flower Country women in the crowd cheering for him. Damn it! Shen Yu was smart and forced to look in mid-air. One of these two women has a 99-point appearance and a 99-point figure. Moreover, he had seen these two Tokyo female teachers with both virtue and art in the film, and they were very familiar. In the parkour competition, distraction is the most taboo. Just this moment of distraction, Shen Yu's rhythm and breath were messed up. Not good. When he reacted, it was too late. He fell into a bottomless cave, the world was spinning, and his consciousness was blurred. When he woke up, he realized that he seemed to have traveled through time. And he traveled to the world of Hokage and became a member of Uchiha. Fortunately, Shinayu is very familiar with the world of Hokage. If you think long-term, there will always be a chance to come out. A few months later. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. In the morning, Shinayu sat in a small shop not far from the ninja school and ate breakfast as usual. He watched the people passing by on the road from the corner of his eyes. He did not look away until a child wearing Uchiha clothes walked into the ninja school with a school bag on his back. Successfully copied, obtained a little Indra Chakra, do you want to fuse? Fusion. Mumbling in his heart, Shinayu put down the bamboo chopsticks in his hand, put the money on the table, and got up and left. After Shinayu left, in the shadow not far from the breakfast shop, the Anbu ninjas quickly evacuated and came to the Hokage office to report. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Kaguyas went to the snack bar across the street from the ninja school for breakfast as usual. He left after Uchiha Sasuke entered the school, there was nothing unusual. Thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage, smoking from his pipe, exhaled heavily. The third Hokage didn't understand Kaguyas' insistence on going to the breakfast bar every day. What was his purpose? Is he going for Sasuke or Naruto? As long as the ninja school opened normally, Kaguyas would show up on time. This also caused the third Hokage's already sensitive nerves to tense up. The Anbu ninjas were sent to follow up and observe, but unexpectedly, this observation lasted for half a year. You guys go down and rest, and by the way, please notify Shisui to come over. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage put down his pipe and said, Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninjas, who were half kneeling on the ground, bowed their heads and saluted, and quickly evacuated. Shen Yu didn't know that his behavior caused the third Hokage to be nervous. At this time, he was stretching and walking towards the police department leisurely. It's another day for critical hit rewards. After getting the critical hit reward, Shen Yu was in a good mood and even whistled. Half a year has passed since he traveled to the Hokage world. Not only did he travel to the Hokage world, but he also became a member of the Uchiha family. What's more terrifying is that the Night of Nine Tails has passed for several years, and there are still 3 years left before the Uchiha clan is exterminated. Shen Yu's cheat has two functions, that is, copying and fusion once a day. Using copy on others, you can get some rewards immediately. For example, Sharingan pupil power, such as physical skills and swordsmanship training experience. Another example is the Indra Chakra or Ashura Chakra of critical hit rewards. This is why Shen Yu will wait in ambush as long as the ninja school is open. He needs to take Nezuzi and little Naruto as the daily copy targets. Captain. The lounge on the second floor of the police department. When Shen Yu opened the door and walked in, the people who were drinking tea in the lounge stood up and greeted him. You are welcome to take a break and relax. Just don't get caught by our clan leader. Shen Yu showed an approachable smile and waved his hand casually. By the way, hasn't the Human Resources Department replenished the missing newcomers yet? The Human Resources Department said that the newcomers have begun to be reviewed. After the review is over, they can join the team. That's fine. Go about your business. Don't forget to patrol regularly. After that, Shen Yu walked into his office. As one of the team leaders of the police department, he can have an independent office. When Shen Yu walked into the office, the team members quickly restored the relaxed and active atmosphere, drinking tea and chatting. At this time, Shisui, who is also one of the team leaders of the police department, came to the Hokage office building with a trepidation. Since he became a double agent for the family and the village, Shisui's heart has not been at peace for a single day. Today he was worried that the village would take ruthless action against Uchiha, and tomorrow he was worried that the hardliners in the family would stage a coup. Every time he came to see the third Hokage or other high-level officials, Shisui felt the most tormented. As a double agent, he was always caught between the village and the family, and was in a dilemma. I hope nothing serious will happen, this is what Shisui thought. Arriving at the Hokage office building, Shisui took a deep breath, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. With permission, Shisui opened the door and walked into the Hokage's office. He bowed respectfully to the third Hokage who was sitting in the chair and working, Hokage-sama. Hearing Shisui's voice, the third Hokage put down the documents in his hand. His originally calm face gradually became serious. Shisui bowed his head slightly to show respect, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley when he saw this face. Every time the third Hokage looked at him with this face, it meant that there was a new problem in the family. Shisui. After a pause, the third Hokage continued. There is something I need to know from you about the details. Shisui lowered his head and said quickly, Please speak, Lord Hokage. Yes. The third Hokage was very satisfied with Shisui's attitude. After nodding slightly, he said. According to Anbu's investigation, the captain of the police department, Uchiha Shinayu, always intentionally or unintentionally approaches the ninja school and tries to get close to Naruto. What is the best way to investigate a person and understand a person? You must first find a good reason and investigate the other party's reasons. The third Hokage has already played this set to perfection. What? Shinayu. As expected by the third Hokage, Shisui was stunned at first. Then he showed some surprise, and there was also some disbelief mixed in it. Shinayu likes to run to the vicinity of the ninja school to eat. It has been his habit for more than half a year. The people of Uchiha have become accustomed to it. Shisui was also worried that Shinayu wanted to make trouble at first, so he followed him for a while, and finally found that there was nothing wrong. Kane was really just going to eat. As for why he went there when the ninja school was normally open, Shisui couldn't figure it out. As for getting close to Naruto, this is simply nonsense. Kane has never been close to Naruto within 100 meters. Even if he met him on patrol, he would take the initiative to get out of the way. Is this an internal arrangement of Uchiha? Or is it Kane's personal behavior of Uchiha? Hokage-sama. Shisui was anxious and explained quickly. There has never been such an arrangement within the family, and no one has ever approached Naruto. Eating breakfast near the ninja school is Kane's personal behavior and habit. This habit has lasted for half a year, and I have investigated it during this period. But Kane didn't do anything else except eating. Shisui couldn't discredit Kane on this matter. Yes is yes, no is no. Is that so? The third Hokage frowned slightly, and he could see that Shisui was telling the truth. Chapter 2 Third Generation. Shen Yu goes crazy. In fact, Kenba had no intention of approaching Naruto. Because there was no need, his cheat could be used from a distance. Why go to Naruto and provoke the nerves of the higher UPS when he could use it from a distance? The third Hokage brought Shisui here, not only to cheat and see if he could get some valuable information. He also wanted to use Shisui to warn Kenba not to do something that he shouldn't do or couldn't do. Ah! The third Hokage suddenly sighed, and Shisui's heart jumped to his throat. Since the Night of Nine Tails, the relationship between Uchiha and the village has become increasingly tense. Shisui, I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. I do this for the village. Hokage-sama, I will investigate further and remind Kenba, but I believe he won't do anything out of line. It was time to express his views and choose his position again. Shisui chose to stand on the side of the higher UPS as always. Leaving the Hokage office building, Shisui felt a little depressed. The third Hokage asked him a lot of information about the Uchiha, and hoped that he could go further to collect this information. This is also where Shisui is in trouble. The fundamental reason why he became a double agent is that he wanted to solve the stiff relationship between the village and the family, not to really sell out the family. Shisui returned to the police department with a heavy heart. Facing the tense relationship between the village and the family, the role he could play in it was minimal. The top leaders were on guard against him, and most of the elders of the family did not stand on his side. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the clan, was wavering. Forget it, let's talk to Shania first. Unfortunately, Shisui's arrival was not welcomed. Opening the door, Uchiha Zion, who was as tall as an iron tower, suddenly collapsed. His huge body blocked the road and asked in extremely disgusted words, "What are you doing here?" Faced with such a bad attitude of the clan members, Shisui sighed in his heart. Since he started to speak for the village and put forward various suggestions that would benefit the village, more and more people in the family were dissatisfied with him, and some even publicly mocked him as a traitor to the family. Suppressing the depression in his heart, Shisui said seriously, "I have something to do with Shinayu, are you going to stop me here? You are not welcome here." Zion still had a dark face and had no intention of giving way. Seeing that the two of them were in a stalemate and neither of them would give in, Shinayu, who was resting in the office, opened the door and walked out. "Are you two going to fight?" Leaning against the door frame, Shinayu looked at the two people who were unwilling to back down with a smile. As a captain of the police department, Shisui naturally could not give in easily. And Zion, for some personal reasons, had always been very bad to Shisui. Whenever the two met, they always refused to give in. "You are lucky." After glaring at Shisui, Zion reluctantly gave way. Shenyu walked up and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Let's talk somewhere." Shisui tilted his head. "Okay." After thinking for a few seconds, Shenyu did not refuse. He also wanted to know why Shisui wanted to talk to him. Was it because of the relationship between Anbu and the third Hokage? Not really. He didn't get close to Naruto, so why was he so nervous? The two left the police department together. Shisui, who was silent all the way, suddenly said, "Jiyan has changed a lot. It's okay. After my guidance, this guy's brain is finally working a little better." Shenyu took over the topic indifferently, and the two walked to the edge of the family. In the remote forest, they stopped at a hidden training ground. There were many broken targets in the training ground. It seemed that this was Shisui's secret training base. Shisui bent down to tidy up the damaged tree stumps and bumpy targets in the training ground. Shenyu stood on the side and watched quietly. After tidying up the things, Shisui showed a sincere smile on his face. Wiping the sweat from his head, he put his hands on his waist, his eyes were full of memories. "This is where Itaki and I often come." Shenyu nodded slightly. "I heard that the young clan leader has passed the single Chunin assessment and set a new record." Shisui's mouth twitched, he knew Itaka didn't like others to call him like that. "Yes, I have graduated and have left the ninja team. Where to go next, we have to wait for the clan leader to arrange." Without saying more about Itaki, Shisui went straight to the point. "Kamiyu, what you did is very dangerous. The village will not allow us Uchiha to get close to Naruto. And the Anbu people are following you. Sure enough. With a smile flashing in his eyes, Kaguyas, who pretended to be in deep thought, raised his hands. Gently pinched his chin with his right index finger and thumb, and asked strangely. Because of the Night of Nine Tails, the village is very afraid of Uchiha and has been monitoring us. This is something everyone knows. The problem is, when did I, Uchiha Kaguyas, get close to Naruto? Is it because I had breakfast opposite the ninja school? I surrender to you. Shisui wanted to roll his eyes. This reason was very good and powerful, and he didn't know what to say. Konoha really did not restrict who could not go to the ninja school, let alone have breakfast. Even if Shenyu had nothing to do every day and went to the ninja school for a walk, no one would say anything. At most, he would be stared at by Anbu. As a member of the Uchiha clan, is it strange to be stared at by Anbu? Then you don't have to go every day when the students are in school. Shenyu, are you here for food, or do you have other purposes? Shisui continued to ask. I believe you are also clear about the current relationship between the family and the village. Any unintentional actions and mistakes will lead to the intensification of this contradiction and distrust, so I hope you can. Are you teaching me how to do things? Shenyu's voice became cold, and his eyes looking at Shisui became unhappy. I, Uchiha Shenyu, do not need others to tell me what to do. Shenyu, I don't mean that, I just... Shisui hurriedly explained. Shenyu interrupted him. Also, remember your identity. You are not qualified to ask me what to do or what not to do. You want to order me, yes, but wait until you become the clan leader. The conversation ended unhappily, and Shenyu left. Itaki, am I a failure? Shisui sat on the bumpy tree stump with some frustration, scratched his hair in distress, and smiled bitterly. In the woods not far from the training ground, Itaki, who had arrived long ago but had not shown up, slowly walked out of the shadows. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 3 Shenyu shocked the whole place. Itaki. Shisui, maybe the Hokage is a little sensitive. Itaki understood Shisui's distress. After all, he and Shisui were on the same front. Itaki had heard a lot about Chinaya's strange behavior. But Chinaya had never approached Naruto, but the top management came to Shisui because of this matter. Shisui, who was caught in the middle, hoped to handle this matter through a conversation. Unfortunately, he messed up. I hope so. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Shisui quickly sorted out his mood. Showing his usual hearty smile, patting Itaki's shoulder, and jokingly said, "Young clan leader is not bad, he has set a record, are you going to join the police department next?" Itaki, who had always regarded Shisui as a brother and a friend since childhood, couldn't help but roll his eyes at him when he heard this. I have to wait for my father's arrangement. As a member of Uchiha, a genius of the family, and the son of the clan leader, Itaki had no right or room to choose, and could only accept the family's arrangement silently. Then will we train today? Yes. After parting ways with Shisui, Kaguyas was on his way back to the police department. He had thought about a lot of things, and the time left for him was getting shorter and shorter. Now Itaki had passed the Chunin test, and the time for him to join Anbu was getting closer and closer. No one would be too happy to travel to the Hokage world without knowing why, and become a member of the Uchiha clan. The most uncomfortable thing is that the timeline is f'd up. If it had been earlier, it would have been fine. But it happened to be several years after the Night of Nine Tails, and there were only 3 years left before the Night of Genocide. If he did nothing and let everything develop as in the original work, the Night of Genocide would always be inevitable. Even if Obito, the black-hearted kid, changed his mind, or was too lazy to take action against Uchiha, Danzo, the Lion Majesty hiding in the dark, would not let Uchiha go. He still had to stand up and turn the table. After half a year of thinking, Shen Yu found that it was not that Uchiha wanted to get out of the current predicament. It just needed someone to stand up and do some great things. For example, start with the clan meeting to overturn the table. Since there was no way to change the upper echelon's targeting of Uchiha, then solve the problem from within Uchiha. Shen Yu didn't believe that a united Uchiha would be tied together, and Danzo would dare to raise the butcher knife against Uchiha. If Uchiha was really united, Danzo would not even raise the knife. I'm afraid that if Uchiha stamped his feet, the heart of the third Hokage would tremble a few times. Captain, didn't that BD say anything? When Shen Yu returned to the police department, Ji Yan asked immediately. It's okay, just a normal chat. Smiling and patting Zion's shoulder, Shinayu signaled him not to worry. Everyone, today's patrol has begun. A family meeting will be held in the evening to complete the patrol mission as soon as possible. By the way, keep urging the personnel department. They are so slow in selecting people. What are they doing? The patrol mission was successfully completed. In the area responsible for the third team, no blind people came out to apply eye drops to Shinayu. The patrol was over, and today's work was also over. As night fell, Shinayu washed up, changed into clean clothes, and went to the family ancestral hall. After the Senju clan became civilians, there was only the shameless Sarutobi clan under the slogan of civilian families. Uchiha is considered the largest family in Konoha in public. Even so, there are still very few people who can enter the family ancestral hall to participate in the clan meeting. Compared to the living area, the area near the Uchiha ancestral hall is very deserted. As usual, the seats representing the clan leader and several Zhonglai are still empty. Most of the people in other positions have arrived. Shisui was also among them, and it was quite obvious. The young strong men in the family were not willing to sit with Shisui. Captain, this way. Shinayu came, and Zion, who arrived one step ahead, waved hurriedly, and many people gathered around him. Shisui nodded slightly, but unfortunately, Shinayu ignored him. He walked straight towards Zion and told Shisui clearly. I am very angry about what happened during the day, and it is not so easy to let it go. You, Uchiha Shisui, know it yourself. Besides, what is your situation in the family? Don't you know it yourself? Captain, that BD is about to become a lonely man. Yet. Shinayu, who was not thinking about Shisui, responded lightly without much reaction. He was thinking about how to show his cards later. If nothing unexpected happens, when the elders and the clan leader come, the monthly clan meeting quarrel of Uchiha will be staged again. Although Uchiha is just a ninja family, there are many troubles and factions in the family. The Dove faction represented by Shisui, the Hardline faction headed by the Great Elder, and the Neutral faction represented by the clan leader Fugaku. The three factions always quarrel at the clan meeting. The Hardliners accused the Doves of betraying the family, and the Doves accused the Hardliners of wanting to stage a coup. It would bring the family into the abyss, and the Neutral faction said that if the clan leader did not express his position, they would just watch the show. It seemed that Shen Yu had no intention of watching the show. Ji Yan soon calmed down and communicated with others in a low voice. Soon, the elders arrived. After the elders sat in their seats, the clan leader Fugaku arrived last with his men. Sitting in the position of the clan leader, Fugaku glanced around the small ancestral hall meeting room and said, Everyone who should come is here, so let's start today's clan meeting. Everyone, please speak up if you have anything to say. Clan leader. As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, the sixth elder jumped out first and complained repeatedly. This month, our Uchiha police department has received more and more complaints in the Hokage office building due to violent law enforcement. If it is not controlled, the relationship between Uchiha and the villagers will only get worse in the long run. It's still the same old problem. The problem of violent law enforcement has always plagued Uchiha. Even though Uchiha has restrained itself, various complaints still continue. I will send someone to investigate this matter. We must trust Hokage-sama. At the same time, each team leader must lead the team well and reduce the number of complaints from villagers. It's an old problem that has never been solved. Fugaku can only keep passing the buck. Hearing this, the sixth elder nodded with satisfaction, but those working in the police department were not happy. Shisui was the only exception, because he kept suggesting the tribesmen could be more humane and gentle when enforcing the law. I hope this can change the villagers' bad impression of Uchiha. Many people looked depressed, and they were not happy in their hearts, but they couldn't open their mouths to refute, so they could only pinch their noses and admit it. Of course, how to deal with it afterwards is still how to deal with it. You can't let Uchiha people be good babies because of some complaints, right? If you can really do it, the complaint problem will not be dragged on until today. Then, after successfully kicking the ball out, Fugaku is preparing to enter the next link. Why? The sudden questioning was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Ji Yan, who was sitting next to Shen Yu with an unhappy face, widened his eyes and stared at him in amazement. It seemed that he couldn't believe that his captain actually jumped out to complain about the problem at this time and questioned the elders and the clan leader. Fugaku, who was about to announce the next link, was stunned for a moment. The elders also looked over in astonishment. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Shen Yu. Shen Yu, are you questioning my decision? After hesitating for a while, Fugaku asked. Facing the eyes of everyone, Shen Yu calmly replied. Yes, I just want to ask, why? Shen Yu, who usually keeps silent, strongly questioned, shocking the entire Uchiha clan. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4 You've been exposed a long time ago, come out. Shen Yu's voice began to increase. Everyone, the police department is the department of the Uchiha commander, and we, the tribesmen who serve in the police department, are law enforcement officers. As law enforcement officers, we need to consider how to deal with those messy emergencies, not how to reduce complaints. Nonsense, then tell me, how to solve the complaint problem. The sixth elder was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Why should it be solved? Shen Yu laughed disdainfully. Isn't this something that should be coordinated by the Hokage office building? Why should it be pushed to our police department? We keep restraining ourselves, but those who make mistakes or even commit crimes will. Or the sixth elder thinks that as law enforcement officers, the first thing we do when we arrive at the scene is not to deal with the case, but to consider how to be gentle to others first, otherwise we will receive complaints. Do you want to give the criminal a smile after arriving at the scene? Puff. As soon as this was said, many people burst into laughter. The sixth elder, who had always advocated this matter, was furious and his old face flushed. Pointing at Shen Yu, he couldn't say a word, obviously he was very angry. Shen Yu was not affected and continued to say. As the captain of the police department, I think my subordinates and I have done what we should do. As for complaints, that's not something we should worry about. All kinds of shitty things, rotten things, and things that offend people are all handled by the police department, but the police department is the one that receives the most complaints. I just want to ask why. Slapping the floor hard, Shen Yu shouted loudly. It's obviously the Hokage office building that should coordinate, why push it to our heads? Well said, I agree with the captain, anyway, I've had enough. Today we have to restrict, tomorrow we have to restrain, our police department simply does nothing, and waits for complaints every day. Ji Yan was the first to respond. At the same time, there were quite a few people who resonated with him, and everyone worked in the police department. I have suffered enough anger, and everyone is holding back their anger. With Shinayu taking the lead, the resentment and dissatisfaction in everyone's heart were directly triggered. Many people cheered and applauded Shinayu. The sixth elder's face was dark and he was completely silent. Fugaku, the clan leader, was also not looking good at this time. Because Shinayu was indirectly accusing him as a clan leader, causing the clan members to suffer every day. Enough! Seeing that more and more people agreed with Shinayu, the third elder, who couldn't stand it, shouted. What's the point of making a fuss? If you feel uncomfortable, do we feel better? Uchiha Shinayu, you took the lead in saying these things, didn't you consider that the family would be punished by the Hokage office building? Sure enough, the doves are all spineless. Shenyu did not hide the disgust and disdain in his eyes, and asked with contempt. Excuse me, elder, what did Uchiha do wrong to be punished? Yes, what did we do wrong to be punished? Why? Why? At this time, even the doves were a little angry. Good work is always misunderstood. To be complained and punished for doing your best, what the hell? Right. The hardline elder seemed to see a confidant, looking at Shenyu with fiery eyes, and shouted. Uchiha did nothing wrong, why should he be punished? The complaint should be handled by the Hokage office building, not us, what do you think, clan leader? Fugaku couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. Good guy, even the hardline elders jumped out and supported it with both hands and feet. What else can he, the clan leader, say? Objection? Can you object to the current situation? Fugaku, who was inwardly MMP, could only nod slightly and said. I will go to the Hokage office building tomorrow to report this matter to the Hokage-sama. Does anyone have any other questions? After Shinayu's commotion, the things that should have been discussed at the clan meeting were covered up. The clan meeting once a month ended hastily. Very good, the clan lacks a clan member like you who can work for the family and dare to speak and act. You can come to talk to me when you have time. Before leaving, the elder did not forget to warmly win over Shinayu. No matter how sincere he was, at least the surface work was done. Ha ha ha, the captain did a great job, everyone admires you. Zion was as happy as a child. Most of the people working in Uchiha are young people. These people have one thing in common, that is, they can't stand being angry. A seemingly nonsense clan meeting quarrel made many people look at Shinayu differently. What are you laughing at? Go back and have a rest. Shinyu sent Zion away and waited at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Soon Fugaku came out with his guards. He tilted his head and signaled Shinyu to follow. At Fugaku's signal, the two guards left directly. Only Shinyu and Fugaku were left on the road. What happened at the clan meeting made me very embarrassed. But this is the responsibility of the clan leader. You are right. This is my responsibility. I will go to the Hokage office building in person to report. The clan members have indeed suffered a lot in recent years. It is his own responsibility, and Fugaku did not refuse. Even if he went to the Hokage office building, he would not get a good face. But he is the clan leader of the Uchiha clan and needs to shoulder the responsibility of the family. At this point, Fugaku stopped and stared at Shinyu. Have you ever thought that doing this will be feared by the top leaders? Is this important? Shinyu smiled directly. The attitude of the top leaders towards Uchiha has always been targeted, and they are getting more and more aggressive. Uchiha gives in, and the top leaders go further. Do you really think that the hardliners have shit in their heads and want to stage a coup when they have nothing to do? All of this was forced out step by the third Hokage group. I hope you won't regret it. After saying this, Fugaku left straight away. He did not blame Shenyu for beating around the bush and accusing himself, nor did he get angry at Shenyu for this matter. Once today's incident is spread, Shenyu will definitely become an important target of monitoring by the top leaders. Because his behavior has changed from a Uchiha who does not fight or compete to a key target who stands at the forefront to make trouble. Looking at Fugaku's gradually receding back, Shen Yu shook his head slightly. It's all forced out. If you can develop peacefully, who would be willing to jump out? If I don't jump out, everything will be too late. Come out, you've been following me all the way. After returning home, Shen Yu turned to face the dark alley. In the alley, Shisui walked out from the shadows. His eyes were complicated. Shinayu, your actions tonight are very dangerous. Have you joined the hardliners? The elder said all kinds of good things to win over Shinayu, and Shisui saw them all. Although he was surprised that Shinayu would raise such doubts at the clan meeting. Compared with doubts, he was more afraid that Shinayu would join the hardliners and embark on the road of coup. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Fusion. Sharingan Evolution. I am who I am, and have nothing to do with any faction. Everything I do is purely for the Uchiha, for the clan members who work in the police department. Anbu has been monitoring him for half a year. What can a little more force do? In the short term, as long as Shinayu doesn't jump to the top and step on the heads of the top. Even if Danzo wants to deal with him, the third Hokage will not allow it. Because he is worried that this move will cause a backlash from the Uchiha. Besides, it is not so easy to assassinate a Genin in the Uchiha's territory. Shinayu's life and work are very regular. He is either in the family or accompanying his subordinates on patrol. Even if Danzo is bold, he can't find a good opportunity to attack. Danzo is really awesome. He can kill anyone he wants. There is no need to do small tricks in secret. Just drive the third Hokage down and become the Hokage himself. If I am in danger for the sake of my clan and my family, then I accept it. After saying that, Shinayu opened the door and then closed it, leaving Shisui alone outside. After standing in the dark for a long time, Shisui sighed and left quietly. He did not return home to rest, but went straight to the Hokage office building. He needed to report to the third Hokage what happened at the clan meeting today. This is also the work of a double agent. As for how much of the village's important intelligence Shisui is willing to report to Fugaku, I'm afraid only he knows. In Shinayu's opinion, it is more appropriate to say that Shisui is a spy for the village's top leaders rather than a double agent. His heart is not on the Uchiha side at all. Like his predecessor Uchiha Kagami, he has already completely turned to the village. The third Hokage, who learned of this, cancelled his plan to go home to rest. He stayed in the Hokage office, frowning and thinking about how to deal with Fugaku tomorrow. The next day, the news of what happened at the clan meeting gradually spread. Many Uchiha people cheered for it. It is enough to see how much the Uchiha has suffered in recent years. The funny thing is that the clan leader and elders knew it clearly, but no one wanted to change it, and there was not even a basic struggle. The clan leader was cowardly again and again, and the elders were busy winning people over and strengthening the faction. Shinayu. Good morning, ha ha ha, you did a great job last night. Speak boldly, uncle, I support you. The ninja school is not open today, so Shinayu does not need to go to the ninja school specially. During the time when it is not easy to squat on Sasuke and Naruto. Shinayu will then use the daily copy opportunity on other people, such as Shisui, and the clan leader Fugaku. Although it is difficult to get a critical hit reward by copying them. But what you get is better than others. The result of the spread of the news is that many more people take the initiative to greet Shinayu. It can be predicted that after the news spreads thoroughly, Shinayu's reputation in the family will be greatly improved. Coincidentally, this is what Shinayu needs. The greater his reputation, the less Danzo and the third Hokage dare to touch him. If you want to change Uchiha, you must first have enough achievements and a convincing reputation. An unknown person jumped out, shouting that he would change the family scene and lead Uchiha forward. He will definitely be regarded as a madman, a madman who is overestimating his own abilities and talking nonsense. It seems that there is no need to bother. Shinayu, who was about to go to the police department, did not expect that. On the way, he actually ran into Suzuki, who was following his brother. It seems that Itaki intends to take Suzuki out for training while he has time and Suzuki is not in school. Since he bumped into him, he can't waste it. Shinayu decisively used copy on Suzuki. Successfully copied, and gained some Sharingan power. Will you fuse it? Fusion. If you are not stimulated, or if your emotions are not very volatile, then, with the continuous strengthening of mental power and Sharingan power, can the 3 Megatama evolve smoothly and become Manjiki? Shinayu's guess has not been confirmed. In half a year, he has absorbed and fused a lot of Sharingan power and mental power. Even Indra and Ashura Chakra have been integrated a lot. Perhaps the pupil power, mental power, and chakra have not reached a limit, so the changes brought are not obvious. A little bit makes a lot. Shinayu believes that sooner or later there will be a qualitative change, or even a surprise for himself. Although there is a high possibility of a wasted trip, Fugaku still decisively came to the Hokage office building. Whether the problem can be solved is the result of negotiation. But whether to come or not is his problem, Uchiha Fugaku. Once the tribe finds out that he, as the tribe leader, agrees verbally but does not take actual action, I am afraid it will bring him a lot of negative impact. In the Hokage's office, Fugaku did not have too many concerns and mentioned the matter directly. He believed that the third Hokage was ready and had even thought about how to convince him. After all, Shisui would report the news as soon as possible. Regarding the constant complaints against Uchiha, the third Hokage thought about it carefully after Shisui reported it last night. The third Hokage knew without Shisui's explanation that the people of the Uchiha clan had been very resentful in recent years. It's just that no one had brought it up before. Now, someone has overturned the table and put the matter out in the open, and the third Hokage has to deal with it. I could play dumb before, but not now. Fugaku, I have seen the current situation of Uchiha. But you also know that since that incident, the village has been in a state of transition and there are too few people available. Regarding the handling of complaints, I am also powerless. Handling is handling, but how to handle it is worth talking about. It's still the old rule, passing the buck. I agreed to handle it, but we are short of manpower, and there are not many people available, so you Uchiha should bear with it. It's not that I, as the Hokage, don't want to, but there is really no one available. Speaking of the Night of Nine Tails, Fugaku's face turned ugly. This is the worst time that Uchiha has been slandered since the establishment of Konoha, but Uchiha can't refute it. After all, Uchiha is too suspicious. The masked man used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, killing Kushina and indirectly killing the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Uchiha doesn't admit this, and he can't get rid of it. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6, The God of Light Emerges, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was a clear excuse, but Fugaku had no choice. Before coming, he had expected this to happen. This was still a relatively good result. If Danzo were here, he would definitely scold Uchiha for being ungrateful and say a lot of unpleasant things. Having said that, Fugaku couldn't just give up. Hokage-sama, although I can understand the difficulties of the village, but Uchiha has been constantly improving the requirements of law enforcement, and the complaints received have been much less than before. It only takes a few civilian staff to handle it. I hope Hokage-sama can also understand Uchiha's difficulties. As the village continues to prosper under the leadership of Hokage-sama, Uchiha needs to patrol more and more areas. The police department has expanded several batches of personnel in succession, and there is really no way to deal with these things. Fugaku praised the third Hokage a little and played a pity game again. In fact, it was not a pity game, because Uchiha was indeed facing such a situation. After all, not every Uchiha ninja will join the police department. Many ninjas choose to join some teams to perform tasks. After the family ninjas are scattered everywhere, even if Uchiha is a large family, there will be a shortage of manpower. People like to hear good words, and the third Hokage is no exception. Even though he knew that Uchiha Fugaku said this on purpose, he felt a little relieved. Because under his leadership, Konoha did become prosperous. You have a point. Uchiha's manpower is indeed insufficient. What does it mean? Seeing the third Hokage say this, Fugaku's heart skipped a beat, and he thought the other party wanted to persuade him again. Expand the police department and stuff ninjas from other families and civilian ninjas in. So he said decisively. Hokage-sama, Uchiha's manpower is a little insufficient. But there is no problem in ensuring the operation of the police department. Please trust us, Hokage-sama. If Shenyu was here, he would definitely scold, stupid. What good will it do for Uchiha to hold on to the police department? Don't they want to squeeze people in? Promise him, and put forward some conditions by the way. In exchange, even if ninjas from other families, or even civilian ninjas, join the police department, what's the problem? The police department is Uchiha's territory, as long as the basic backbone remains unchanged. These ninjas who join in can only become younger brothers at most. What dirty and tiring work is thrown to them, isn't it nice? As expected, Fugaku still guarded the police department tightly and refused to relax at all. The third Hokage sighed slightly. In this case, I will select some people to be responsible for complaints, but you also know that the village finances. The police department will be responsible for the salary expenses of these people. If you don't let people in, you will bleed. This is inevitable. Fugaku quickly agreed. For him, as long as the complaint problem is not thrown to Uchiha, everything else is easy to say. Uchiha can still afford to support a group of staff. As long as these people are responsible for handling the complaints, it will be fine. In this way, his promise to the tribe members has been fulfilled. This kid is really going to cause trouble for me. After all the bargaining with the third Hokage, Fugaku walked out of the Hokage office building and exhaled heavily. Although the process was a bit troublesome, fortunately everything is over. Next, Uchiha only needs to be responsible for the police department. As for the complaints, there will be a special department to solve them. A big stone fell from Fugaku's heart. The third Hokage also indirectly relieved a lot of pressure on the village's finances. Although he wanted to boil Uchiha in the way of boiling a frog in warm water, he didn't want Uchiha to push too hard. Once there is no way out behind him, the rabbit will bite in a hurry, let alone the first largest family in the ninja world. At least it is the first largest family in public. Uchiha Shinayu. It seems that we need to strengthen the monitoring. Shinayu's behavior of picking a time to run to the gate of the ninja school has already made the third Hokage unhappy, and now he is starting to show up in the family. This is not what the third Hokage wants to see. Even if Shinayu has no intention of joining the hardliners. Not now, what about in the future? In order to prevent more variables from happening, the third Hokage decided to strengthen the monitoring of Shinayu by one level. Back to the family, Fugaku immediately called people to hold a simple family meeting. Not many people attended the meeting. There were only him as the head of the family, several elders, and the captain of the team of the police department. After receiving the notice, Shinayu also put down the things at hand and came to the head of the family courtyard. Several elders were still the last group of people to arrive. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fugaku, and they were obviously a little impatient to know the result of the head of the family's negotiation at the Hokage office building. Even Shinayu was curious whether the third Hokage would agree to Uchiha's proposal. Should he reject it forcefully, or continue to cut Uchiha's flesh with a soft knife? Everyone was present, and Fugaku did not make any unnecessary remarks to whet everyone's appetite. Everyone, I went to the Hokage office building and proposed our Uchiha police department's intention to the Hokage. After some discussion and negotiation, the final result is: from now on, complaints about the police department will no longer be handled by the police department, but by a special department. However, the village's finances are tight, and the expenses of this department need to be paid by Uchiha from the police department. It is equivalent to Uchiha paying for a group of people to handle complaints. This price is not small. But does Uchiha lack this money? It certainly does not lack it. Uchiha is afraid of trouble, especially various complaints. Facing those unreasonable people, if you can't teach them a lesson, they can make your head explode. If you don't handle it well, you will face the blame or even punishment of the village. Great. Many captains and elders all showed pleasant smiles. Even Shisui, the spy, showed a happy smile. This is definitely a great thing for Uchiha. This is definitely a victory for Uchiha. Seeing the excitement of the elder, Shinai secretly rolled his eyes. You said it was a good thing for Uchiha, I admit that. But if you say it is a victory, what are you talking about? This is clearly using a soft knife to cut Uchiha's flesh. Looking at the elders and others who were smiling, Fugaku knew very well. What are these people thinking in their hearts, and he will not give them a chance. Shinayu. Fugaku directly named. You proposed the proposal on complaint handling. What other ideas do you have about the family and the police department? The eyes of the crowd fell on Shinayu. No good intentions. Knowing that Fugaku was deliberately directing everything to himself, Shenyu didn't mean to turn it away. He pretended to think for a moment and answered. I think the police department's mission should be reorganized. Our police department is responsible for the public security of the entire Konoha. We will even join in important tasks such as catching criminals and spies. Those trivial things, such as catching cats and dogs, can be completely rejected. Let the villagers' respective mission departments issue tasks and ask the ninjas to find them. Uchiha Shenyu pretended to think about it and gave a solution. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7, Strong Reorganization. Haki's Divine Wing. Although there are many such weird tasks in the task department, the employer is rich and willing to spend money. Even if you are a ninja, you have to perform the task obediently. After all, ninjas also need to eat. Those who have money can issue tasks, but what about those who don't have money? Then you can only find the police department. Just as Shenyu said, you can find the police department for any messy things. If you ignore it, I guarantee that I will make a scene for you to see. This is the current situation of the police department. Dealing with these trivial matters every day can make people feel overwhelmed. I don't think we should reject these villagers. This is the best opportunity to improve the relationship between our Uchiha and the villagers. Shisui took the opportunity to put forward his own views. He disagreed with Shenyu's proposal. In the eyes of the villagers, Uchiha has a bad impression. Although these things are troublesome, they can bring the two sides closer. Shisui thinks it is worth wasting some manpower and resources. Shisui is right. I don't think it should be rectified. The sixth elder who was just confronted by Shenyu last night also agreed. Humph. These excuses and reasons again, the elder looked unhappy. Fortunately, he didn't get angry on the spot. After a snort, he looked at Shinayu with interest. He really wanted to know how Shinayu, who suddenly jumped out, could convince the doves. SHH. A harsh laugh sounded. Shinayu laughed with his stomach. Shisui frowned slightly. Shinayu's behavior made him a little unhappy. The sixth elder was even more angry. His fingers trembled slightly, pointing at Shinayu, and said angrily. Uchiha Shinayu, what do you mean? Are you laughing at me? Sorry, I can't help it. Shinayu rubbed his face, trying to stop himself from smiling, and waved his hand to remind the sixth elder. Elder, please remove the two words "Are you laughing at me?" I am just laughing at you. Good guy. It's fine if you laugh at me in a weird way, even if the sixth elder is unhappy, he can't do anything to you, but you are so good, you just slap him in the face publicly. Not only did he slap the other person in the face, but he also threw his face to the ground and stepped on it a few times, and sneered at it. You. The sixth elder's flushed face turned blue in an instant. Shisui's mood became worse and worse. Shinayu, even if you and I have different ideas, you don't have to do this. If you have anything, you can come to me. There is no need to humiliate the elders. You call this an idea? Shinayu, who finally stopped laughing, burst out laughing again. Things seem to be a bit serious. Fugaku had a headache. He really couldn't figure it out. He used to behave well. Except for Shinayu, who behaved a little strangely, how did he suddenly become like this? His words were full of aggression. Whoever he bumped into would be scolded, even him, the patriarch, could not escape. Disrespect for elders, absolutely disrespect for elders. The sixth elder was so angry that he was incoherent. Shen Yu interrupted him unhappily. Come on, I'm not interested in picking on you. As for Shisui, you said that the philosophy is different? I'm sorry, I don't think it's a philosophy, but you are stupid, hopelessly stupid. The villagers have a bad impression of Uchiha because of the Nine Tails Knight. It's not like this from the beginning. Secondly, what is the police department? The public security department does things that offend people. In this case, you still want to rely on consuming a lot of manpower and material resources of the family and the department. Dealing with trivial matters to redeem the bad impression of Uchiha, isn't this stupid? Instead of wasting resources on others, why not use them on your own people, pay more wages, and give more benefits, isn't it good? Or as a member of the Uchiha tribe, do you think the tribe members don't deserve to enjoy the improved benefits and treatment? I don't. Shisui was immediately anxious. This has risen to the level of family member welfare and treatment. If he dared to admit it, he would definitely be sprayed to death. Now he has been rejected and hated by many tribe members, and he really took the blame. He, Uchiha Shisui, doesn't need to be a double agent, he can just get out of Uchiha. I agree with Shinayu's proposal. The elder clapped his hands and said with relief. I am very happy that there are still younger generations in the family who can consider the tribe members. I support you. Instead of wasting resources on outsiders, it is better to improve the treatment and welfare of the tribe members. In short, the hardliners will agree with anything that makes the doves unhappy. When it comes to their own treatment and welfare, a group of team leaders chose to remain silent, even those who are close to the doves did not say a word. When it comes to their own interests, relationships can be put aside. As I said, we are all people who need to eat, you can be high and mighty. But please don't throw away the benefits I should get, like water. The most important thing is that throwing water may not necessarily please people. This is the most disgusting thing. The trouble is coming again. The hardliners expressed their support, and the team leaders of the police department did not mind improving their treatment and welfare. When Fugaku saw this posture, he knew that this matter would fall on his head again. After all, he is the tribe leader, and this is his due responsibility and obligation. If he pushes everything away, what can the tribe members do? The doves are in trouble. Fugaku interrupted Shinayu to prevent Shinayu from saying something shocking. After all, Nine Tails Night is a taboo topic in the village and cannot be discussed casually. Shen Yu, improving the treatment and welfare of the tribe members is not a problem, but have you ever thought about it? In the past, these matters were handled by the police department. Now that the police department doesn't care, what will the villagers think? Whatever you want to think, the foundation of Uchiha is our own strength, not the good impression of the villagers. Shenyu doesn't care about these things at all. Uchiha may be gone in 2 years, so why care about the impression? Select a few civilian staff to be responsible for explanation and handling. If you are undecided, just pass the buck. In short, my team will no longer care about these things. Whoever wants to care, whoever wants to care. In addition, Shenyu emphasized his tone. On behalf of the tribe members serving in the police department, I say that the treatment and welfare of the police department has not been improved for a long time. Does the tribe leader want to see everyone tighten their belts? And there are those useless people who act like masters but don't care about anything. A new employee's assessment has not produced any results in half a month. What's the use of them? Shenyu got angry when he talked about this. The members of the third team he was in were all troublemakers. He wasted a lot of time and brains to deal with these troublemakers. The HR department was so good that they selected a new employee and still didn't see any new employees after half a month. With this efficiency, I might as well quit and go home to raise pigs. Fugaku's expressionless face turned a little darker. Because he was in charge of all the civilian staff. This kind of thing meant that he, the head of the clan and the minister, had failed to do his job. I will pay attention to it personally and make them correct it. The meeting ended with some people happy and some people depressed. The hardliners were very happy, the doves were already numb, and even Shisui was confused. Chapter 8 Uchiha, the rising star of Konoha. After being bombarded by Shinayu, he almost became a sinner of the family. Once the news spreads that he, Uchiha Shisui, opposes improving the treatment and welfare of the clan members, it will be difficult for him, Uchiha Shisui, to continue to mix in the family. This will make him a public enemy of the family. Even the members of the Dove faction will be dissatisfied with this. Shisui followed the sixth elder to his home. The sixth elder drank several cups of tea in a row, but he was still not satisfied. He threw the teacup on the ground and smashed it to pieces, cursing. Uchiha Shinayu, this little BD, is simply disrespectful and doesn't know how to respect the elders at all. What's the point of saying this? The most important thing at the moment is how to improve the situation of the Dove faction in the family. After Shinayu's disturbance, the situation of the Dove faction will only get worse. Shisui felt helpless because Shinayu was not targeting the Dove faction, but for the sake of the entire family. Even though he was criticized and his position became more and more embarrassing, Shisui had nothing to say. Shisui, you and Shinayu have a very good relationship, but at least you can talk to each other. What does this guy want to do? It used to be good, but since the last conversation, it has become increasingly cold. Shisui sighed in his heart, organized his words, and answered. Elder, Shinayu's idea is very simple, that is, to propose a proposal against the entire family, not against us, we just happened to get together. At this moment, the sixth elder, who is already old, just wants to curse, FK. Who did I offend? After this incident, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Fugaku, who has been caught on the grill, can only choose to announce the improvement of the welfare and treatment of the police department staff. For a while, there was a lot of cheers. You know, the salary of the police department is not high. Being in the police department means that you can't accept commissions and tasks to make money like other people. If you rely on that little salary and don't have any savings, life will be very tight. The improvement of welfare and treatment touched the hearts of all Uchiha people. Shinayu's name naturally came into the eyes of the tribe members again. In just one afternoon, many tribe members came to the office to visit him, and some even wanted to transfer to the third team. Unfortunately, the HR department was too busy. Because they used to work leisurely, but their good days were over. Fugaku, with a dark face, scolded these people, and the whole HR department was in chaos. Everyone worked hard and dared not be lazy or procrastinate. Overall, Shinayu's reputation in the family has improved a lot, and he has gained the favor of many tribe members, but also offended some people. Of course, this is just a small episode. These people do not pose any threat or trouble to Shinayu, and the other party does not even dare to have any intention of causing trouble. The police department will no longer take over some trivial matters, and these matters will be pushed to the task department. After the news was announced, it caused quite a reaction, and the family naturally cheered. In the past, the police department was very busy because of these trivial matters. Now it's good, just throw it out, or issue a task. Or you can find a way to deal with it yourself, don't call the police department for help for everything. The police department is a department to maintain Konoha's law and order, not a nanny department. The Uchiha people are happy, but some people are not happy. Because they could ask the police department for help before, but now they can't. If they issue a task, it will undoubtedly add a lot of expenses. Ordinary villagers are okay, but some groups who often ask the police department for free help can't help it. What's the noise down there? Even if you sit in the office, you can hear the noise. You can imagine how lively the lobby on the first floor of the police department must be. Ji Yan, who was lying in the corridor watching the excitement, smiled and said, "Captain, it's a few breeders in the village." They jointly asked Uchiha to remove the notice and withdraw the notice. Who is receiving? Shen Yu walked out curiously. If ordinary villagers only bother the police department occasionally, then these breeders are old acquaintances of the police department. A group that makes Uchiha hate them, but they can't do anything about them. Because of breeding, the most effective way to get livestock and livestock lost is to ask the police department for help. The police department will help find them. The announcement of the new regulations of the police department is equivalent to adding a lot of expenses to these people. No one is happy to have a large amount of expenses for no reason. So, the real owner came to the police department and asked Uchiha to cancel the notice and restore the status quo. Who else could it be? Our hero Shisui. Ji Yan laughed proudly. In the past, Shisui was a hero of the village and the family, but now, these titles have become a joke. You Shisui are still holding on to something that the whole family agrees with? Shen Yu was speechless. It seems that the will of fire really hurts people. The person in charge of handling these things on the first floor looked helpless. They had already explained. But the other party was not happy. What made them even more uncomfortable was that Shisui, as the team leader, couldn't help but run out to receive the other party. All kinds of considerate explanations made the other party more and more arrogant. What do you Uchiha mean by this? If something is lost, isn't it right to ask you to help find it? If you don't even help with this little favor, what's the point of the police department? Is everyone right? Faced with the arrogant villagers, Shisui was sweating profusely and raised his hand to comfort them. Please listen to my explanation, because the police department is short of staff and many things can't be taken care of. We need to maintain the law and order in every part of the village. Nonsense, this is clearly an excuse, you were not like this before. Uchiha is getting more and more annoying. The emotional people even started to curse. The people in the hall gnashed their teeth in anger, but they didn't dare to do anything to the other party. In the past, such people would have been thrown into the monitoring room. But since the Night of Nine Tails, Uchiha's reputation has been getting worse and worse. Adding to the noise of the doves, the people in the police department are becoming more and more timid. Kyujiro, who was drooling everywhere, was very proud. In the past, who would dare to abuse Uchiha like this? Now it is okay, because even if you abuse them, the other party will not dare to do anything to you. Today he will make Uchiha regret issuing such an announcement. Why should you go to the mission department to post a mission and ask ninjas to find something when it is lost? Are you and Uchiha just sitting there doing nothing? Who else should we ask if not you? It is your fault if you are unwilling to help. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 9 Captain Kamiya. Mighty Haki! Mujiro, who was cursing more and more, saw that the Uchiha were so angry. But they didn't dare to do anything to him, and even if someone couldn't help but want to take action, they were dissuaded by Shisui. So he became more and more arrogant. The contradiction seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Shinayu, who couldn't stand it anymore, walked down from upstairs with his men. Trouble! Seeing Shinayu coming, Shisui knew that this matter would not end well. Shinayu was not as easy to talk to as him. Bang! Mujiro, who was still cursing loudly and making all kinds of accusations in the last second, flew out directly and hit the wall heavily. The noisy hall of the police department was quiet in an instant. Who gave you the courage to gather in the police department to make trouble? Shinayu said coldly. What are you doing? Did the police department let you watch the show? Others scolded you for eating dry food, but you didn't catch them and kept them for the new year. Everyone present was very angry, but they didn't dare to act easily without orders. Shisui was caught in the middle and blocked the way. Following Shinayu's order, the tribesmen who had been unable to hold back for a long time rushed forward. They knocked down all the troublemakers one by one. He ignored the other parties wailing and screaming and dragged them towards the monitoring room. As long as these people go in, they will enjoy it. Shinayu, don't! Shinayu taught a lesson to Mujiro, who led the trouble and cursed, and also asked the tribesmen to arrest the rest of the people. Seeing the tribesmen taking action one after another, Shisui became anxious and wanted to stop them. Shisui, I'm very disappointed in you. Instantly, he blocked Shisui's divine feathers and said disappointedly. I thought you were just kind-hearted, but it seems I was wrong. Your kindness is only given to others, not to your own people. I've said it before, he's not a good guy. Ji Yan cursed angrily. These people are making trouble, he didn't arrest them, he also stopped the people. Even when the people were scolded and spit on their faces, he was indifferent, and didn't let others do it. Ji Yan and Shisui have a bad relationship. In the past, no one would take it seriously. Even though Shisui's behavior is becoming more and more disappointing. But now, Ji Yan's words hit everyone's heart. Which side are you, Uchiha Shisui? It's fine to ask for gentle and polite law enforcement, and to restrict us in various ways. The tribe leader and elders also proposed it, and we accepted it. But now others have gone to the police department to make trouble, not only not to deal with it, but also not to let their own people do it. Even tried to stop them, causing the Uchiha people to be pointed at and cursed. His saliva was sprayed on his face. Are you Uchiha Shisui still a Uchiha? You can't arrest me, you can't arrest me, I'm going to complain about you. Let me go. Seeing that Uchiha really arrested people, many people panicked. Are you scared now? What did you do earlier? Shenyu sneered. Catch them all and put them in the monitoring room. These people went to the police department to gather and cause trouble. Gathering and causing trouble is a serious crime. They made trouble in the police department, which is enough for them to stay in jail for a while. Take them all away. With Shenyu's support, the Uchiha people were no longer panicked. They arrested them one by one and put them in the monitoring room. I just don't want things to get out of hand. Shisui defended himself. Shinayu shook his head and said disappointedly, you should save these words for those tribesmen who are scolded and disappointed. I will report your behavior to the tribe leader in person, and I will also suggest to the tribe leader to cancel your position as the captain of the police department. In his previous life, Shinayu thought Shisui was a man of temperament. In addition to being a little stupid and brainwashed by the will of fire, he was quite pitiful. Now it seems that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Who can tell me what happened? Someone was making trouble in the police department, and such a big thing happened. The Fugaku who were resting at home jumped up and rushed to the police department as soon as possible. The tribe leader is here. The tribesmen who were just emotional calmed down. In Uchiha, the dignity of the tribe leader of Uchiha Fugaku is still quite high. At least when he disciplined the tribe members, he did not use too much cruelty. No one spoke. Zion, who wanted to speak, was prompted by Shinayu's eyes and decisively shut up. Fugaku had to look at Shinayu and Shisui, who were in a standoff. Shinayu did not give Shisui a chance to explain and replied. Because of the announcement of the new regulations, some people are unwilling to accept it and gathered to the police department to make trouble. Shisui was busy explaining and did not deal with it directly, which led to a bigger and bigger disturbance. Even the tribesmen were pointed at and scolded by the criminals. Shisui, is this true? Although Fugaku was timid in some things, it was related to the dignity and prestige of Uchiha, and he could not take a step back. Some people gathered to make trouble, instead of dealing with it directly, they explained. The most important thing was that the people in the police department were scolded. This is too much, we are law enforcers, what are you, Uchiha Shisui, doing? Facing the angry eyes of the tribesmen, Shisui lowered his head in shame. Shenyu continued, I personally think that Shisui is not suitable for the position of the captain of the police department. I suggest that he be relieved of his personal position, or perhaps he can be transferred to the complaint handling department. He should be good at doing this. Since you like to be a good person and a peacemaker, then well, you can be responsible for these troublesome complaints. The position of the captain of the police department is not suitable for you. After taking a deep look at Shisui, Fugaku said, I will consider it. No matter how much he values Shisui, under the watchful eyes of the public, or under the premise that everyone has been wronged, Fugaku can only take this matter. Otherwise, the anger in the hearts of the tribesmen cannot be calmed down. Everyone. Shenyu didn't care whether Uchiha Fugaku felt comfortable or not. He raised his hand and turned around, saying loudly, Please remember our identity. In addition to being a member of the police department, we are also a member of Uchiha. We are members of the first eye technique family in the ninja world, and the dignity of the family cannot be trampled on. At any time. Uchiha will never wag its tail and beg for mercy. Uchiha's pride will not allow us to bow to anyone. If you don't take this great opportunity to improve your reputation and gain the support and goodwill of the tribe, what are you waiting for? Shenyu took action decisively. Well said. Captain is awesome. Jiyan, whose face was flushed with excitement, clenched his fists and shouted loudly, taking the lead in applauding. The applause became louder and louder, and everyone looked at Shenyu with eager and excited eyes. They had just been wronged, and after being stimulated by Shenyu's words, they became excited one by one. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10, An Illusion Completes. Rise. We are the first Taijutsu family in the ninja world, and we have the pride of Uchiha. We will never bow to anyone, nor will we wag our tails and beg for mercy. Patriarch, I hope you can hold a family meeting to discuss the issue of family doves. I think doves are no longer necessary. They will only make us weak, make us bow our heads, and lose the dignity and pride of the family. Brushing up reputation, gathering people's hearts, and dealing with doves and hardliners are the steps Shinayu takes to strengthen the unity of Uchiha. The doves, who have the least voice and the fewest people, have become the first target of Shinayu. Besides, the actions of the doves are indeed despicable. The hardliners want a coup, at least they dare to make trouble, think, and do it, but what about the doves? In addition to constantly bowing their heads and admitting their weakness, what else can they do? Patriarch, we second the motion. The members of the third team seconded the motion at the first time. With their leadership, more and more clansmen chose to second the motion and hold family meetings to discuss the issue of dealing with doves. Looking at the former troublemakers, Fugaku felt mixed emotions as Shinayu became the team leader and was well governed. In the past, these people were a headache for anyone who met them, all of them were troublemakers. Now, after becoming Shinayu's subordinates, each one is more obedient than the other. Facing the requests of many tribesmen, Fugaku could only nod and agree even if he was not happy. He sent people to invite several elders to the tribe chief's courtyard. Shisui's figure was a little lonely. At this moment, he became a thorn in the eyes of the tribesmen. Even the members of his team did not dare to approach their captain, for fear that they would also be despised and targeted by the tribesmen. Who would have thought that Shisui solved the problem with good intentions, but did not want it to turn out like this in the end? Did Shinayu do something wrong? No, not really. Shinayu stood up for the sake of the tribesmen. Comparing him with Shisui, you will find out who is the one who is really good to his own people. Shisui's mind was full of how to resolve the conflict between the family and the village, and how to integrate the family into the village. However, he never thought that the problem between Uchiha and the village needed to be solved from the root. Rather than relying on the nonsense of the top leaders, let alone relying on the devilish will of fire. The news that someone in the police department was causing trouble spread quickly. For a time, there were many people in the family who scolded Shisui. Everyone felt that Shisui, as a member of Uchiha, sat on the wrong side of the butt, only considering outsiders and ignoring his own people. On the contrary, the worse Shisui was scolded, the better reputation Shinayu would gain. The clan chief's courtyard was still the same people, but the atmosphere was a little heavy. Because someone was going to take action against the clan faction. Uchiha Shinayu. This name was not unfamiliar to the clan elders in the past, but not many people paid attention to it. But with the start of the last clan meeting, it completely entered their hearts. In just a few days, he did several things that had a great impact on Uchiha. Now, as the police department gathered to make trouble, Shinayu seized this opportunity and started to take action against the doves. However, facing the requests of many tribesmen, Fugaku, as the tribe leader, had no way to refuse. He didn't even have the opportunity to talk to Shinayu privately, and he was already riding on the beam, unable to go up or down. I knew this kid was restless. He first questioned us and the tribe leader, and then asked the tribe leader to go to the Hokage office building. He negotiated the complaint and soon started doing other things. What exactly does he want to do? The sixth elder shouted angrily, does he still have us elders in his eyes? Sixth elder, don't be angry. The great elder laughed and said, I think Shinayu is a good kid. He suits my taste. Besides, when has he ever questioned the clan leader and ignored us? Besides, he has done good things. Don't you want the family to get better and better? The sixth elder was furious and his face was livid. The others had long been accustomed to their quarrels. When hardliners and doves get together, there will always be some quarrels. Fortunately, Fugaku's arrival put the quarrel on hold. Following Fugaku came Shinayu. The captains of the police department did not seem to be eligible to participate in this family meeting. At least Fugaku did not want them to participate, so he only brought Shinayu with him. The factional quarrel is over, but it does not mean that the doves will let Shinayu go. As soon as Shenyu sat down, the sixth elder started to get angry. Uchiha Shenyu, do you still have respect for us elders and seniors? Who gave you the qualification to sit here? Hee. The hardline elders laughed and didn't mean to help. They really wanted to know how Shenyu would deal with the sixth elder's attack. Fugaku, who was sitting on the main seat, didn't say a word. He was fired upon as soon as he sat down. Shenyu turned his head and looked at the opponent who was showing off his power, with a slight smile on his face. A flash of disdain flashed in his eyes, and the three-tomo Sharingan suddenly opened. No one expected Shenyu to be so temperamental, and he would start fighting as soon as he said he would. Without any ambiguity, he would start fighting against the elders of the family. The speed was so fast that others couldn't react. Before they could react, the sixth elder who kept shouting had been hit. The sixth elder, who had a fierce face and roared loudly just a moment ago, seemed to be paused, and the whole person was stunned in place. Then he jumped up with his head in his hands, as if he had encountered something terrible, and shouted loudly. He kept grabbing his clothes, as if something terrible was sticking to him. "Ignorant fool, who gave you the courage to yell at me?" Shen Yu said coldly. If the person sitting in front of him was Uchiha Shisui, Shen Yu would still need to be on guard. An old and weak sixth elder whose strength is not as good as before. Apart from this elder identity, he is just a scumbag. As long as Shen Yu wants, he can kill him at any time. In the past 6 months, through a lot of mental power, Sharingan pupil power, and the fusion of Indra brothers chakra, Shen Yu's strength has already reached a very terrifying level. It's just that he has never shown it. Dealing with an old and weak sixth elder whose strength is not as good as before is no different from killing a chicken. As long as Shen Yu wants, he can kill him in a few minutes. A problem that can be solved with an illusion. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11: The Powerful Shen Yu. This guy is not simple. Speaking of which, he copied a lot of experience in using illusions from Shisui. Now he just used it on the sixth elder. Shinayu's move shocked everyone. The elders who were still laughing just now couldn't laugh anymore. They realized that Shinayu was not an obedient little sheep. He was a hedgehog with thorns. If you underestimate him or dare to challenge him, you must be prepared to be stabbed. Shinayu, what do you want to do? Are you challenging my authority? Uchiha Fugaku left his seat and appeared beside the sixth elder to help him remove the illusion. Similarly, he opened the 3-tomo Sharingan and confronted Shinayu. Judging from his chest rising and falling, he was really angry. The illusion was removed, and the sweaty sixth elder looked at Shinayu with a bit of fear. God knows what he just experienced. Facing Fugaku's questioning, Shen Yu calmly spread his hands. As for whether there is a problem of challenging the authority of the clan leader, it is up to the clan leader to judge. I have done nothing wrong. The support of the family and the clan members gave him the status of an elder, but this does not mean that he can yell at me. If you really make a great contribution to the family, I will respect you. Respect you as a senior, respect you as an elder, respect you as a family elder. Unfortunately, you didn't. Said Shen Yu, showing a sarcastic smile, looking up and down at the sixth elder who had not yet calmed down, and said disdainfully. You have always brought only compromises and concessions to the family, and always made the clan members behave with their tails between their legs. Such an old dog will not get my respect. Since the relationship has been torn, why should I be polite? Calling you an old dog is considered polite to you. At least I didn't scold you too harshly. Ignoring Fugaku's increasingly ugly expression, Shen Yu said loudly to the other elders. Everyone, don't you feel uncomfortable when such a person becomes a family elder and sits on an equal footing with you? To be honest, I feel quite ashamed. The elders were still in doubt because Shen Yu was committing an insubordination. After hearing this, they looked at the frightened sixth elder with a strange look, and felt a little uncomfortable. At least they felt that the other party was embarrassing. If you can't even keep a junior stable, you should stop being an elder to save yourself from embarrassment. You were actually controlled by a junior with an illusion and didn't even have the ability to resist. I'm ashamed to be with you. Uchiha Shen Yu, do you want to take your family to destruction with you? After a while, the sixth elder finally calmed down. At this time, he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. In a hurry, he quickly pinned the crime on Shen Yu. As a result, Shen Yu was successfully amused. If Uchiha doesn't behave in a humble manner, they will perish, then they would have perished 800 times already. Ahem. Not only Shen Yu wanted to laugh, but several elders also almost couldn't help laughing, especially the chief elder. At this moment, his eyes looked at Shen Yu more and more softly. He always felt that Shen Yu was born for the hardliners. With this character and this way of doing things, it would be a pity not to join the hardliners. He must be won over. All right. Seeing that the sixth elder wanted to fight back and hold on to this matter, Fugaku, the clan leader, said in a low voice. This matter ends here, sixth elder. I don't want to see you abuse and blame the family for no reason anymore. Shinayu, I don't want to see this kind of rebellion happen again. As the clan leader, Fugaku is the one with the most difficulties, caught in the middle. The final result can only be that each of them will be punished with 80 lashes. It seems that everyone is at a disadvantage, but Shinayu actually wins. Such a slap is not painful for him at all. On the contrary, the sixth elder has lost the qualification to criticize and abuse the younger generation openly. How can this not be uncomfortable? Originally, even if you are unhappy about the elders scolding the younger generation, you can only endure it. But now, you can't even scold them. The sixth elder's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. However, the Dove faction is weak and unpopular. No one would come out to speak for him at this time. Everyone did not add insult to injury because of their past friendship. Sitting back in his seat, Uchiha Fuya, with a gloomy face, said in a deep voice. For some reasons, the clan members of the family expressed many dissatisfactions with certain people. Kaguyas is right. Uchiha has its own pride and dignity. We can't just compromise ourselves and our clan members just to please someone. At this point, even if Fugaku disagrees with the doves, he can only go with the trend. The storm has already started, and as the clan leader, he can't refute all the clan members and turn around to support the doves at this time. Otherwise, if the hardliners secretly make trouble, he, as the clan leader, will face a lot of trouble. The best way now is to sacrifice the doves and stabilize the situation. Clan leader, everything we do is for the family. The conflict between the village and the family is getting deeper and deeper. Only by changing the image and getting the Hokage's forgiveness can Uchiha integrate into the village. The sixth elder was anxious. The voice of the Dove faction in the family was not loud. If the Dove faction was cut off, there would be no need for this faction to exist. He would also be driven out of the center of power in the family. Ha ha ha. Shinayu couldn't help it. Although he wanted to endure it, he overestimated his patience. Uchiha Shinayu, what do you mean? The sixth elder roared like a wounded beast that wanted to devour people. A pair of red eyes stared at Shinayu. Looking at this posture, he wanted to eat Shinayu in one bite. If Shinayu hadn't been messing around these days, there would be no such a mess. Now, the Dove faction is almost dead. It's nothing, I just think what you said is very interesting. No, it's funny. Shen Yu's acting is very exaggerated, and he continued to laugh dryly for a few times, then looked at him expressionlessly. I almost laughed to death. Shen Yu, tell me your understanding, why don't you agree with the sixth elder's words? Fugaku is really afraid that Shen Yu will do that to the sixth elder again. After all, he is an old man, and he is very old. He is controlled by illusions again and again, and if he is stimulated, he may die in a minute. Shen Yu's strength and power also make Fugaku no longer underestimate him. He must be placed in a very important position and treated. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12 for the Uchiha Revival. Shen Yu shook his head, with an expression of disdain to answer. However, he still had to give the face of the clan leader, so he curled his lips and answered without interest. I think the elder's words and ideas are ridiculous. Because the family is originally a part of Konoha, do we still need to integrate? Into what? Just like the Senju clan, is it called integration to disperse the family and integrate with the civilians? Everyone, open your eyes and take a closer look. Among the big and small families in Konoha, which family has truly integrated into the civilian family? I really want to know what the sixth elder is thinking. Does he really want Uchiha to follow the example of the Senju clan, completely disband, and finally change their names and become civilians before he will stop? Wow! Good guy, this crime is not small, directly digging up the roots of Uchiha. Fugaku and several elders were stunned, and soon everyone looked at the sixth elder with a strange look. Because Shenyu made sense. Uchiha was originally a part of Konoha. What is the point of talking about integrating into this environment? They talk about equality, but how many ninja families actually put themselves on the same level as civilians? Even the Sarutobi family can't do it, so why should the Uchiha do this? If they want to completely integrate into Konoha, they have to disband the family and imitate the Senju family. But if this is not digging up the roots of the Uchiha, what is it? The sixth elder's face flushed again, and he was so shocked that he was incoherent and stuttered, and he couldn't squeeze out a complete sentence for a long time. Shenyu is no longer against the doves, but wants to beat the doves to death with a stick. This crime is enough to make the sixth elder and the doves drink a pot. The most important thing is that they can't get rid of this crime. Since you don't mean this, why do you keep shouting that the family should be completely integrated into Konoha? We are originally a part of Konoha. You come and explain why. I'm afraid your idea is to make the family imitate the Senju family. Puff. Already old, coupled with the stimulation of Shinayu's illusion control, and the accumulation of various resentments. It reached a peak, the sixth elder's eyes went black, spit out a mouthful of old blood, and fell softly to the ground. The sudden accident made everyone confused. Even Shinayu felt it was a bit exaggerated. Directly spitting blood and fainting, is it really that exaggerated? However, the sixth elder fainted, and the meeting could not continue. Fortunately, the result was what Shinayu wanted, because after today, the Dove faction could no longer exist. Unless they are willing to act under the charge given by Shinayu. I am afraid that even Shisui, a loyal supporter of the Dove faction, will have to keep his tail between his legs. After a flurry of activity, the guards sent the sixth elder to the hospital, and the Dove faction stopped. Headache. Fugaku rubbed his aching temple, looking at Shinayu with a helpless look. Others also looked at Shinayu with complicated eyes, only the great elder was still very hot. We can't talk about the doves anymore. Let's change the subject. Fugaku thought for a moment and said. Kamiya proposed to remove Uchiha Shisui from the police department. I think he is more suitable to join the personnel department that handles complaints. What do the elders think? I support it. I agree too. Shisui is a good kid, but he is not suitable for the police department. The hardline elders expressed their support at the first time, and the neutral elders could only look at Fugaku, the clan leader. The meaning was obvious. You are the boss, so you can do whatever you want. We will not express our opinions, so as to avoid being tossed around by Shinayu, the little BD. With the previous experience of the sixth elder, these elders no longer dared to put on the elders' airs to Shinayu. They were afraid that Shinayu would get impulsive and directly use a knife on them. Madmen are not scary, but this madman is scary. He is smart and strong enough. Being targeted by such a person, you can't even sleep well. Since no one objects, starting from tomorrow, Shisui's position in the police department will be removed and he will be transferred to the complaint handling personnel department. Fugaku made the decision directly. Shinayu, you stay. After everything was over, the hardline faction was happy, and the neutral faction was worried. Because they didn't know whether Shinayu would join the hardline faction or use a knife on them. Not only the neutral elders were worried, but Fugaku, the clan leader, was also worried about this problem. So he kept Shenyu. Hearing this, Shenyu, who wanted to leave, stayed. In normal times, Fugaku would definitely make some tea and relax. But now he didn't dare to have this idea, and even wanted to see his tea set thrown away. The two came to the living room and looked at Shen Yu, who didn't like to kneel and sat cross-legged directly. Fugaku's eyes twitched twice, took a deep breath, and asked coldly, "Shen Yu, what do you want to do? What does the clan leader mean by this?" Shen Yu looked confused. Fugaku said angrily, "In just a few days, you have caused a lot of trouble. Today, you are even more rebellious and attacked the elders. What is the purpose of what you did? I know you can't help it. If you continue to toss, Uchiha will either become stronger and stronger, or gradually lose control. He can't help but be anxious. In order to make Uchiha strong again, instead of being servile. Facing Fugaku's cold and majestic eyes, Shen Yu answered calmly, "I want to say that for my life, I'm afraid you don't believe it. Unfortunately, you are a cowardly clan leader. I am also desperate and can only do it myself." Shinayu said that he was doing it for Uchiha, and Fugaku really couldn't blame him. After all, although Shinayu was a little impulsive, what he did not harm the interests of Uchiha. Fugaku fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. Shinayu also sat quietly, without any discomfort. "Great!" At this time, a happy laugh came in, and Shinayu was very familiar with the voice. It was his personal copy #1 character, Uchiha Sasuke. With a happy smile, Sasuke jumped into the living room. When he saw the two people sitting in the living room, he was immediately startled. Noticing that his father's face was not very good, Sasuke quickly stood up and bowed. "I'm back, father, meet the senior." Well, Fugaku still had a stern face, folded his hands, and his attitude was very cold. Sasuke, who was only 5 years old, could not hide the disappointment on his face. "Father, senior." Itaki, who came one step later, greeted him in a serious manner, and then took the initiative to pull Sasuke upstairs. The tense atmosphere was also relieved by Sasuke and Itaki's interruption. Fugaku's tense face also relaxed a lot. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Helplessness. Tsunade. What do you think of the hardliners? Tell me what you really think. To be honest, you are a little harsh on Shisui. He did this for the good of the family. For the good of the family, the clan members should not be forced to live in fear. Pouting, Shen Yu disagreed with Fugaku's words. He knew that Shisui became a double agent with Fugaku's support and instructions. The same is true for Itaki in the future. Unfortunately, Fugaku overestimated Shisui and Itaki's feelings for Uchiha. Sent 2 spies over, and both spies completely turned to the village leaders. If he really wants to think about the family, he should give up those unrealistic ideas. As for the hardliners, I think as the clan leader, you already have an idea in your mind. I have no idea of joining the hardliners, not at all, and I will not agree with anyone in the family wanting to stage a coup. I said, we are already part of Konoha, even if we make trouble because of some things, it will not reach the serious point of a coup. Whether you believe it or not, this is what I say from the bottom of my heart, and I will work hard for my goal. This is Shen Yu's statement. Fugaku raised his eyebrows slightly, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, fell. Shen Yu took these actions for the good of the family, and he could accept it. In other words, as long as Shen Yu does not join the hardliners, he can dig up the roots of Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku is a little timid, but at least he still has a sense of the overall situation. The conflict between the family and the village is difficult to resolve, and the suspicion between them is deep. Shen Yu smiled, and smiled confidently. I know, but I don't think it's a bad thing. At least it can unite us. In the past, the family was scattered because of factions and fighting. But I always believe that as long as we unite, as long as we don't do things that the village can't accept, no one can touch us. At most, they can play some tricks. On the contrary, only when we are strong and united can we have a say in the village. Because the reputation of Uchiha's first eye technique family is not for nothing, we have such strength. I wish everything was as simple as you said. Fugaku sighed slightly. Since he became the patriarch, he tried every way to work hard, but the final result was very touching. Not only did Uchiha almost get nothing, but the exclusion phenomenon became more and more serious. This phenomenon even reached its peak after the Night of Nine Tails. Fugaku didn't say what was in his heart, but Shenyu could guess what he was thinking. As long as you don't join the hardliners and lead the tribe to launch a coup. If you do anything that harms the interests of Uchiha and the village, I won't deliberately obstruct you. It's enough for the clan leader to say this. I will definitely not do anything that harms the interests of the family, but as for things that harm the interests of the village, it depends on the situation. As long as the third Hokage and Danzo start to make trouble, Shenyu doesn't mind giving them some trouble and giving them a headache. Being passive all the time will not make Uchiha stand up, but will make the people who bully you continue to push forward. Even if you retreat 1 foot, others can advance 10 feet. The continuous occurrence of major events made the Uchiha people dazzled. When they learned that the sixth elder was so angry that he fainted, it was even more talked about. It's a pity that everyone soon lost the mood to watch the show. Because the hardliners deliberately leaked what Shenyu said in An's crime. Now, Uchiha was furious. One by one, they began to curse the doves and denounced their betrayal. Some people with impulsive personalities even went to trouble the doves directly. The sixth elder was in the hospital for treatment, and Shisui, who was to be transferred tomorrow, suffered. Even Shisui was dumbfounded when he learned the news. He never dreamed that the direction that the doves had been working hard for would be accused of such a terrible crime. Shisui was dumbfounded, and the third Hokage who learned the news was not much better. What's going on? I just felt that Uchiha Shenyu was not simple and must be monitored more closely. As a result, he turned around and came up with so many things, and directly dealt with the doves and Uchiha. Who can tell me how he did it? Also, isn't this crime a bit exaggerated? Although it makes sense, the doves don't dig so hard. How can Shisui face his own people in the future? After such a series of operations, Shisui and other doves, even if they don't become rats that everyone shouts and beats, their lives in the family will not be easy in the future. It may be difficult for them to get forgiveness from the clan members. The doves have lost their voice, so what's the use of Shisui, the spy who has been trained with great difficulty? Without the right to speak, he can't participate in various important family gatherings and clan meetings. How can he collect intelligence if he can't participate? Things seem to be getting a little troublesome. That's all. Shenyu also advocated transferring Shisui from the police department. He believed that he should not stay in the police department and should deal with those annoying complaints. The third Hokage was speechless that this was still a contradiction within Uchiha. In this kind of thing, even as a Hokage, he couldn't intervene, at most he would knock on the side. The problem is that knocking doesn't work. He can only watch Shisui being excluded. The unique floor knocking sound came from far away, and the contemplative third Hokage withdrew his thoughts and rubbed his brows. He knew that his old friend had come. The footsteps stopped at the door of the Hokage's office, and the door of the office was pushed open roughly. Danzo, whose forehead, right eye, right shoulder and right hand were all wrapped in bandages, walked in step by step with a wooden stick. There are only 2 people in Konoha who come to the Hokage's office without even knocking on the door and don't care about basic courtesy. Danzo is one of them, and the second is the third Hokage's disciple, the future 5th Hokage Tsunade. Putting down his hand, the third Hokage looked up. Danzo, it's so late, what's the matter with you? Sarutobi, don't pretend you know nothing, the Uchiha are about to go haywire. Walking to the third Hokage's desk, Danzo's one eye showed a sinister light. I've said before that we can't treat the evil Uchiha too gently, we should take them all down. Especially the evil brat Uchiha Kenba. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 Danzo So what? Are you sure? Seeing that Danzo was going too far, the third Hokage interrupted him. Danzo, I said that Uchiha is also the village's Uchiha, and things have not reached the point you said. The several things initiated by Uchiha Shinayu are all changing Uchiha. This is an internal matter of Uchiha, not something you and I should intervene in. Does Uchiha really deserve to die? I'm afraid not. Danzo is holding on to Uchiha, in addition to wanting to seize enough Sharingan. He just wants to grab this tail and use the threat of Uchiha to strengthen himself, so as to achieve his own goals. The third Hokage did not have the idea of knocking down Uchiha in one fell swoop. In addition to not having to be surprised, he just didn't dare. The overall strength of the first eye technique family in the ninja world is here. Once they are forced into a corner, the Uchiha will unite. Even if Uchiha can be destroyed, the village will have to pay a very heavy price. Don't treat Uchiha's dozens of Jonin and hundreds of ninjas as cabbages. How many Jonin are there in Konoha? This is also the source of Shenyu's confidence. As long as the Uchiha are united and do not make trouble, Danzo and the third Hokage dare to move. If you are not afraid of causing a backlash and starting a civil war, then you can come and destroy the Uchiha. By then, Konoha will be seriously injured, and the military strength of Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village is strong. The villages that like to wage wars abroad will not remain indifferent. The big fat meat of the fire country, they will pounce on it and take a bite. Humph! Danzo snorted coldly and did not continue to hold on to this point. Then tell me, the situation of Uchiha has changed. Shisui was almost driven out of the family circle. How should the village collect intelligence on Uchiha next? If no one collects intelligence, I am afraid that Uchiha is planning to rebel, and we are still unaware of it. In any case, exaggerate as much as possible and make Uchiha as demonized as possible. In this way, the third Hokage and other senior officials felt more and more uneasy, and they had to rely on Shimura Dance all the time. I will take care of this matter. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage spoke slowly. Being provoked by Danzo, his face was a little ugly. After all, the threat of Uchiha was too great. When the third Hokage thought of the Night of Nine Tails a few years ago, his heart ached. Regardless of whether he was suspected of undermining Minato's death and the destruction of Nine Tails caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses, which was undoubtedly a disaster for Konoha after the war. Not to mention, his wife Sarutobi Biwako also died that night. The third Hokage gave in. Danzo raised his eyebrows slightly. This was what he wanted, and it was smoother than he thought. I will monitor the evil kid Uchiha Shinayu. If there is a chance, catch him first. This kind of restless and evil guy cannot be left alone. If Shinayu is touched, there will be a lot of trouble. The third Hokage wanted to stop Danzo, but he stopped talking when the words came to his lips. Because the changes in Uchiha in the past few days were all caused by Shinayu. Shinayu was like a catfish that got into a pond. He stirred up the whole pond, causing the fish and shrimp in the pond to become active. So, the third Hokage gave up persuading him. He still had an idea in his mind, that is, controlling Shinayu might reduce a lot of trouble. Let alone the conspiracy theory of the Hokage office building. The Uchiha clan was destined to be restless. After a day of work, Shinayu was ready to go home and rest. But he met two uninvited guests on the way. He did what he said. This is Danzo's character. He is a man of action. Just after negotiating with the third Hokage, he ordered people to come to see Shinayu. Unfortunately, because of the changes in the family and the police department, there were a lot more things to do. As a team leader, Shen Yu also worked overtime until late before he could go home. If it were normal times, Shen Yu would have run away long ago. However, Fugaku, the clan leader, was in charge of the police department, which basically put an end to Shen Yu's idea of skipping work. Is it Enbu or Jin? Although he was suspicious, Shen Yu seemed not to see the other party and walked straight over. Whether it was Enbu or Jin, this place was not far from the police department. Once they started, let's not talk about whether Shen Yu could be captured, just say that if Shen Yu delayed a little time, the police department would be able to rush over. Once the police department's large force arrived, the fun would be great. Attacking Uchiha's people around the police department would attract Uchiha's anger. When Shen Yu came, the Gen ninja thought that the other party would speak first, so they played it safe. As Danzo's dog, they needed to show their oppressive momentum to intimidate Shen Yu from the beginning. Then take the frightened Shen Yu away. This is a method that Gen is good at using. Over the years, Gen has been bluffing like this. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Because Shen Yu had no intention of paying attention to them. He walked straight over. You just left like that? Can't you see that we two adults are waiting here? Looking back at Shen Yu's back, the Gen people were a little confused. Since when did the Uchiha people dare to ignore their existence? Uchiha Shen Yu. If they didn't speak up, the other party would go far away. The Gen people shouted. Danzo-sama invites you. Please come with us. Shen Yu stopped and looked at the other party. He asked curiously, is this an invitation? Or an arrest? What do you mean? The Gen ninja frowned and asked. When did they arrest people? When did they care whether it was an invitation or an arrest? Basically, they would find an excuse, or directly bring up Danzo's name, and take the other party to a place where there are fewer people. When they go to a place with more people, they will take action and take it down in one fell swoop. It really is Danzo. Has he started to hold back? Shen Yu shook his head slightly. This old dog is still so impatient. If it is an arrest, please show the arrest warrant issued by the Hokage office. If it is an invitation, then I refuse. I am not interested in meeting Lord Danzo. Arresting people for a disagreement? Anbu has such a right, but the root does not theoretically, but judging from the degree of infiltration of Anbu, there is no difference between Anbu and the root. Of course, arresting people depends on who they are. Ordinary people are naturally arrested and done. But some people can't be so frivolous. Not going? The ninjas of the root couldn't hold back, and stopped Shen Yu on the left and right. Their hands were already on the samurai swords, and they said in a deep voice. Lord Danzo invites you, please come with us. Are you sure you want to do it? The surrounded Shen Yu did not panic, but looked at the other party with interest. But the teasing in his eyes was not concealed at all, as if he was watching two jumping clowns. Arresting people on the territory of the police department? That's a bit too bold. What the root ninja didn't notice was that many Uchiha ninjas had already surrounded him. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15, Catch Them All. Shen Yu's power. Uchiha Shinayu, I advise you. Catch them and lock them up for attacking the police chief. Shinayu was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and waved to the tribesmen who had surrounded him. I was attacked by unknown people. They wanted to kill me. You can do it now. What? When these words came out, the root ninjas were stunned. They came to arrest people, but now they are being arrested? Not good. People kept appearing around, and the root ninjas' hearts jumped. Shinayu didn't seem to be joking, but really intended to arrest them. Oh, there is also a charge, attacking the police chief. FK. Without waiting for the root ninjas to reveal their identities, a group of people, led by Uchiha Zion, took action instantly. "How dare you, ah!" With a scream, the two people who were beaten by the group fell directly to the ground and were motionless. Ji Yan held one in each hand and grinned, "Captain, what should we do with these two people?" "Just lock them up and send them directly to prison tomorrow morning." "Didn't I already tell you the charges?" "Unknown person, attacking the head of the police force." Shen Yu waved his hand and turned to leave. He needed to go home and rest. As for the next mess, he didn't care. And Danzo, who was waiting for his subordinates to return. "Who cares about you? Danzo invited you? I'll go to hell with you." Not to mention Danzo invited you, even if the people from Anbu said the Hokage invited you, Shen Yu would not pay attention. "Besides, even if I want to go, I have to drag Fugaku, the clan leader, with me. In short, it's impossible to meet Danzo and the third Hokage alone. I want to treat him like Shisui, a fool. There's no chance. Take him away." Since the captain asked to lock him up and send him to prison tomorrow morning, then lock him up, Ji Yan led his people away. After the crowd dispersed, Fugaku walked out. Shen Yu stopped again and asked with a smile, "Why is the clan leader here? Is it because I did something wrong? Tell me honestly, did you do the right thing?" Fugaku took a deep breath and said, "They are Danzo's people." "So what?" Shen Yu laughed and pointed his right index finger at the ground. "This is the territory of our Uchiha police department. If an unknown person attacks me, they should be arrested. I don't know who is Danzo's person, but they must be spies. Because they are wearing Anbu equipment, but they don't have Anbu identity marks." Why did Shen Yu dare to arrest people? Because the root cannot stand the light, even if they are wearing Anbu equipment. What about the identity marks? As for whether the root people brought up Danzo to prove their identity, Shen Yu can say that they didn't, or that he didn't hear it. This matter has been brought to the Hokage office building, and Shen Yu is not empty. Anyway, I have already accused you of the crime. Uranus Laozi is here, and they are also unknown people. Chief, although I am not a hardliner, I have always believed that blindly giving in is not a good thing. Some people, if you give in a step, they will take a foot or even 10 feet. Looking directly into Fugaku's eyes, Shen Yu gritted his teeth and said, "We have no room to give in anymore. Do you want to lead the family to fight against the village?" Fugaku opened Sharingan, and 3 Tomo Sharingan was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. Spreading his hands innocently, Shen Yu replied, "How can arresting unidentified criminals be called fighting against the village?" Fugaku did not answer, and Shen Yu fell silent. The two stood on the street and looked at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Fugaku closed Sharingan, turned around and left. Before leaving, he said without looking back, "I hope you know what you are doing. Uchiha cannot stand against the village, and I cannot allow anyone to lead Uchiha into the abyss. Uchiha cannot stand against the village, but can stand against someone, such as Danzo." Shen Yu smiled. It seems that tonight's trouble is not all bad, at least the chief of the Uchiha Fugaku still chose to give in. Give in, or give in, where can you retreat? What a pity. Such a big Uchiha, with such a chief. Fortunately, there is still room for recovery. Danzo, will you like this surprise? On the other side, Danzo, who was waiting for Shen Yu to walk into the trap with many subordinates. As time passed, he also realized that the arrest tonight failed. Shen Yu was not fooled at all, and even the people he sent out did not come back. His people were either gone, killed directly, or arrested. Evil Uchiha Kid. Team up. Since the arrest plan failed, it was meaningless to continue waiting. As for his people, what happened, the result will be known tomorrow. But what Danzo did not expect was that Ji Yan was more diligent than he thought. Shen Yu said that he would send the people to the prison the next day, but unfortunately he couldn't wait and stuffed them into the prison overnight. "We are Danzo's people." Entering the prison, the people of Gen still kept stating their identities, but unfortunately no one paid attention to them. No identity card, no Anbu logo, and wearing Anbu equipment, this is already a serious crime. Not to mention, the crime they were sent in for was attacking the head of the police force. So, Danzo's people gloriously became part of the prison and were imprisoned in the prison. As for how long they will be imprisoned, it depends on the reaction speed of Danzo and the third Hokage. The new criminals can't prove their identities, but they keep shouting that they are Danzo's people. This is very abnormal. The ninjas in the prison will definitely report to the third Hokage. Look, early the next morning, they just came to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage received the news before his butt was warm. An unidentified person wearing Anbu equipment attacked the police captain. The third Hokage's expression became strange. There is no doubt that this is Danzo's man. Only Gen's people can have a blunder that cannot prove their identity and walk around wearing Anbu equipment. As a result, Gen, who has always been successful, hit a wall and was directly arrested and thrown into prison. The third Hokage was speechless. When did Danzo do things so outrageous? Go and bring the person out and give it to Danzo. Tell him to be careful next time. At this point, what can the third Hokage say? He can only let the person go. He can't even hold Shinayu responsible, because Shinayu is not at fault at all, and Gen can't be exposed. This kind of thing can only be handled in a low-key manner. Once Danzo and Gen are exposed to the sun, some unnecessary troubles will be caused. It can be said that Danzo must eat this loss. What made the third Hokage even more irritated was that the Anbu ninja came to report. Uchiha Shinayu went to the gate of the ninja school to eat again. Copy successfully, get part of Indra Chakra, do you want to fuse? Recently, there are many critical rewards, and it is part of Indra Chakra, not a little. Shinayu didn't expect to get a pleasant surprise early in the morning. Fusion. After fusing the rewarded Indra Chakra, Shinayu suddenly felt his eyes swollen. Is this a sign of fast evolution? Before the 3 Megatama, Sharingan evolved, and there was no big feeling. After the mental power and Sharingan pupil technique continued to increase, the evolution was natural and smooth. So Shinayu didn't feel much. Others need to be stimulated, or continue to work hard to train, improve their strength and mental power, in order to make Sharingan evolve. And Shinayu, just need to wait every day. This feeling is so cool. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 Haki vs Danzo. Uchiha Izumi. Sure enough, hard work and sweat can't beat talent, and hard work and sweat, plus talent, can't beat cheating. The goal was achieved. Shen Yu put down the money with satisfaction, got up and left, and returned to the police department. As for Urjuzi, who had already walked into the ninja school with a small school bag, he didn't know. He and Naruto had already become Shen Yu's exclusive tools. Captain. In the lounge of the third team, the neat greetings almost made Shen Yu have an illusion. When did these troublemakers under his command become so tacit? Did I go to the wrong place? No. Take 2 steps back and look at the sign on the door frame. Shen Yu thought more and more that it was not right. A group of troublemakers, you can make them obedient. But it is much more difficult to make them polite than to suppress them. Shen Yu knows what kind of people the members of the third team are. He still remembers what happened when he just became the captain. After a closer look, it turned out that there was one more person in the lounge, who looked a little petite and lovely compared to the others. A newcomer. It seems that you all have changed into different people. Shen Yu even thought that the sun had risen from the west. It turned out that a newcomer had come, and it was a cute girl. But, why did this newcomer look a little familiar? Captain. Chuan, with a little trepidation, hurriedly bowed and greeted. Although she passed the review of the Human Resources Department, whether she could stay in the police department in the end depended on Shen Yu's evaluation. If Shen Yu's evaluation was not good, Chuan would have to withdraw from the police department team and apply for another assessment. This is just like when students graduate from the ninja school, the team leader needs to conduct an assessment first. If the teacher thinks that the student's strength and character are not up to standard, then the graduated students can go back to school and repeat the grade. Looking down at the nervous and restrained girl in front of him, Shen Yu was silent for a few seconds and asked, "Are you Uchiha Izumi? Aunt Yayu's child?" Uchiha Izumi is not a native Uchiha, and can barely be considered a returnee. Her mother is Uchiha Yayu, who chose to marry out when she was young. After her husband died, she brought Izumi back to the family, and Izumi changed her name and began to use the surname Uchiha. To be precise, the situation of mother and daughter in Uchiha was not particularly good. "Yes." Izumi nodded nervously and said, "My mother often mentioned the captain, so after I graduated, she persuaded me to join the police department. In this way, my mother and I can integrate into Uchiha more thoroughly." "I see." Shen Yu suddenly realized that he almost thought that it was his butterfly wings that influenced Izumi. It turned out to be Uchiha Yayu's decision. Because of her mother, Izumi, who had just graduated, did not join the team assigned by the school. Instead, she applied for assessment to the police department. Nodding, Shen Yu said, "Since you have chosen to join the police department, then work hard and do things steadily. I believe that the tribe will sincerely accept you and Aunt Yayu. Get ready and start patrolling. Chuan will learn from me first. The captain leads the newcomers. This is an old tradition of the police department. Chuan has just joined, and she needs Shen Yu, the captain, to lead her." "Yes." The team members agreed loudly. After Shania walked into the office, Zion and others did not forget to wink at Chuan. "Chuan, don't worry, the captain is actually a very gentle and good person, your assessment will not be a problem. I believe I can stay." Chuan, who felt the pressure, smiled awkwardly. She was a little nervous, even though her mother had said many times that Shania was not a strict person. The sixth elder lying in the hospital might be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood if he heard this. Just when Shania led his people to go out for patrol missions, an uninvited guest came to the police department. An uninvited guest that made everyone in the police department nervous. He walked slowly into the lobby of the police department with a wooden stick, not caring at all because of his arrival. Danzo, who caused the surroundings to become quiet, glanced around with a gloomy look, stood in the lobby, and said coldly, "I want to see Uchiha Shinayu." After waiting all night, none of his subordinates came back. No matter what, Danzo needs to make this trip to give Shinayu a warning and see if he can get him back. It was a matter of face, so Danzo had no choice but to take it seriously. "Looking for me?" Shinayu, who happened to be walking down the stairs, heard this and looked over curiously. "Good guy, he went out in person?" The entire hall of the police department was quiet, and someone quietly left to inform Fugaku, the clan leader. Danzo's visit was not a good thing. At least it was not a good thing for the people of Uchiha. "I wonder what the assistant Sama wants to talk to me about." Shania walked down to meet Danzo and waved his hands around. "Do what you should do, the assistant Sama is not a ghost, look how scared you are. I don't like sharp-tongued little ghosts." Danzo's exposed left eye narrowed slightly, and he, who was old and smart, naturally heard that Shania was scolding him in a roundabout way. A gloomy aura spread from Danzo, but Shania was not affected at all. Lowering his sight slightly, Shen Yu rubbed his face and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I don't like old men hiding in the dark, this kind of people are like Lion Majesty. He will jump out and bite people at any time, making people want to beat him to death with a stick, don't you think so, assistant master. What's wrong with scolding you? As long as I don't name him, you Danzo will come and bite me. Shen Yu is not afraid of tearing his face with Danzo, nor is he afraid of making trouble with him. You have sent people to mess with me, do I still need to be polite to you? Don't treat me as Shisui. At this time, the quieter Shen Yu behaves, the more dangerous he is. I believe that if the trouble gets out of hand, there will be pairs of eyes staring at Danzo, and Shen Yu himself will be the safest. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Danzo's hands holding the wooden stick clenched together. From this, it can be seen that he is not calm inside. Come to think of it, people like Danzo have long been accustomed to being high and mighty. Don't even mention scolding him in person, even if it's a little disrespectful, he will feel uncomfortable. Evil Uchiha kid, you're good. Danzo had a cold face, not caring about the angry and resentful eyes of the Uchiha people around him. In front of everyone, he put the label of evil on Shinayu's head, and didn't forget to bring the 3 words Uchiha. Thank you for the compliment, but what does the assistant want to see me for? Shinayu didn't care about Danzo's description of himself, but smiled. I still have a mission to do. There are too many shameful rats and lion majesty hiding in the gutter in the village. If you are not careful, these beasts will jump out and bite people. It's related to the security of the village. As a captain of the police department, I have to pay attention to it. Come on, hurt each other, anyway, you dare not attack me openly. Swearing, I, Uchiha Shinayu, have never been afraid of anyone. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17 Uchiha Izumi. Shock. Where are my people? After he cursed Shen Yu scolded him. All kinds of descriptions such as rat and lion majesty were used to describe him. Danzo knew that he was not good at these, so he simply stated his purpose. People. Shen Yu pretended to be confused. What people? How could the assistant's people be in the police department? Did you find the wrong place? You should go home to check. Said that, Shen Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. Apologized quickly. Sorry, I forgot to assist the master, and I worked for the village, but I am still alone and have no family. Uchiha Shen Yu. Danzo, who could no longer bear it, got angry. It would be fine if Shen Yu scolded him in a roundabout way in front of so many people. He even mocked him for being alone, without children or wife, not to mention how pitiful he was. No one could accept such words. Uchiha Shinayu. A roar came, and Fugaku, who was notified, rushed over and yelled at Shinayu. What are you doing? Why are you saying such rude words to the assistant? Why don't you go on patrol? Have you forgotten your duties and tasks? Good job. Shinayu wanted to give Fugaku a thumbs up, and the timid clan leader finally stood up for once. Smiling silently, Shinayu shrugged at Danzo, gave him a helpless expression, and spread his hands and waved. Then I won't bother the clan leader and the assistant. Team 3, follow me, don't disturb the old man here. After all, the old man without family has a bad temper, be careful not to scold you. The team members bowed their heads and followed silently behind, either not daring to breathe, or trying hard to hold back their laughter. For example, the big guy Zion lowered his head, his shoulders moved, and you can tell at a glance that it is very difficult to hold back laughter. It can be said that in Uchiha, Shinayu directly set a precedent. Uchiha people, as long as they know Danzo and know what Danzo did, hate this old man. However, the situation is beyond their control, and everyone can only hide their anger and hatred in their hearts. Shinayu, on the other hand, started to curse in front of countless people. You call me a brat, I call you an old thing, a weird old thing. You call me an evil Uchiha brat, I call you a rat hiding in the gutter and lion majesty. Anyway, I didn't name anyone. If you are sure that the person I cursed is you, then I apologize to you. To other tribesmen, Danzo is a big man in the village, but to Shinayu, he is shit. As long as Danzo doesn't play dirty, Shinayu doesn't care about him at all. Even if Danzo wants to play dirty, Fugaku, as the tribe leader, will find a way to save Shinayu. If something happened to Shenyu, I'm afraid countless people in the family would lose confidence in him as the patriarch. As Shenyu's shield, Uchiha Fugaku was not happy, but he could only bear it. That's why he rushed over as soon as he got the notice. Asking Shenyu to perform his mission immediately, it seems like scolding, but in fact it is protecting Shenyu. Patriarch Fugaku, you Uchiha people are really lawless. Shinayu left, swaggering away. Danzo, who was full of anger, could only vent his anger on Fugaku. Please don't be angry, Shinayu is still a child. I will educate him. I promise that this kind of thing will not happen again. Uchiha Fugaku is also a bachelor. Now that things have come to this, he can only admit it and endure the criticism. Anyway, let's just deal with it. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly. There won't be a next time, bring my people out. The threat is self-evident. As long as Danzo finds a chance, he doesn't mind killing Shinayu in a minute to relieve his anger. It turns out that he is here to ask for someone. Uchiha Fugaku had guessed this result long ago. Fortunately, when the police department arrested people last night, he had thought of an excuse. Sir, the police department does not have your people. But 2 unidentified people attacked Shinayu last night and were arrested by the police department. Now they have been sent to prison, why don't you go and take a look? You. My people were arrested, and they are unidentified people? What Danzo couldn't accept the most was that his people were sent to prison. You are very good. I will remember this matter. As a high-ranking official in the village, and not good at scolding people, Danzo couldn't just rant like Shinayu. No matter how angry he was, he could only bear it for now, and the account would be settled slowly later. The people were arrested in prison, and the 3rd Hokage must have received the news. When he thought that he would be embarrassed in front of the 3rd Hokage, Danzo wanted to kill people. He glanced at Fugaku with a gloomy look, and Danzo turned and left with his wooden stick. Numb, Chuan was numb all over. She thought she could start work smoothly today, but what happened? What did she see? The captain actually scolded the village's senior leader, the Hokage assistant. Chuan felt that her life was dark. At this time, she could only follow Shenyu numbly, and she couldn't even remember the boundaries of the area that the 3rd team needed to patrol. Why, are you scared? Stopping at the door of a small shop, Shenyu bought a few strings of meatballs and handed them to Chuan. Thank you, Captain. She took the meatballs in a daze, and after several seconds, Chuan reacted and bowed to thank her. Holding the meatballs in her hand, Chuan was very entangled. She was hesitating whether to eat it herself or not. In the end, Chuan couldn't resist the temptation of the meatballs and ate them in small bites. After eating 2 strings of meatballs, Chuan's temper gradually recovered, and she was no longer as frightened as before. It seems that eating sweets can change people's mood. Everyone seems to be afraid of us. At this time, Izumi noticed that when she and Shinayu were walking on the street, many people saw them and hurriedly stood on the side of the road. Some people even looked at them with anger and resentment. Yes. Since you have entered the police department, you are a member of the police department and will face such situations every day in the future. As the captain, Shinayu felt that he needed to let Izumi know the dangers of the world. People who are afraid of us are because of the bad reputation of the police department. After all, in order to maintain law and order, most of the incidents handled by the police department are not pleasing to people. Over time, such a situation has been formed. Some people say that they are afraid of Uchiha, which is not true. Shinayu shook his head regretfully and said, "These villagers are not afraid of Uchiha, but the police department. Of course, this is also related to our Uchiha style of doing things. People from the family are always unwelcome wherever they go. Maybe you have already felt that Uchiha people are easily targeted and looked down upon in ninja schools. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18 Love Brain. Danzo, you idiot. Izumi didn't know about the police department, but she could relate to Kaguyas' example because she had experienced it. Children from civilian families would stay away from her because she was a Uchiha ninja. Children from the family would also avoid her because she was from Uchiha. As for those who look at us with anger and resentment, most of them have been arrested by the police department. Or their family members or friends have been arrested. Many people will complain, saying that we Uchiha people are very violent in law enforcement and deliberately target civilians. In fact, most of these complaints come from villagers or ninjas who are dissatisfied with being arrested. They can't retaliate against us, so they can only choose to complain to disgust people. Maintaining public order means solving a lot of troublesome things, and dealing with these things is easy to offend people. It would be strange if Uchiha could be well liked over time. Most importantly, the village will not publicize the good side of Uchiha. And if Uchiha does not do well in that aspect, the top leaders will keep a close eye on it. In this way, it would be strange if Uchiha could have a good reputation. Look at the Hyuga clan. They are even more arrogant than the Uchiha clan in treating civilians. How many people in the village blame the Hyuga clan? Very few, or even none. Most of the accusations are directed at all clans, not just the Hyuga clan. Then the village doesn't care. Izumi couldn't understand this behavior. The process of the clan members enforcing the law might be a little out of line, but it shouldn't be to the point where everyone is afraid, right? From childhood to adulthood, have you ever seen the village publicize the good of Uchiha? Except at the funeral. Shinayu's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing directly into Izumi's heart. Uchiha has made countless contributions to the village, but none of his contributions will be publicized. This has already explained the problem. The top leaders are targeting Uchiha. Do you know why I am scolding Danzo in a roundabout way? Because this old guy is in charge of all kinds of policies against our Uchiha, monitoring us and targeting us. He even stole the bodies of his tribe members during the war and conducted human experiments. Anyway, Danzo has done all these things, and Shinayu is not slandering him. Izumi was in a daze until the end of the patrol. She didn't even know how she walked back, because what Shinayu said had a big impact on her. It was a bit hard for Izumi, who had just graduated from the ninja school and was only 10 years old, to accept it. It seems that I need to find something for Danzo to do, otherwise it's not a good idea for this old guy to keep staring at me. Everyone's eyes are focused on him, which means Shinayu is safe, but it will also bring him some trouble. For example, you will be watched no matter what you do. Sitting in the office, Shinayu was thinking about how to divert the attention of the third Hokage and Danzo. At least they have to be busy for a while. After Uchiha has passed this period of time smoothly, and the minions of the hardliners have been knocked down bit by bit, Shinayu can completely shout at Danzo. Welcome to make trouble. There are not many ways to keep Danzo busy, not focus on Uchiha, and make him anxious. There are not many ways. But it does not mean there are none. Shinayu picked up a pen and began to write down some things in his mind. Captain, you are looking for me. Uchiha Feng, one of the members of the third team, pushed open the door and walked in. Folding up what he had written, Shinayu looked up at Feng, his expression solemn, and his tone very serious. Feng, can I trust you? Trust in all aspects. Captain, please speak. The windlessness of the wind. Uchiha wind is very low-key in the family. At least a few people know that at least a few people know. The dog does not call, this product belongs to this type. There is no promise or no guarantee, but as long as he recognizes, he will follow him. This is Uchiha Wind. Gold Club, remember to disguise, don't let people know your way. Of course, in order to make money, these mice without the bottom line will also sell information to everyone. Like the wooden stakes, it is always a face, and it is always a expression and tone. Anti-rejection, Chuan did not join the village assigned team. Hokage 3rd Hokage Danzo. Anbu Uchiha. Uchiha. Uchiha Uchiha. Danzo 3rd Hokage Udaten Koharu Mito Kato Homura. Uchiha. Although there is no name for the name. Why did we rest at home for a few days? Uchiha tossed so many things. The identity is unknown, and it also attacked the police officer. If you do NT go, the village does not admit it. This time has passed. Just come forward and send someone to solve it directly. Chapter 19, Haki of Shenyu. You are so brave. Mito Kato Homura smiled helplessly. The charges are now confirmed. The charges that have been announced are already doubtful. If you go to ask for the person, it is equivalent to your problem. If my people are arrested, can't I do anything? Who gave them the courage? Didn't Danzo know these factors? He must know. The problem is that even if he knows, he doesn't care. Because no one in the village will stand on Uchiha's side, with his understanding of Uchiha, the process of asking for the person will be smooth. But who knew that Shinayu, an outlier, would jump out and confront him with sarcasm and even scold him? Good guy, things got out of hand. The 3rd Hokage also looked unhappy. You can go to see him directly, but you can't arrest people around the police department and the Uchiha tribe. This will cause a backlash from the Uchiha. Hiruzen, we need to strengthen the monitoring of Uchiha Shinayu. Seeing Danzo's face getting gloomier, Udaten Koharu stepped out to smooth things over. This Uchiha Shinayu is an unstable person at first glance. In just a few days, so many things have happened. The doves have fallen, and the person we trained, Shisui, has also been transferred away. This makes it difficult for us to obtain internal intelligence from Uchiha. Yes. The 3rd Hokage leaned back in his chair and sighed. The bridge of communication between the village and Uchiha has been broken just like that. Shisui was that bridge, but it was demolished by Shinayu. Okay. I'll remind Fugaku at the police department to cover up the news. I hope this matter can be over as soon as possible, and it can't be exposed to the Sunday. In the end, the 3rd Hokage decided to deal with this matter as soon as possible. At the same time, he also reminded Danzo. Danzo, I hope you don't do anything to Uchiha Shinayu recently, at this juncture. Once Uchiha Shinayu gets into trouble, it may cause a backlash from Uchiha. They dare. Danzo was so angry that he crushed the wooden stick in his hand. The 3rd Hokage was speechless. You still thought they didn't dare to do anything, but in the end, they were scolded in a roundabout way. That's it. Waving his hand, the 3rd Hokage said he didn't want to talk about it anymore. After the Night of Nine Tails, the 3rd Hokage's defense against Uchiha reached its peak, and he was also on guard against his old partner Danzo. Send someone to assassinate him, and don't allow Uchiha's people to rescue him on the Night of Nine Tails. All kinds of behaviors made the 3rd Hokage understand what Danzo wanted to do. Humph. Danzo turned and left without saying a word. However, silence was the best answer. He would not attack Shinayu again in the short term. At least, he would not attack Shinayu again before the matter was settled. But in his heart, Danzo had already thought of Shinayu. As long as he got the chance, Danzo would not mind adding an unforgettable memory to Shinayu. Danzo's departure did not mean that the matter was over. Udaten Koharu said worriedly, Hiruzen, the doves have fallen. I am worried that the hardliners in Uchiha will become stronger. You need to talk to Fugaku as soon as possible. The hardliners in Uchiha are always an unstable bomb. I will. The 3rd Hokage nodded slightly. Uchiha can have hardliners because they can stir things up. But hardliners cannot grow and become stronger. At least they cannot grow stronger. Otherwise, the internal balance of power in Uchiha will tilt. Danzo became quiet, but some news cannot be easily blocked, and Shinayu will not let anyone block it. Let everyone know that the Hokage assisted Shimura Dan's subordinates and pretended to be Anbu. Wearing Anbu equipment to attack the police captain, the villagers of Konoha used it as a melon to eat after dinner, and they had fun together. For this kind of thing, Uchiha doesn't even need to take the initiative to help. As long as there is no restriction and it is treated as if it never happened, it will spread quickly. After all, when Danzo came, there were many people in the lobby of the police department. Even if the Uchiha people don't say it, people who come to the police department to do business may also tell it. No matter how outrageous the news is, as long as it is not leaked by the Uchiha people. Even if the top leaders are not happy, they can't cause trouble for them. To cause trouble, you must at least have a suitable excuse. It is not a good behavior to slander people for no reason. Facts have proved that Anbu can't shut up everyone, just like the news that Naruto is a fox demon. Danzo sent people to spread it, and the third Hokage asked Anbu to block it, but it was useless. This news is still spreading in Konoha. Let alone just a secret blockade, even if the Hokage office building issues a notice to ban discussion, it may not be able to shut everyone up. Fugaku's heart is broken. He has the urge to strangle Shinayu to death. Just because of Shinayu, he has run to the Hokage office building several times in the past few days. In the past, when he had nothing to do, he might not go there for several months, but now he is as active as going back to his own home. But the third Hokage summoned him, and Fugaku had no room to refuse, so he had to come here with a stiff upper lip. Before he even walked to the Hokage office building, he could already predict what would happen next. Fugaku, although Danzo was wrong in this matter, as a junior, how can you not respect your predecessors? Besides, Danzo is still a senior member of the village, and the Hokage assists. I don't want Uchiha Shinayu to behave like this again. The third Hokage said earnestly. Fugaku listened with a stiff face, as if it was not Shinayu who did this, but him. Hokage-sama. Fugaku kept assuring. Please believe me, this will not happen again. I will educate and discipline Shinayu when I go back. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama. Fugaku felt that it was unlikely that Shinayu would obey. But he was also desperate, so he could only keep making assurances, hoping that the third Hokage could cover this matter. He was glad that Danzo and the two advisory elders were not there. Otherwise, the person who educated him would not be the third Hokage alone, but 4 people would go to battle. Tired of heart. Fortunately, the third Hokage did not intend to make this matter a big deal. After being scolded, Fugaku was finally able to go home and rest. Oh no, go back to work at the police department. Back at the police department, Fugaku sent someone to find Shinayu and asked him to come to see him. When Shinayu arrived, he looked up and saw him sitting on a chair. Fugaku, with a cross-legged face, had a bad mood written all over his face. It seemed that he was scolded. With Uchiha Fugaku's temperament, it was hard not to be scolded when facing the third Hokage. Chief, you are looking for me. Shinayu pretended not to know and spoke. Uchiha Shinayu, you are so brave. Fugaku was so angry that he slammed the table and scolded loudly. Do you know what you did? That is the assistant of the Hokage, a senior staff of the village. What about you? You scolded him directly in front of him. Doesn't it mean that you are not scolding someone else if you don't name him? Does the chief feel uncomfortable? Shinayu spread his hands. Of course. Fugaku spoke subconsciously, and only realized that something was wrong when he spoke, so his ugly face turned black. Look at what you said, what is comfortable? You should respect your predecessors and adults. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 20. From now on, you follow Kaguyas. Uchiha attack his approval. What can I do? The old man wants to show me his power as soon as he appears, and then scold me. Do you want me to stand and be scolded? Isn't this taking advantage of your age? You. Fugaku was so angry that he laughed. You caused such a big trouble for me, and you still feel innocent? Although I admit that you scolded me very well. But, this kind of thing can't happen again. The words he wanted to scold were gone. Fugaku sighed and sat back in the chair. He clasped his hands together and said with a headache. Shinayu, I know you are very good, even better than Shisui in some aspects, but you have to restrain yourself. Danzo's style of doing things, I believe you have understood it yourself. Since he has already set his sights on you, you will be in danger at any time. During this period, you should not go anywhere except the police department and the tribe. Let others take over your patrol tasks. You are the tribe leader, you have the final say. Shinayu has no objection to this. It is also good to skip work with pay. Right. Kamiyu has already walked to the door, and Fugaku's voice came over. Don't blame Shisui, he is also helpless. In fact, Shisui is a very gentle person to outsiders and to his own people. I know, but I am also helpless. Shisui is a good person, but he has no opinion, otherwise he would not be easily brainwashed by the top. But he is in trouble, what about me? I have been tossing and turning in order to unite Uchiha, it is not easy for me. If I understand him, who will understand me? Kamiyu has no hope for Shisui. As long as the other party does not jump out to hinder him. I will reorganize the police department. I think it is necessary to add a few captains to the police department. I will discuss this matter with the elders. I hope you can lead your people well. What does it mean? Reorganization? Kamiyu does not understand why Fugaku has such an idea. At present, the position allocation of the police department has already belonged to a very standard model. After all, Uchiha has been working hard for many years. Although Uchiha people are arrogant, it doesn't mean they are stupid. Fugaku came to ask for a reorganization at this critical moment. The reorganization of the police department may bring great changes to Uchiha. The minister's office became quiet. Fugaku put his hands on the table and faced the table. Suddenly, he groaned and blood flowed down his eyes. Picking up a towel to cover his eyes, Fugaku panted, leaned back in the chair, and muttered to himself, how could there be nothing? After resting for a while, Fugaku returned home dizzy. Itaki, who was playing with his younger brother Suzuki, saw his father coming back, and hurriedly bowed and greeted, Father. Yet. Fugaku, who had recovered, responded lightly and asked. How is Sasuke's performance in school? Of course it's good, I want to be as strong as my brother. Suzuki boasted, with a smile on his face. Before his family was destroyed and his parents died, Suzuki had a cheerful personality. He also liked to show off his achievements in front of his brother and father, hoping to get praise from his father and brother. You are worthy of being my son. Fugaku rarely smiled and rubbed his son's head lovingly. You go upstairs to play, your brother and I have something to talk about. Oh. Suzuki was a little disappointed, he liked to stick to his father and brother. But facing his father with a stern face and a majestic face, Suzuki could only go upstairs obediently. Itaka knelt quietly on the mat, waiting for his father's teachings. Sitting cross-legged, Fugaku asked casually. I believe you have heard about what happened in the family and the police department. What do you think of Shinayu's performance? Yes. Itaka bent down slightly, then sat up straight, looked at his father calmly, and replied. Father, I think Shinayu's idea is good, but the means are a bit radical and rude to the elders. Changing the current situation of Uchiha and solving some headaches for Uchiha is what Itaka wants to do, but he can't do it. He can't even bring it up. Shinayu is alone, with nothing except some young followers. He can say whatever he wants and do whatever he wants without any scruples. He can also take action directly in the face of the aggressive sixth elder. If it were Itaki, he would never dare to do this. Shinayu took action against the sixth elder, and nothing happened. If it were him, he would definitely be scolded to death. Itaki, do you really think so? Fugaku's tone became stern. Facing his father, who suddenly changed his attitude, Itaki bowed his head slightly and answered respectfully. Yes, father, although Senior Shinayu seems rude, he actually did everything for the clan members. The complaints from the police department have been bothering everyone, but now they have been well resolved, and Senior has seen it very clearly. Some things are not that the family has no way to solve them, but that no one is going to solve them. This statement already implied that his father was incompetent, but Itaki still said it. But if he does this, the village will be more disgusted with us Uchiha, and will inevitably increase the surveillance and control over us. Fugaku did not shy away from these topics and directly brought them up to discuss with his son. Itaki fell silent completely. He had already learned about these things through Shisui, and as far as these things were concerned, Itaki was also very troubled about how to analyze them. From the perspective of Uchiha, Itaki believed that Shinayu did nothing wrong. But doing these things would strengthen the village's defense and surveillance of the family, and the pros and cons were obvious. Seeing his son fall silent, Fugaku did not ask any more questions. The father and son just sat together in relative silence. After an unknown amount of time, Fugaku, who seemed to be tempering his son, finally spoke. Don't go to see Shisui in the near future. I will reorganize the police department's team. Shisui has been transferred away, and his position will be vacant. I hope you can fill it and follow Shinayu. Have a good rest. I hope you can think from his perspective. Uchiha needs someone to open up the situation, and this opportunity is Anbu. Originally, Fugaku planned to send his son Itaki to Anbu. Uchiha has been grinding for so many years. It was a great price to get the third Hokage's consent. This is an opportunity. But after Shinayu's repeated struggles, Fugaku changed his mind. He asked Itaki to join the police department and work with Shinayu. Yes, father. Itaki obediently accepted his father's arrangement without any resistance or dissatisfaction. As if he, Uchiha Itaki, was destined to be like this. Night. Fugaku was the only one left in the courtyard, still sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. Master Clan Leader Shisui, wearing a tight black suit, entered the courtyard and saluted Fugaku respectfully. Fugaku slowly put down the teacup in his hand and slowly raised his head. Is the work over there a headache? The department responsible for handling complaints has been set up. The third Hokage did not break his promise. After agreeing to Fugaku, he began to prepare. It's just that the people in this department did not make smooth progress when handling complaints. People who can make trouble in the Hokage office building to complain. Either they are the type of entanglement, or they hate the police department or Uchiha. Facing these people, you can't do anything about them even if you talk your mouth off. Look, Shisui, who was transferred there just one day ago, feels exhausted physically and mentally. It's very difficult. Shisui tiredly squeezed out a little ugly smile and sighed. I never thought that these things would be so troublesome to deal with. It takes a lot of procedures to get others' forgiveness, which is not easy. So do you think Shinayu's proposal is right or wrong? Fugaku asked. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Fusion. Shenyu's Sharingan Eye Power. Shisui was choked up, and after a long silence, he nodded vigorously and gritted his teeth and said, although we have different ideas and Shinayu has many misunderstandings about me, I have to admit that his proposal is right. Although it will cost more, it can reduce a lot of trouble for our Uchiha in the police department. What about the doves? Fugaku continued to ask. Shisui himself is one of the representatives of the doves. Nowadays, the situation of the doves in the Uchiha tribe is so embarrassing. Although it is not as serious as the rats crossing the street, it is not much better. Fugaku really wants to know that all this is caused by Shinayu, so as one of the doves, does Shisui have any complaints against Shinayu? Another fatal and piercing question. Fugaku keeps stepping on Shisui's sore feet. Shisui is still silent for a moment. It seems that he is right now, and I believe that everything he did is for Uchiha. If doing so can make the family better and reduce conflicts with the village, then, I would rather the doves disappear from the family. After thinking for a long time, Shisui gave a very pertinent answer, not biased towards any side. Even though these things pitted him badly, Shisui did not bring personal emotions to target Shinayu. Even though Shinayu attacked the elder he respected most and scolded him, he did not bring personal feelings. Fugaku's eyes were still calm, but the words he uttered directly shocked Shisui and jumped up. What if his purpose is not only this, but he wants to sit in my position and control the entire Uchiha? Shisui suddenly had the urge to pick his ears. He suspected that he had heard it wrong. Or maybe he had hallucinations, which led to hearing such shocking words. Shisui was completely confused, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and his head was buzzing non-stop. Chief, I don't think Shenyu would be so bold, probably. Shisui was incoherent, and didn't even know what he was saying. He laughed dryly while speaking, trying to ease the weird atmosphere. No, he wants to. Fugaku used a very affirmative tone to show that he was not joking. From his series of actions, his next step is to target the hardliners and gradually disintegrate the people of this faction. At present, he has laid a good foundation, and a large number of young people in the clan will support him step by step because of what he has done. When the time is right, he can gradually disintegrate the hardliners and finally integrate the power of the family. Shisui, when you say that time, what will Uchiha Shenyu do next? Shisui's mind exploded. Fugaku continued to talk to himself. At that time, I was a stumbling block in his way. He wanted to control the power of the entire Uchiha, and the only way was to move me, the stumbling block. When the power of the family is concentrated in his hands, do you think I can still sit in the position of the clan leader? I will stop him. Shisui got up anxiously. He wanted to find Shinayu to ask him clearly. If Shinayu's ambition is really that big, he must be stopped, even if he uses distinguished heavenly gods on him. Sit down. Fugaku's voice floated over, and Shisui, who had just stood up, seemed to be acupunctured. The body stiffened for a few seconds, and sat back in frustration. Scolded Shisui. Fugaku slowly filled himself with tea and tasted it carefully. I'm not telling you this to stop him. Shisui, although the tribe has many misunderstandings about you, I still trust you and believe in you. Patriarch, what do you want me to do? Shisui gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Fugaku said something shocking. Join Anbu and hand over some intelligence information of the family to the village when necessary. But at the same time, secretly give Shinayu some help. As long as he follows the steps I said, there should be no obstacles. Shisui looked up in disbelief. Why? Shisui swallowed hard, unable to believe that the tribe leader would say such a thing. For Shisui, who has a very serious concept of respect and inferiority, this is no different from the sky falling. Because when it really comes to that step, it doesn't matter who becomes the patriarch of the family. What's important is that Uchiha will rise again. Fugaku's eyes rarely showed some excitement. Shisui's heart seemed to be hit hard by a hammer. This secret meeting did not last long. When everything was over, Shisui was still a little confused. Everything seemed like a dream. Sitting on a telegraph pole in the clan land, Shisui was like a ghost in the night. blending into the night, quietly blowing the cool breeze at night, trying to make himself more awake. But Fugaku's words, every word lingered in his heart, and everything told him. This was not a dream, everything was real. I don't know how long he sat there. Shisui sorted out the complicated emotions in his heart and returned home. There are still many things waiting for him to deal with tomorrow, and there will be various troubles in joining Anbu later. A new day came, but Shiniu was pressed in the office, and even the task of going out on patrol was not his share. As a result, Chuan, who had just joined the police department, became idle and took on the job of being Shiniu's secretary. Serving tea and water, cleaning, and organizing documents. Used to a group of violent and rough men around him. Suddenly there was a girl, and she took care of everything in order. For a while, Shiniu was a little uncomfortable. Not being able to run around means that there is no way to wait for Sasuke and Naruto in the short term. Sasuke is fine, as he is lucky enough to meet him on his way to school. As for Naruto, Shenyu is really helpless. Given the current level of surveillance by the top management, it is not easy to use cheat on Naruto. Copy. Today's copy opportunity has not been used yet, so Shenyu simply used it on Izumi. Copy successfully, get some Sharingan eye power, do you want to merge? What Shenyu didn't expect was that Izumi gave him a surprise. The reward for copying is actually part of Sharingan's eye power. Shenyu has already figured out the cheating routine. If you are lucky, you can get rewards such as mental power and eye power, and if you are extremely lucky, you can get Indra, Ashura Chakra, etc. When you are unlucky, you can get some ninjutsu, physical skills, swordsmanship training and usage experience. The rewards will also be of different amounts. If it is a little, it means very little, and if it is a part, it means a lot. The most important thing is that the higher the potential of the object copied, the better the reward you can get. Judging from the rewards, you can see how great the potential of the spring is. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 22, Chuan Shangman. Come to find Shiniu. In the original book, the little genius who possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 13 was no joke. However, Izumi had a low status in the family, and almost no one taught her how to use the Sharingan correctly. As a result, Izumi had a high configuration but could not exert much strength. Fusion. Originally it was just a very ordinary fusion, but Shiniu did not expect that the impact it brought to him was a bit big. When the pupil power merged, the swollen feeling in Shiniu's eyes came again. And it gradually spread along the eyes, as if it would take down the brain. The sudden change made Shiniu groan, his body tilted, and a lot of blood oozed from the corners of his eyes. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" Izumi, who was helping to wipe the cabinets and tidy up the cabinets, heard the noise behind him and turned his head to see. He was immediately scared to death. Shiniu stood up, but bent over, pressing hard on the table with both hands. His body tilted a little, as if he was about to fall. What frightened Chuan the most was that Shenyu's face was covered in blood, and veins on his forehead were bulging, as if earthworms were jumping. "Captain, don't scare me." Chuan dropped what she was holding, ran forward, and supported Shenyu. What she didn't expect was that Shenyu, who was supported by his body, actually fell down. Chuan, who was frightened, didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly hugged Shenyu. The small body supported Shenyu and shouted anxiously outside. Unfortunately, the clan leader Fugaku was coming to the police department with his guards and his son Ataki. He brought Ataki here today. He hoped that Ataki could get familiar with the distribution of the police department as soon as possible so that he could take over Shisui's position. As a result, he heard Kwan's shouting as soon as he walked up to the second floor, so he rushed in with people. "Clan leader, the captain seems to be sick." Fugaku ran in with a group of people, and Chuan seemed to see the light of hope. As for Itaki, she couldn't take care of him at this time. Compared to his crush Itaki, Izumi is more worried about Kamiya's body. This is. Fugaku strode forward, supported Kamiya's body, and let him sit back on the chair. Looking at Kamiya with blood all over his face, Fugaku was stunned. This scene was the same as his reaction after using Manjiki and overconsuming his pupil power. Of course, if the 3-tomo Sharingan is overused, the eyes will also be injured and bleed. Has Kamiya already possessed the Manjiki Sharingan? Fugaku couldn't help but be a little suspicious, but he quickly dismissed this idea and told Izumi. He's fine, he just used the Sharingan. It's caused by excessive consumption of pupil power. He will recover after a rest. Go get some water. Okay. Hearing Fugaku say this, Izumi's heart finally fell back. By the way. Without waiting for Izumi to leave the office, Fugaku warned her seriously, and also warned his guards and son. Don't let anyone know about this. I will make a relevant announcement later. Yes. Fugaku's expression suddenly changed, causing Chuan, who was under great pressure from the clan leader, to tremble twice in fear, and he quickly bowed his head to agree. Seeing this, the 2 guards and Itaki also hurriedly promised, today's matter will not be leaked a word. Clan leader, I'm fine now. As a clan leader who can take care of people personally, it must be said that when necessary, Fugaku can still put down his body. When the strong stimulation and swelling gradually dissipated, Shinayu gradually recovered, and he felt that there were some changes in his eyes. Go back and rest first. Izumi will take care of you. Come back to work when you are well. Patting Shinayu's shoulder, Fugaku said earnestly. To the outside world, I will say that you are on sick leave, understand? Sick leave? I don't need to rest, and I am not like this because of excessive use of Sharingan. I am caused by excessive increase of Sharingan pupil power. Just as he was about to explain, Shinayu suddenly paused. He seemed to understand Fugaku's intention. So he nodded, indicating that he understood. I, Uchiha Shinayu, am sick, very sick, need to rest at home, need someone to take care of me. Seeing that the clan leader and the captain have communicated well, Izumi raised his little hand weakly. Clan leader, shall I take care of the captain? Yes. Fugaku nodded with a serious expression, and told Izumi. Shinayu is very important to the family, he is an important member of the family. I hope you can take on this important task, can you do it? After struggling for a while, Izumi could only nod in the end. The clan leader personally gave her such an important task. She, Uchiha Izumi, had to work very hard to take good care of the captain and not let the clan leader down. After explaining everything, Fugaku took his people away. Izumi was a little reluctant. It was so hard to meet Itaki, but unfortunately they couldn't even say a word. Itaki didn't even look at her more, which made Izumi a little disappointed and frustrated. Arriving at the minister's office, Fugaku ordered someone to take Itaki down to familiarize himself with the affairs of the police department, and then issued an announcement to the public. As soon as the announcement was issued, it immediately caused quite a stir. Captain Uchiha Shinayu is actually sick? Is it serious? It seems to be quite serious. It is said that his face is full of blood, which scared the newcomers who just joined half to death. Do you think this is a bloodline disease? Sometimes having a bloodline limit that countless ninjas envy is not necessarily a good thing. Families with bloodline limits are often accompanied by the existence of bloodline diseases, and even families like Uchiha are no exception. The Hyuga tribe was also troubled by the bloodline disease. The more serious tribesmen even had their eyes degenerated. Word of mouth, 3 people make a tiger, it was clearly a sick leave notice, plus there was no obstruction of discussion and 8 trigrams. It was spread back and forth, and some people even said that Shen Yu was bedridden, suffering from the bloodline disease, and was about to die. Captain, you have a good rest, I will clean up first. A house where one person lives, even if Shen Yu usually cleans it, will definitely not be very clean. Chuan felt that he should take on the responsibility, so he rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning. Lying on the bed, looking at the busy petite figure, Shen Yu wanted to say that he was fine and there was no need to clean the house. But looking at Quan's energetic and serious expression, Shen Yu's words were stuck in his throat. After thinking about it, Shen Yu simply followed Chuan to toss. Not long after, the third team, which had finished patrolling, rushed to Shen Yu's house. Zion, who was grumpy, cursed as he walked. Uchiha Feng is such a BD, I know he is not kind. The captain was sick, so serious, he actually asked for leave to rest. Zion, cursing, rushed into Shania's room with others. When they saw Shania sitting on the bed reading a book, they were stunned. Didn't they say that the captain was suffering from bloodline disease, very sick, and was about to die? This is no different from usual. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23 Cute Little Girl. Advice. Shen Yu slowly raised his head, and his sharp eyes swept over Ji Yan. Ji Yan subconsciously shrank his neck and wanted to leave immediately. Come in and close the door. Yes. After closing the door, Ji Yan lowered his head in depression, and the others tilted their heads and laughed. They knew very well that Ji Yan would be scolded next. Sure enough, Shen Yu scolded in a yin and yang tone. Go on, why don't you scold, weren't you very capable just now? Captain, I don't mean that, I just worry about you, really. Ji Yan shook his big head and kept explaining. Okay. Shen Yu interrupted him unhappily. I approved Feng's vacation, don't vent your anger on others because of this kind of thing. Also, you guys should be quiet, I'm very sick now, do you understand? The news of illness is false? Several people looked at each other, and then nodded tacitly, indicating that they understood. If you have nothing to do, you can go out. Wait until you have lunch. Remember to behave better these days. As long as nothing goes wrong, beat up anyone who provokes you. Act more realistically. If you want to spread false news, you also need someone to cooperate. Otherwise, how can people be convinced? Since the clan leader asked for a play, Shen Yu could only cooperate reluctantly. As for how many people can be fooled, this is not what Shen Yu needs to consider. Besides, he has already started to arrange for Third Hokage and Danzo to find things to do. I believe that it won't be long before they will be the ones who are in a mess. Let's see if they still have the mind to pay attention to Uchiha's affairs and continue to target themselves. The news that Shen Yu has bloodline disease continues to spread. Danzo and Third Hokage, who are always watching Uchiha, soon received Anbu's report. Bloodline disease. After Anbu's ninja report, Third Hokage couldn't help but frown. He remembered that most of the people in Uchiha who had bloodline disease died long ago. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan degenerates when they get the bloodline disease. Is the news true? The Third Hokage didn't dare to determine whether the source of the news was true or false. After all, news can easily become a smokescreen. Besides, the Anbu ninjas can't just go to the Uchiha clan to confirm whether Kenba is really ill in bed. Monitoring outside the Uchiha clan is the maximum limit. If they go one step further, the Uchiha will definitely make trouble. Even the radical Danzo will not go to the Uchiha clan to cause trouble. According to the announcement of the Ministry of Police, Uchiha Shinayu's health is indeed in trouble, and the specific situation cannot be verified. Currently, Uchiha Shinayu has asked for leave to recuperate at home. The members of the third team are the newcomers who have just joined and those who have asked for leave. After the rest of the people finished their patrol, they went to visit him. When they left, they were very excited and angry. After listening to the words of the Anbu ninja, the third Hokage nodded with all his thoughts. It seems that Uchiha Shinayu's health is indeed in trouble. Whether it is bloodline disease remains to be verified. You have worked hard, go down, and rest. Yes. The Anbu people left. The third Hokage turned and stood by the window, looking in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Shinayu had just caused a lot of trouble in the family, and he had offended Danzo badly. It is very likely that Uchiha said he was sick to protect him. Of course, it is also possible that it is true. The details will have to wait for Anbu to continue investigating and verifying. The inability to personally enter the Uchiha clan to investigate is the biggest limitation for Anbu. Now it seems that Uchiha is more likely to release a smoke bomb. It's unnecessary. The third Hokage couldn't help shaking his head. He felt that Uchiha was a little too self-intimidated. Judging from the situation in the village, no one would really attack Uchiha. As for why Uchiha became too self-intimidated, the third Hokage would not think about this question. In short, everything is Uchiha's fault. Whether it is a smoke bomb or not, no matter how much effect this smoke bomb can have. In short, the smoke bomb has been released, and Shinayu has also lived a life of forced vacation. To be honest, Shinayu feels uncomfortable all over after being used to being busy and occasionally being lazy. What's more terrible is that the little girl Chuan does all the work that can be done in his house every day. Let Shinayu find something to do and move his body without finding it. The hygiene is cleaned up. The clothes are washed. Cooking, no need for Shinayu to do it. If Shenyu hadn't strongly stopped him, I'm afraid Izumi would have washed his underwear as well. Captain, there's been rumors out there that you have bloodline disease, and it's a very serious condition. Bored, Izumi also wanted to find something to do. Wandering around Shenyu's house, I always felt that the layout of the house was a bit empty. It seems that some flowers and plants can be added to make it look more comfortable. Seeing Izumi wandering around, Shenyu knew that she couldn't sit still. So he asked, Izumi, if you have any questions about training or the use of Sharingan, you can ask me. Shenyu's meaning was very clear, I'm going to mold from being idle, you should ask me, so that I can answer you, so that neither of us will be idle. Training. Izumi was slightly stunned, and soon showed a sweet smile. Is my training okay? I have been trying to train according to the methods given by my mother and school teachers. As for Sharingan, I think I can slowly figure it out. The smile on Shenyu's face gradually solidified. God destined him to be bored, right? Come here. Shenyu's face gradually darkened, and he pointed at a chair not far away. Yes. Quan's little head couldn't even figure out why the captain was angry. Shenyu, with a gloomy face, looked a little scary. Chuan didn't dare to refute or ask more questions. She responded weakly, walked over obediently, and sat on the chair honestly, even daring to only halfway down. After Chuan sat down, Shenyu reprimanded bitterly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how can you have such an idea? Think about it slowly. Without anyone's guidance, what do you think you can figure out? Quan's talent does not need to be questioned, perhaps it can't be compared with perverts like Itaki and Shisui. But a Jainin who can have 3 Megatama at the age of 13, such an achievement is not something that ordinary people can achieve. For the entire Uchiha, there is only one woman who can do this, and that is the wife of the clan leader. Uchiha Mikoto, a former family talent. Open Sharingan, and tell me what you don't understand. Finally, he was able to find something to do, and Shinayu was full of energy, pretending to be serious with a straight face. He picked up the water cup beside him, took a sip of water, and prepared to work hard. As for the aggrieved Chuan, he was ignored by Shinayu. I killed time, and you indirectly improved your strength. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Yes. Facing the serious Shinayu, Chuan didn't dare to be careless, and quickly opened Sharingan. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24. Shen Yu is very good, you should follow him carefully. Puff. Looking at Izumi's Sharingan with 2 Megatama, Shinayu almost spurted out the tea in his mouth. Are you kidding me? You are only 10 years old and just graduated from the ninja school. The genius of the family, Uchiha Itachi, only has 2 Tomo Sharingan at this time. As a result, the little girl who no one cares about also has 2 Megatama. Sure enough, talent is something you can't envy. Shinayu was a little shocked. It's true that he has cheats, but what about cheats? For the use of Sharingan, the family has summarized its experience over the years and left some valuable experience for us younger generations. Those who are good at illusion can start with illusion, while some people are more interested in physical skills. So the use and development of Sharingan tends to detect and observe in motion, and also to combine illusion with swordsmanship. Illusion? Izumi is not very interested in it. Her illusion is average, which may be good for outsiders. But in the Uchiha family, it seems mediocre. She is good at physical skills, and her swordsmanship is also average, a bit biased. I have read your graduation report. Compared with illusion and swordsmanship, you are better at physical skills, but this is not right. The bias is a bit serious. The strong men of our Uchiha clan rarely have excessive bias. This is not Shen Yu bragging. As Genin, the Genin of the Uchiha clan are more comprehensive and have fewer shortcomings than ordinary Genin. And their strength is also really strong. If those talented ninjas are divided, among the Genin of the 5 major ninja villages, the Uchiha clan is definitely at the top. Under normal circumstances, a hostile Genin who encounters a Genin of Uchiha will usually be chased and beaten. You can be uninterested in illusions, but you have to learn how to use them flexibly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, if you are not even good at illusions, it will be a joke to spread. As for swordsmanship and the like, you also need to strengthen your study. Because Uchiha strong men rarely have serious shortcomings. Izumi felt like she was back in the ninja school, and Shinayu became a teacher in the school. It's just that the content of the lectures has changed from some basics to knowledge that is more difficult to understand and absorb. Most of them are about Sharingan. Shinayu even threw out a few illusions that are not too difficult to learn, and taught Izumi step by step. So, Izumi finally made it to dinner and returned home, exhausted physically and mentally. In the ninja school, she was a little genius. But when the teacher became Shinayu, Izumi felt like a fool, and she was scolded by Shinayu all day. Are you a pig? You can't even learn such a simple illusion? Are you still a member of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Izumi, where is your brain? Where did it go? You can't even remember such a simple thing. Why don't you use Sharingan? Do you want to dig it out and throw it away? The usually gentle Shinayu turned into a tyrant the moment he became a teacher. He sprayed Izumi with dog blood, and his head was buzzing, making Izumi wonder if he was a pig. It's so stupid that he can't learn such a simple thing. Are there a lot of things today? Seeing her daughter so tired, her mother Yayu was a little worried that she couldn't bear it. No. Izumi squeezed out a very reluctant smile to her mother. The captain is in much better health today, so he specially helped me to make a training plan. By the way, teach me how to use Sharingan correctly. Really? Yayu's eyes lit up and said in surprise. Great, I knew Shen Yu was a good kid, always thinking about the family. Even though he is sick in bed, he still remembers to teach you. Yayu was very touched. Izumi wanted to roll her eyes. Bedridden? The captain is more energetic than me, especially when he called me a stupid pig. Izumi. Tenderly stroking her daughter's face, Yayu taught her earnestly. You and your mother returned to the family halfway, and many people in the family don't recognize us. No one even cared about your teaching, so you have to seize the hard-won opportunity, understand? If other family members had such good talents, they would have been taken away for training and taught by the family Jainin alone. But Izumi has nothing. She can't enjoy these family benefits. Mom, I will work hard to learn from the captain. Izumi's eyes were red, and she hugged her mother tightly, adding in her heart. Even if the captain called me a pig, even if studying is hard, I will not give up easily. I will study hard, no matter how hard or tired I am, I will never give up, even if I am scolded as a pig every day. Just when Shenyu thought that Izumi couldn't bear it, the little girl was almost fully recovered the next day. She even hummed a little tune when she came, and she seemed to be in a good mood. It's a pity that her good mood didn't last long. When the study officially started, Shenyu's roar came as expected. Although he was scolded a little badly, Izumi's learning progress was very fast. Not as pervert as Itaki, but he was also the fastest learner Shenyu had ever seen, even much better than himself. In this regard, Shenyu could only say that good talent means willfulness. Fortunately, no matter how strong the talent is, it can't beat the cheating. With Shenyu's paid leave, the family and the police department also calmed down. But the news that Shenyu was seriously ill was still spreading. Many people in the family who wanted to visit Shenyu were blocked by Fugaku, a bounty club on the border of the Fire Country. The disguised Uchiha Feng kicked open the door of the bounty club and strode in. Although the door was kicked broken, the staff of the bounty club didn't care. They smiled and asked, "Excuse me, guest, do you want to receive a bounty mission or issue a mission?" Feng, who disguised himself as a scarred man with a gloomy look, looked at the other party with indifference. Selling information. This is good. Although the main business of the bounty club is to issue bounties. But acquiring intelligence is also their favorite business, and intelligence trading is more profitable. Because it can be sold to many forces. Unlike bounty missions, whoever gets the mission head is the head, the bounty club can only take a little commission. Feng sneered and grabbed the staff's neck. "Can you make the decision about the important confidential information of Konoha among the 5 major ninja villages?" Before leaving, Shenyu told him that when he arrived in these ghost places, it was best to act arrogant and domineering. The more arrogant you act, the more the other party will trust you. This is a bit embarrassing for him. However, for the mission given by Shenyu, Feng still gritted his teeth to disguise and change himself. You must not fail the mission given by the captain. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 25. What on earth are they going to do? The third Hokage. Sir, I'm just an employee. Please don't embarrass me. The staff member who was strangled by the neck was about to cry, standing on tiptoe, afraid that he would die. I will ask the supervisor to come out immediately. Sir, let's talk inside. You are smart. He threw the other person to the ground with disdain. Feng walked into the inner single room of the bounty club with a swagger, waiting for the arrival of the supervisor. Soon, the supervisor in charge came. The supervisor, who was fat like a chicken leg, smiled with his eyes, bent over respectfully, and asked carefully, "I don't know what information this sir wants to sell. You can rest assured that the price of our club for purchasing intelligence is absolutely fair. I am afraid you dare not buy it." "Sir, you are joking." The supervisor is also a person who has seen great storms. These people do unscrupulous work. As long as they can make money, the rest is secondary. Even if it is very important information, at most they can send it directly to the headquarters after buying it and let the headquarters sell it. Even if the 5 major ninja villages are angry, they won't push all the bounty clubs around the world. I hope so. Feng took out several pieces of information and put them on the table. The supervisor quickly picked up a scroll and opened it to read. Information is not like a bounty mission. They need to see it in person to estimate its value. Hiss. After opening the scroll and taking a few glances, the smile on the supervisor's chubby face disappeared. He couldn't help but take a breath, and a light burst out from his small eyes that were almost squinted into a line. He knew that this was a big deal. And the information in the scroll was shocking enough. Once it was released, it would definitely cause a shock to the entire ninja world. The Bounty Club would not care about Feng's origin and identity, or how the information came from. They only bought information, and as long as the information was not completely fictitious, it was worth their effort. As for other things, it was not as important as money. After the information was sold, whether Konoha would be angry or not had nothing to do with them. After a few days of rest, Uchiha Feng returned to the village smoothly. "Captain, the rumors outside are not true, right?" Feng had just returned to Konoha and had not had time to catch his breath. He heard people in the village talking about Shen Yu having a serious bloodline disease. He was immediately shocked and rushed to Shen Yu's house as soon as possible. "What do you think?" Shen Yu gave him a look of thinking for himself, took the scroll and looked at it. "What is this?" "Money." "How much?" "I forgot, it seems to be tens of millions." The information given by Shen Yu is naturally impossible to be all true. As the saying goes, true or false, as long as it can fool people, why bother to be serious? Besides, the information sold is mainly to deceive people and to divert the attention of the top leaders. Shen Yu never thought of making money by selling information. Once such a thing is discovered, it will be very troublesome. The pit has been dug, and the next step is to see whether the Bounty Club is powerful. This group of people who dare to do anything for money may really give the third Hokage and Danzo a big surprise. The daimyo, who is as thin as a bamboo pole. The daimyo, who has nothing to do all day except enjoying life, is lying on a recliner. He comfortably enjoys the service of the maids and watches the beautiful dancers dancing gracefully below. Ordinary people envy a good life in their dreams, but for the daimyo, it is just a spice in daily life. "Daimyo, I have something important to report." At this time, an aide hurried in. "Yet." The daimyo's voice sounded a little lazy and weak, as if his spine had been pulled out. He yawned boredly and waved his hand, indicating that the maids and dancers around him could go down. After everyone left, the daimyo asked lazily, "What's the matter? What makes you so panic? Is there another assassin sneaking into the daimyo's mansion? You'd better take a look." The aide looked embarrassed and carefully took out an intelligence scroll and handed it to the daimyo. The daimyo glanced at it sideways, still looking lazy. "Well, then take a look." He shook the scroll casually, and the daimyo tried several times before he successfully opened the scroll. When the daimyo's lazy eyes fell on the scroll for less than a few seconds, his eyes widened instantly. The body that seemed to have no bones sat up at once, and the lazy voice almost rose several degrees. The daimyo was a little sharp, even with a tremor. How dare he? Where did the scroll come from? Did the enemy country deliberately spread false information? The staff was also shocked by the daimyo's reaction, and hurriedly explained. "The source of the scroll was notified by my subordinates and bought from the Bounty Club. It is said that the accuracy of the information is very high. The other party even knows about the hidden department of Konoha's route, so the source of the information must be correct. Even if someone spread it deliberately, it means there is a problem. Daimyo, think about it, when the fourth generation was appointed, how did Shimura-dans treat you?" The daimyo tried hard to recall. It was nothing if he didn't think about it, but he was shocked when he thought about it. At that time, the third Hokage nominated Namikaze Minato to become the fourth Hokage. Danzo nominated Orochimaru, and he himself liked Minato more. After all, he is a young handsome guy with a good reputation and strong strength. Isn't this more comfortable than Orochimaru? So he also agreed to let Minato become Hokage. As a result, he was glared at by Danzo on the spot. The daimyo still can't forget Danzo's cold and fierce eyes. That look seemed to kill him. Yes, it was that terrible look. Danzo, damn Danzo, what does he want to do, want to kill me and replace me? The daimyo became more and more angry. Send me a letter and ask Sarutobi Hiruzen what they want to do. Do you really want to support others and kill me? In the chaotic ninja world full of assassinations and betrayals. Strangely enough, the safety of the daimyo is not so important. Because except for some crazy people with holes in their brains, no one would think of assassinating the daimyo. Although the 5 major ninja villages fight to the death and compete in various ways, the daimyo of the 5 major countries have a good relationship. The same is true for the daimyo of many small countries. Everyone is intermarried and has a family relationship, and the daimyo is the bottom line of each country. You can do anything, but you must not assassinate the daimyo. Otherwise, with the weak protection of the daimyo, if you are really assassinated, I don't know how many times you will die. Among the information sold by Shinayu, there is a piece of information aimed at the daimyo. Anyway, Danzo has done things to threaten the daimyo of the fire country. Throwing out such information will definitely cause a lot of misunderstandings. The fire country is not the earth country, nor the lightning country. The daimyo of the earth country and the lightning country can be as close as family with the Tsuchikage and Reikage, but the fire country cannot. No one will allow the daimyo to reach out to Konoha. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Hitaki Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among the 5 great nations, the daimyo of the Land of Fire is in the most awkward situation. The relationship with Konoha is neither too good nor too bad. However, he has been trying to dig into Konoha's corners, and is always guarded by the Konoha high-level officials. In addition, Danzo once threatened the daimyo, which can be used. So Shinayu decisively made a false intelligence and threw it out. As for how much gain there is, it depends on how much the daimyo hates Danzo and how much the daimyo cherishes his life. Daimyo, you can't question like this. The staff member was anxious and persuaded. Let's not talk about whether the information is true or false. Even if it is true, you can't question it like this, otherwise what if you force the other party to jump off the wall? Then tell me, what should I do? The daimyo threw his sleeves and sat on the chair angrily. Whenever he recalled the look in Danzo's eyes at that time, he panicked, fearing that Danzo would chop him off one day. Wiping the sweat from his head, the staff member spoke out his suggestions. Daimyo, it's not okay to question directly. Since Shimura Danz dares to threaten you and has the wrong idea, it means he will really take action. We should not question directly, but to pressure him. I remember that the time for the daimyo's government to allocate funds to Konoha village this year is coming soon. The development of the village cannot be separated from a large amount of money. Even if Konoha can operate on its own, ninjas are big consumers of money. It is not easy to train them, and it is even more difficult to support them. The money earned by Konoha's own operation cannot support so many people. The funding allocation of the daimyo's government is the top priority. Just look at Sand Shinobi Village. Just because the daimyo was unhappy, Sand Shinobi Village kept losing the battle and reduced the funding. As a result, Sand Shinobi Village tightened its belt and constantly laid off redundant ninjas, forcing it to take the elite route. Let's delay the money first, and then let Sarutobi Hiruzen come to the daimyo's mansion and pressure him to target Danzo. Direct questioning may cause Danzo to rebound, but it will be different if the third Hokage is asked to pressure him. If you don't do this well, I won't pay you. You don't dare to kill me anyway. At worst, we can leak the information and let the whole ninja world see how ugly your Konoha is. The higher the position, the more you cherish your life, and the more you cherish your life, the more suspicious you will be. Just because of an unknown and unconfirmed piece of information, the daimyo has already suspected Danzo. After all, Danzo once threatened him and really wanted to attack him. Okay, let's do it. If Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, I will disclose everything. The Third Ninja War caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses, and the Nine Tails Night was also a toss. It undoubtedly made Konoha's finances worse. Even after several years, Konoha still hasn't recovered. Every day, the third Hokage worries about the village's financial deficit. Konoha lacks money, seriously lacks money. Knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the knock on the door, the third Hokage put down the documents in his hand and rubbed his sore eyes. After the door opened and he saw the person who came in, the third Hokage smiled and asked, "It's Koharu, what do you want to see me for?" "I mainly want to ask you why the date has passed, but the funding from the daimyo has not arrived." They are all old friends, old buddies, and the conversation is more direct and relaxed. It's like asking a friend if he has eaten. "Has the money not arrived?" The third Hokage couldn't help but frowned. The daimyo was always on time every year. Maybe something delayed it. If it hasn't arrived in a few days, I'll send someone to ask. Remember to urge it, there are many places in the village that need money. Yuditen Koharu also reminded the third Hokage not to forget, and then left directly as an elder advisor. She also had a lot of things on hand, not as idle as Danzo. What the third Hokage never expected was that the delay of the funding from the daimyo prefecture was delayed for half a month without any movement. After being urged by Yuditen Koharu several times, the third Hokage realized that things were not that simple. If it was just delayed, someone from the daimyo prefecture would definitely come to inform. But half a month has passed, and there is no movement at all, which is very wrong. The daimyo prefecture has begun to exert its strength. On the Uchiha side, Shinayu, who had rested for half a month, could not bear it anymore, and finally returned to his post. Half a month ago, it was said that we would negotiate the rectification of the police department. Half a month has passed, and there is still no movement. It is indeed unreliable. Shinayu can already imagine that the clan leader Fugaku and several elders are arguing with each other and talking about this and that. As a result, the serious business could not be discussed. It was Fugaku's misfortune to have a few elders who were too selfish. Being the clan leader was not that easy. "Captain, do we need to go out for patrol?" Not to mention that Shinayu was suffocating, even Chuan wanted to go out for a stroll. Unfortunately, for half a month, she could only stay by Shinayu's side every day, and then be dragged to study every day. Wait for the clan leader to notify. Although there was no need to stay at home. But Fugaku still asked Shinayu to stay in the police department as much as possible, instead of running out for patrol or handling various public security incidents. Shinayu knew that Fugaku did this for his own good. He was afraid that he would be shot by Danzo. Take out all the files in the cabinet. Rest is rest, and the files that need to be handled still need to be handled. He rested at home, but the patrol and duty of the third team were still not neglected. As for the handling of various cases, they could only be put aside for the time being and wait for him to return before handling them. In the Hokage office building, the third Hokage could no longer sit still. The village needs money everywhere, but there is no movement at the daimyo's mansion. The people sent there didn't even see the daimyo. There is definitely something wrong. The third Hokage decided to go there in person. "Kakashi, I'll have to trouble you in the next period of time. When the Hokage travels, there must be someone to follow and protect him." This time he went to the daimyo's mansion. The third Hokage decided to take Kakashi and the Anbu team he led. Kakashi, wearing an Anbu mask, bowed his head slightly and did not speak. "By the way, notify Uchiha Fugaku and ask him to come see me." At the end, he recalled the report of the Anbu ninja who monitored Uchiha in the morning. The third Hokage decided to meet Uchiha Fugaku. He felt that he needed to confirm some news. After receiving the notice, Fugaku immediately put down his work and came to the Hokage office building. But what Fugaku didn't expect was that after meeting, the third Hokage chatted for a few words and then shifted the topic to Shinayu. Fugaku, I heard that Uchiha Kanoha's health has improved and he has returned to his post in the police department. Although he was puzzled, Fugaku still answered according to the words he had thought of in advance. Yes, Hokage, Kanoha's health has recovered well. Although bloodline disease is terrible, the family has some experience in treating bloodline disease over the years. In addition, Kanoha's discomfort was discovered in advance, and after treatment, he has improved a lot. Is that so? The third Hokage nodded as if he believed it. But as to how much he believed it, I'm afraid only he knows. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27, Hokage-sama, please shut up. According to Anbu's surveillance and investigation, Kanyu didn't even leave his house during his rest period. Not to mention going to Konoha Hospital for treatment, as for Uchiha's internal treatment. The third generation and not even a punctuation mark believe this. If Uchiha really has a way to treat bloodline disease, there won't be a continuous death of clan members due to bloodline disease. Fugaku. Sitting up straight, with his hands on the desk, the third Hokage finally stated his purpose. There were some problems in the daimyo prefecture this year, resulting in the delay of the funding for the village. I need to go to the daimyo prefecture in person. So I hope the police department can send a team to follow me to the daimyo prefecture. Who do you think is more suitable to send? Go to the daimyo prefecture. This is something Fugaku never expected. Because this kind of mission is not the turn of Uchiha. Almost all of them are monopolized by Anbu, and the top management will not trust Uchiha. It is simply a fantasy to ask Uchiha to transfer a team from the police department to protect the Hokage. The third Hokage made it possible for the impossible. What exactly did Hokage want to express? Suspicious in his heart, Fugaku still answered truthfully. Hokage, in the family, in addition to me and several elders, there are also some clan members working in the police department. I think Shisui is a more suitable candidate, but he has been transferred from the police department. Where is Uchiha Shinayu? The third Hokage looked at Fugaku and calmly said Shinayu's name. Fugaku's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, it feels like he is waiting here. Is it to target Shinayu, or to verify that Shinayu has the bloodline disease? Thinking quickly, Fugaku said with some embarrassment. Hokage, Shinayu's personal strength is ranked first in the family. It's just that his body has just recovered, and I'm afraid he can't bear this responsibility. Fugaku didn't want Shinayu to contact the third Hokage at all. Unfortunately, the third Hokage refused. He just smiled kindly and approachable, and said, Fugaku, I believe him. After all, Shinayu is a kid who has recently surpassed the two geniuses Shisui and Itachi. I don't think it should be difficult, right? I'm really embarrassed. You have named him by name, and you have said it to this extent. Can I refuse? I have the right to refuse? Without giving Fugaku a chance to continue to refuse, the third Hokage made the final decision. If there is no problem, then notify him to prepare and gather outside the village at 2 p.m. It's not a big deal for the Hokage to go out, but it can't be a big deal. Yes. At this point, Fugaku can only accept it. He left the Hokage office building depressed and came to the police department with a heavy heart. He went to Shinayu's office in person and told him about this. Me. Protect the Hokage to the daimyo's mansion. Shinayu's reaction was the same as Fugaku guessed, very surprised, with an incredible look on his face. Isn't this Anbu's job? What does this old guy, the third Hokage, want to do? Yes. Fugaku felt bad, but he had no choice, so he could only comfort Shinayu. Maybe it's just a normal protection mission, you should prepare. Take 2 people with you, you choose the team members yourself, and the team you lead is only responsible for the surface. The one who really protects the Hokage must be Anbu, and the strength of the Hokage should not be underestimated. Speechless. Very speechless. Really speechless. In addition to speechless, Shinayu really can't find an adjective to describe his mood at this time. Meet outside the village at 2 p.m. The Hokage will be waiting there. Don't miss the time. Carefully reminding Shinayu again and again to be careful and on guard, Fugako left with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Unlike the depressed Shinayu, after Izumi learned that the team would take on the important task of protecting the third Hokage to the daimyo prefecture, he was as happy as a jumping bird and was very excited. Sure enough, people who have not been beaten by reality have simple thoughts. After thinking about it, Shinayu decided to take Izumi and Feng with him. As for Xian and others, it would be better for them to stay in the police department. Although Uchiha Feng couldn't make a fart for a long time, at least he was steady. Izumi. Just use her as a personal secretary. Shinayu really couldn't expect her to do anything big. After changing clothes and organizing equipment, Shinayu set off with people. As for the forehead protector, do people working in the police department need to bring that thing? Although I don't understand the third Hokage's persistence in mobilizing a police department team for protection. But Kakashi still led the team diligently, distributed around, and protected the third Hokage from the dark. Outside the village, on the small road leading to the daimyo prefecture, the third Hokage stood on the roadside. With a pipe in his mouth, he was enjoying the pleasure of puffing smoke. A real old smoker. After complaining in his heart, Shinayu led people forward. Hokage, we can set off. Yes. The third Hokage smiled kindly and nodded, and did not forget to care about Shinayu's health while walking. I heard that your health has improved a lot, and the condition has been controlled. Yes, because the family has a lot of experience in treating bloodline disease, so it is well controlled. Shinayu tried to show his personality a little colder and reduce the conversation with the third Hokage. He observed everything around him attentively and acted very diligently. Unfortunately, the third Hokage kept talking in his ear. Seeing you, I seem to see myself in the past. At that time, I was just like you, full of youthful vigor. Kamiya. I beg you to shut up, can you stop talking? It turns out that when you don't want to pay attention to someone, it's really painful when the other person keeps nagging in your ear. At this moment, Kamiya has been enduring it, and the one who feels the same as him is Uchiha Feng. This guy is usually a silent person, and he will never speak if he can take action. He happened to meet the third Hokage who kept nagging. This is going to be tough. Nagging is fine, but what makes Kamiya roll his eyes is that the third Hokage actually talked to him about the will of fire all the way. Is he treating him as Shisui number 2? Listening to the third Hokage talking about the greatness of the village and the inheritance of the will of fire. Not to mention Kamiya and Feng couldn't stand it, even Chuan, who had just stepped out of the ninja school and was full of love for the village, couldn't stand it. If he wasn't afraid of being scolded by Shinayu, Izumi would even want to shake off the goosebumps all over his body. Jing is my companion, my friend, and also the teacher's disciple, but it's a pity that he, sigh. The Anbu ninjas who had been following in the dark all looked at Kakashi. They really wanted to ask, when did the Hokage start to like to miss the past memories? He kept chattering all the way until night fell, and the third Hokage stopped. Would the third Hokage transfer Shinayu to his side for no reason and chatter for an afternoon? Obviously, he wouldn't. There is a purpose for doing this, but the result is not so satisfactory. After an afternoon of testing, the third Hokage can be sure that Shinayu is different from ordinary Uchiha people. Although he can't be Shisui's second number, Shisui's spare tire. But the biggest difference between Shinayu and other Uchiha people is that Shinayu has no resistance to the village. Even if the village is currently full of distrust with Uchiha. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28, What kind of bird is Danzo? You know it better than anyone else, 3rd generation. Uchiha is the village's Uchiha, and will always be a member of the village. I firmly believe this. This is one of the few things that Shinryu said that satisfied the 3rd Hokage. In addition to these, what the 3rd Hokage could not accept was that Shinryu seemed to have no feelings for the will of fire at all. No matter how much he talked, Shinryu still did not react much. It is obvious that Shinryu is an Uchiha who recognizes the village but excludes the will of fire. Captain, next time there is such a good thing, don't take me with you. While patrolling, Feng couldn't help but complain. If he hadn't been scared by the 3rd Hokage's constant talking, he would never say such words with his personality. After all, he used to say, I don't like to hear it, I can ignore it. This shows how powerful the 3rd Hokage's mouth is. Do you think I want to? If possible, Shinryu would rather disgust himself and grab a pile of shit with his own hands. Stuff this pile of shit into the 3rd Hokage's mouth so that he can shut up quickly. Be patient, tomorrow should be free. If Shenyu guessed correctly, the 3rd Hokage's constant nonsense must have a purpose, even to test him. After the test, he will naturally stop talking so much nonsense. I can't stand it, the 3rd Hokage is old. Speaking so much, his throat must be uncomfortable, a typical killing 1,000 enemies, 800 of his own injuries. Our ears can't stand it, and your throat can't stand it. No one should think about having an easy time. Look, the 3rd Hokage doesn't want to say a word at this time. He talked too much during the day and his throat is about to smoke. No one talked all night. Shenyu and Feng knew that the Hokage was secretly protected by the Anbu ninja when he went out. So he didn't pay much attention to the patrol and vigilance around. On the contrary, Chuan was focused, fearing that a few enemies would come out from nowhere and assassinate the 3rd Hokage. Just as Shenyu guessed, the 3rd Hokage was silent the next day. The whole journey was almost silent, and the team arrived at the daimyo's mansion that afternoon. The group went straight to the palace where the daimyo lived. In the land of fire, the daimyo and the Hokage are equal in theory. Unfortunately, the 3rd Hokage does not have the same strong backbone as the 1st generation and the 2nd Hokage, so he needs to inform the daimyo before he can see him. For those who need money, they just can't be strong. Looking at the 3rd Hokage who was waiting patiently with his hands behind his back in front of the palace. It is hard to imagine that this old man is a jack of all trades in Konoha. Hey, are you finally willing to come? After receiving the notification, the daimyo shouted dissatisfiedly. Let him in, I want to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen explains this matter. Your Excellency can go in, but you can't bring so many people. The attendant looked at Shenyu and others around the 3rd Hokage. After all, he was going to see the daimyo, so he could bring guards, but not all of them could be brought into the palace. Yet, the 3rd Hokage expressed his understanding. Kamiyu, come in with me. Yes. Kamiyu said to Chuan and Feng. You two find a place to rest first. I will come to you after this is over. He made a gesture to Feng that only they could understand. Feng nodded slightly and left the palace with Chuan. The Hokage saw that the daimyo could not bring too many guards or weapons, and he didn't know who made this weird rule. Kamiyu felt that he was inseparable from Senju Hashirama, the second fool. Only he would think that the Hokage was too strong and would pose a serious threat to the daimyo. Compared to the Hokage office building, the daimyo's palace was luxurious. Even though he was mentally prepared, Shinryu was still amazed. It must be said that having money means being willful. From the moment he arrived at the main hall of the palace, he could see the daimyo with a donkey face. The daimyo seemed to be in a bad mood. With full of doubts, the 3rd Hokage stepped forward, nodded slightly, and spoke first. Daimyo. Humph. The response waiting for the third Hokage was a cold snort of dissatisfaction from the daimyo. When did the daimyo get so angry? This is just Danzo glaring. The daimyo who scared him so much that he almost shrank into his chair? What is this? Shenyu was a little surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you still have the nerve to come here, don't you feel ashamed? The daimyo didn't even call him Hokage, and called the third Hokage the daimyo directly, and took the lead in hitting him with a stick. The third Hokage was confused. What did I do? Why should I be ashamed? Why can't I come to the daimyo's mansion? I don't know what the daimyo means. Did I offend the daimyo somewhere? Looking at this situation, if I don't calm the daimyo's anger first, I can't even think about discussing this year's funding allocation. Take a look for yourself. The daimyo, who was too lazy to even explain, threw the scroll aside to the third Hokage. Didn't you say you didn't offend me? Then take a good look and see what you Konoha did. I was so scared that I had to find a place to hide when I slept these days. The daimyo's face became even uglier when he thought of the grievances he had suffered over the years. Could it be that the information that was released fell into the hands of the daimyo? Shenyu raised his hand to catch the scroll, handed it to the third Hokage, and continued to stand and watch the show. Today's show looks very exciting. Shenyu himself didn't expect that a piece of information that was not true at all would make the daimyo so angry. Sure enough, the more he knows how to live and the more free he is, the more afraid of death he is. The daimyo is the best example. The third Hokage frowned and opened the scroll. He was very eager to know why the daimyo was so angry. As a result, after opening the scroll and reading it for a few seconds, his face suddenly changed. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, such information is false. Someone must be deliberately targeting our land of fire, the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo's mansion. What is the plan of Danzo, the leader of Konoha Route, to assassinate the daimyo? Isn't this nonsense? Although Danzo really wants to crush the daimyo to death. But the third Hokage will not allow him to do so. Danzo dare not do such a ridiculous thing at this time. Because if he really does it, it means that he will have no place to stay in Konoha, or even in the land of fire. Impossible. The daimyo did not believe the third Hokage's excuse at all, and even thought he was quibbling. He was so angry that he stood up from his chair and asked loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you know who Shimura Danz is? A few years ago, you came to me for help and asked me to support Namikaze Minato to become the fourth Hokage. I helped you, but what happened? Danzo looked like he wanted to kill me. You said you would give me an explanation, but what did you give me? Bullshit explanation. Afterwards, the third Hokage forgot about it. To be more precise, he didn't care at all. Because the war was over at that time, there were a lot of troubles in the village. In addition, Minato became the Hokage, and the third Hokage needed to grasp the degree of all kinds of things. There was no time to care about these things. Besides, it was just a threat to Kamui, and Danzo would not really kill you. Who would have thought that the daimyo would remember this? Combined with this unreliable information, the daimyo really thought that Danzo wanted to kill him. FK me. The third Hokage was so angry that he almost swore. What old story, you still remember it, and where did this damn information come from? Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Sharingan. Manjiki. Seeing that the third Hokage had a gloomy face and didn't speak, the daimyo thought he was guilty and sneered. Hokage, you said Danzo is not such a person? Well. Then who is Uchiha? Tell me, what kind of person is Danzo? I am just a bystander, how come I am eating the melon? Kaguyas was stunned for a moment, and immediately noticed that the third Hokage suddenly raised his head and looked at him. The meaning is very clear. Don't say anything nonsense. The third Hokage is not afraid of others, but it's hard to say for sure about Kaguyas. Just because Kaguyas dared to attack the family elders and dared to scold Danzo as a rat in the gutter in the police department. Lion Majesty has such courage, if he doesn't give him a hint, he will definitely dare to reveal all of Danzo's actions. Well, Assistant Danzo is a good person, a very good person. Although he has already torn his face with Danzo, he can't use eye drops at this time, otherwise he will be hard on himself. Shen Yu didn't want this fire to burn on his head for no reason. It's better to watch the show. Bullshit. Hearing Shen Yu's words, the daimyo was so anxious that he burst into a big mouth. His thin face, which was almost skinless, trembled slightly. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I can't collect information about Konoha? How did Danzo target Uchiha? As a member of Uchiha, don't you know it yourself? Or have you forgotten how you scolded Danzo not long ago? Good man, he is a good man. Okay, now we can show our cards. Shen Yu shrugged at the third Hokage. It's not my fault. The daimyo has people in Konoha to help collect various information. I can't do anything about it. It's numb. The third Hokage was completely numb. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and continue to defend himself and Danzo. Daimyo, there are many misunderstandings about some things between Danzo and Uchiha. But this information is not accurate. Danzo can't do such a rebellious thing, and I won't allow him to do anything. Well, I believe you. The daimyo asked anxiously. Then tell me, how do ordinary people know about the Konoha root department? How the hell do I know where this damn information comes from? The third Hokage was speechless instantly. Because not to mention to the outside world, even in the village, very few people know about the root department, and even if they know, they need to keep it secret. Otherwise, Anbu will definitely come to you to talk. Angry and scolded, the daimyo felt that he was a little out of control today, and sat down and drank 2 cups of tea in a row before he calmed down. Then he gave the third Hokage an ultimatum. I don't care if Danzo has this idea or not, I don't like Danzo. What roots? I don't think they need to exist anymore. I'm not stupid to spend my money to support people who threaten me. This is the first time that the daimyo has made an open threat since the founding of the country. It can be seen how angry the daimyo is at this time. In the final analysis, it's all because of fear of death, plus Danzo's personality is problematic. With the previous threats and the false information from Kaguyas, the daimyo exploded directly. Laozi gives Konoha so much money every year, so this is how you give back to me? You think the money I give is not enough, and you want to kill me to support others? If this matter is not handled well, I don't think Konoha will expect the daimyo to give money in the future. I will contact the daimyo of Lightning Country and the daimyo of Earth Country directly. I believe Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village are happy to provide protection for me. Ga. The third Hokage was almost broken in his heart. The daimyo has almost moved out all the hostile villages, which shows that he has made up his mind. Either you Konoha will deal with the problems of Root and Danzo by yourselves. Or I will contact the hostile villages of Konoha and ask them to provide me with protection. I will not give you money in the future, and let you be self-sufficient like Sand Shinobi Village and live a life of tightening your belt. Is this a choice? Definitely not, because the third Hokage can only choose the daimyo and give up Danzo and Root. Humph, I hope you won't be perfunctory to me. Please rest assured, daimyo, I will handle this matter personally. If the daimyo is worried, Konoha can provide absolute protection to prevent accidents. Let people from the hostile village protect the daimyo? What kind of international joke is this? I don't know what impact it will cause. But as long as the news spreads, Konoha will definitely be laughed to death by other villages. Accept your protection? Forget it, I dare not. The daimyo couldn't help rolling his eyes. Danzo wants to kill me, and I still accept your protection. Isn't this sending himself into a wolf's den? If the daimyo is worried, Uchiha can provide protection. Seeing that there is a loophole to exploit, Shinayu will definitely exploit it. Maybe he can get some benefits and find something for Shisui to do. Rather than letting Shisui enter Enbu and continue to work as a double agent without complaint, it is better to let him come to the daimyo's mansion to protect the daimyo. By the way, let him see what kind of person Danzo is. In short, Danzo has no explanation for this matter, even if he did nothing. But if the mud falls on the crotch, no one will believe it is not shit. Perhaps it will be beneficial for Uchiha to pull the daimyo's line. So Shinayu, who has been silent and eating melons, proposed that Uchiha protect the daimyo. The daimyo must know how bad the relationship between Uchiha and Danzo is, otherwise he would not have deliberately said that just now. The third Hokage was a little surprised. He did not expect Shinayu to say this, but it is indeed an option for Uchiha to protect the daimyo. The daimyo was unwilling to trust the people he sent, fearing that they were Danzo's undercover agents, so Uchiha would do it. Anyway, the relationship between Uchiha and Danzo couldn't be more tense. As for what Konoha was thinking, the third Hokage could no longer care. The most important thing now was how to handle this matter. Otherwise, the village's finances would continue to be tight, and it would become a joke in the eyes of other villages. The third Hokage would not allow this to happen to him. Well, the people sent by the third Hokage might have problems, and Uchiha's ninjas were more trustworthy. After all, their relationship was not good, and the daimyo was tempted for a while. Although he had won over many ninjas around him, these ninjas were difficult to show up. Once Danzo was forced into a corner and really attacked him. He really couldn't protect Konoha by relying on those ninjas he won over with money. I think this proposal is good. The third Hokage could only stand up and support Konoha. Shenyu continued to add fuel to the fire. Daimyo, the people sent by Uchiha will be the strongest of our Uchiha. Even in Konoha, their strength is unique. Don't say that the Hokage assistant dares not to mess around. Even if he dares, the daimyo will be fine with our people protecting him. Shenyu already knows about Shisui's opening of Manjiki? The third Hokage was shocked. You know, this is an absolute secret, and very few people know it. It seems that Shisui is no longer trustworthy. In his heart, the third Hokage has changed Shisui from being usable to being unusable. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30 Shinayu, you did a great job. It's a great relief. As for trust, forget it, he never trusts Uchiha people. Even Uchiha Kagami, who used to be his fellow disciple, was on guard, not to mention Shisui. Really. His strength is unique in Konoha, and he can be said to be a strong man. With such a strong man to protect him, the safety factor must be greatly improved. At this time, the daimyo was really moved. It's true. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Hokage. How strong are the ninjas of our Uchiha clan? I believe the Hokage knows best. You've said so much, what else can I say? You can just report Shisui's ID number. The third Hokage nodded depressedly. Well, this matter will be handed over to you Uchiha. As long as you can protect my safety, I will help you explain the conflicts and misunderstandings between your family and the village. If you get benefits, you naturally have to give something in return. So the daimyo returned the favor. Shenyu almost laughed out loud. Is this a pleasant surprise? It seems that his suggestion is correct. Just look at the ugly face of the third Hokage. The village targeted Uchiha and monitored Uchiha, which led to Uchiha being restricted everywhere. Once the daimyo got involved, it would be different. As long as Uchiha did not turn to the daimyo's mansion, then the third Hokage could only slow down the pace against Uchiha. As long as the third Hokage slowed down the targeting of Uchiha, Shen Yu would have enough time to deal with the problems within the family. The hardliners are always an uneasy bomb. This unstable bomb must be removed as soon as possible. Originally, Shen Yu thought that the opportunity to deal with the hardliners would take a long time. Who knew that the daimyo would give him the opportunity after a muddle-headed trip to the daimyo's mansion? After walking out of the palace, the third Hokage's face was not good. There was no time to rest. Shen Yu went to find Feng Hequan and returned to the village immediately. He had to go back and deal with Danzo and the root as soon as possible, otherwise the daimyo would make a fuss and it would be a lot of fun. He found enough fun for Danzo to make the third Hokage busy. He even found a new opportunity for Uchiha, which was a triple blessing. Gather now and return to the village. After finding Feng and Chuan, Shen Yu did not explain why he returned in such a hurry. The three of them arrived at the gate of the daimyo's city as soon as possible, and after meeting up with the third Hokage, they returned directly to the village. Compared to the slow pace when they came, the third Hokage did not dare to waste time when they returned. They rushed all the way and arrived in Konoha that night. Thank you for your hard work. After returning to the village, the third Hokage left in a hurry after leaving only this sentence. If this matter is not handled properly, it will have a significant impact on the village. Not to mention the long-term impact, Danzo will definitely make a fuss. You guys go back and rest first, I'll go to the clan leader to discuss something. Let Feng Hequan go home to rest. Shania went to the clan leader's courtyard alone. It was late at night, and the Fugaku family had already fallen asleep. So when Shania entered the courtyard, he deliberately made some noise. In order to prevent any misunderstanding, he stood in the courtyard and waited. There was a noise in the courtyard. 3 of the 4 people in the Fugaku family were awakened directly. It's Shinayu. It seems there's something important. Fugaku got up and put on his clothes. Mikoto got up and said, I'll go make tea. He opened the door and saw Ataka sticking his head out. Mikoto raised her hand and rubbed her son's head, smiling and said, It's Shinayu who's here. He has something important to discuss with your father. Go back to sleep. Ataka nodded sensibly, retreated back to the room, closed the door, and just leaned on the window and looked curiously at the yard. It's a pity that he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see, hear, or eavesdrop, so Ataka could only continue to sleep depressed. He just wrote it down and planned to tell Shisui tomorrow. What Ataka didn't know was that he had no chance. Because Shisui would rush to the daimyo's mansion overnight to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the daimyo. At the same time, it could also create a gap between Shisui and the top management, which was a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Return in such a hurry. Fugaku frowned slightly and sat cross-legged on the mat. It seems that something important happened in the daimyo's mansion. Shinayu always hated sitting on the ground directly, and his knees were uncomfortable after a long time. Yes, it is very important, for the village and for Uchiha. We Uchiha may have a new turn. Nodding, Shinayu recounted the whole process of what happened. This included the third Hokage's nagging all the way when he went to the daimyo's mansion, but he just omitted it as much as possible. After listening to Shinayu's words, Fugaku was stunned for a few seconds, and Mikoto, who just came with tea, was also stunned. Ha ha ha. After a few seconds, Fugaku laughed happily like a child. The majesty and bitter face of the clan leader in the past disappeared, leaving only laughter. The reason why Fugaku was happy was simple. In addition to the new turn of Uchiha's difficult situation, it was because Danzo was going to be in big trouble. You have been targeting us all the time, now it's your turn to be unlucky, not only unlucky but also bloody unlucky. Seeing Danzo unlucky is one thing, another point is that among those who target Uchiha, Danzo is the absolute main force. The third Hokage and others only advocate surveillance and precaution. Only Danzo is obsessed with destroying Uchiha. Danzo is unlucky and has lost his power, and Uchiha can even take a good breath. Well done, ha ha ha. Fugaku laughed more and more exaggeratedly, and even ignored his identity as the head of the clan. He patted the wooden floor twice, and Shinayu, who was sitting opposite, felt that he was crazy. Is it so exaggerated? But Danzo's misfortune is indeed a great joy. Okay, the child is sleeping. Mikoto came up with a smile and tears, set up the low table, put out the tea, and reminded Fugaku not to make a fool of himself. Although he was not afraid of Shinayu knowing, the child was still sleeping, and it would not be good to disturb the child. Besides, it would not sound good if it got out. The former clan leader's dignity was completely lost. His moral integrity had fallen to the ground. Shen Yu, who was watching this scene, was naturally full of black lines. He lost his composure, and it would not sound good if it got out. Therefore, Fugaku stopped laughing, put on a serious face, and told Shen Yu with his eyes. What happened tonight must not be spread, otherwise I will not be able to see anyone with my old face. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31 Uchiha. Knowing that you are still laughing like this? Shinayu rolled his eyes and continued. In addition to these, I recommend Shisui to go to the daimyo's mansion to protect the daimyo. First of all, his strength is strong enough. Secondly, his wavering position is not convincing. Now he is notorious in the family. Instead of being bullied in Anbu, it is better to go to the daimyo's mansion. Your idea is good. Shisui is indeed the most suitable person. Fugaku thought about it and agreed with Shinayu's proposal. Before, he stuffed Shisui into Anbu for the sake of the family. Now it seems that he still needs to enter Anbu? There is no need at all. As long as Shisui protects the daimyo well, with the daimyo's interference, the pressure on Uchiha from the village will only get smaller and smaller. Once the pressure is reduced. Suddenly, Fugaku realized something, and he didn't even care about drinking tea, and raised his head suddenly. Are you going to attack the elders? It seems that he has realized it. It's a bit harsh to say that we're going to take action. Shen Yu shook his head slightly and said, we're all from the same family. If I can, I don't want to do this either. It's a pity that the existence of hardliners always has big problems. If we don't deal with them properly, the family will never be able to unite. They may even lead the family into the abyss. Never underestimate the power of a time bomb. This thing can be big or small. If it gets big, it can even lead Uchiha to the opposite side of the entire Konoha, which is not what Shen Yu wants to see. Shen Yu knows that although Fugaku is a cowardly clan leader, at least in this regard, his ideas are consistent with his own. Yet, Fugaku responded, but did not express any opinions. Whether it's the family or the village, as long as there is trouble, Fugaku's reaction is as bad as always. Shen Yu doesn't have much hope for this. He doesn't ask him to support him, as long as he doesn't hold him back. Of course, it's a bit too early to take action against the hardliners. The most important thing at the moment. In addition to sending Shisui to the daimyo's mansion, we need to find someone to spread news that is unfavorable to Danzo. The clan leader should be able to do this, right? How can such a good thing be hidden? As long as it is not publicized, the third Hokage can handle it in a low-key manner. Shen Yu doesn't want this situation to happen. He hopes that the matter will become a big deal. It would be best if it spread widely and the whole ninja world knew about it. Directly put the blame of the premeditated assassination of the daimyo on Danzo's head, so that he can't explain himself and can only bear this crime. Fight with you in the village? I'm sorry, your home court is not suitable for me to perform. I can make trouble outside the court. Spreading rumors cannot be spread in the village. It is best to spread from the outside to the inside. Spread it outside first, and then spread it to Konoha through people outside. At that time, the third Hokage couldn't block the news. He could only watch the rumors become facts. As long as the operation is done well, Danzo will be in trouble this time. Leave this to me. It's just delivering some information, not a big deal. Fugaku has even thought of a countermeasure. He doesn't even need to send people to do this kind of thing. In case the village catches him. The third Hokage doesn't want things to get out of hand, so he will definitely keep an eye on them. Once he keeps an eye on them, any movement will be suspected to Uchiha. So they need external help, such as the Ninja Cat clan. As long as they are willing to spend money, I believe they don't mind making some extra money. What does the rumor spread by the Ninja Cat have to do with Uchiha? Then leave Shisui to me. Shinayu decided to change the impression of Shisui in the minds of the high-level officials. Let's see if he can pull Shisui out of the deep pit of the will of fire. As for whether the daimyo will poach him, Shinayu is not worried at all. With Shisui's personality, it would be strange if the daimyo could poach him. When a person is not interested in wealth, power, and beauty. When he only cares about his family and village, you can use any means and his heart will not be shaken at all. After everything was settled, Shinayu said goodbye directly. Fugaku didn't even want to sleep. Whether Uchiha can get out of the predicament depends on this opportunity. He contacted the Ninja Cat clan directly and put forward his requirements and rewards. The Ninja Cat clan happily accepted this opportunity to make extra money. In order to keep it secret and prevent people from finding out that it was Uchiha who did it. The Ninja Cat clan also needs to sign a contract to ensure that the secret will not be leaked. Under Fugaku's money offensive, the eyes of the Ninja Cat who came from summoning turned into little stars. He happily pressed his paw print on the scroll. Let Danzo come to see me immediately, and notify the two advisory elders. Tell them that there is an important matter in the village and they need to be negotiated with. Sitting in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage became more and more angry. Originally thought that there was a small problem at the daimyo's mansion, as long as he went over to communicate, it could be solved. In the end, there was no small problem, and the daimyo directly threw a bomb. It blew him upside down, and the outside was burnt and the inside was tender. After receiving the notice, the most diligent Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura quickly arrived at the Hokage office building. As for Danzo, he was still walking slowly on the road with his cane. Hiruzen. Yuditen Koharu was about to speak when he was stopped by Mito Kato Homura. From the third Hokage's expression, it was clear that the matter was very serious, which made him feel very bad. So don't ask, wait until Danzo arrives, and then talk slowly. Yuditen Koharu nodded slightly, then sat down at ease, waiting for Danzo. As a result, 5 minutes later, Danzo didn't arrive, and 10 minutes later, Danzo still didn't arrive. According to the past habits, even if he walked slowly, the third Hokage and others would discuss it first. Many things didn't give him the opportunity to intervene. So Danzo chose to walk slowly. In his opinion, it was nothing more than the third Hokage's request for money not going smoothly, which was not a big deal. Would the daimyo dare not give money? He absolutely didn't dare, because he was a coward who could PS himself with a glare. Besides, if Konoha didn't give money, Konoha's military strength would not develop. In the end, he was attacked by other villages, and he, the daimyo, would suffer the most. So Danzo was not worried at all. So he walked as slowly as possible. Anyway, everyone knew that he was injured and had difficulty in moving, so what was wrong with walking slowly? I, Danzo, have made contributions to the village and shed blood. Even the Hokage had to be courteous to me again and again. In the Hokage's office, 15 minutes of waiting for Danzo passed, and the third Hokage's originally ugly face completely turned into a pot bottom. At this time, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura could no longer hold their composure. The two cursed Danzo in their hearts, but they were also thinking about how to ease this very wrong atmosphere. Let the third Hokage divert his attention, calm down, and don't argue with Danzo. I thought of a lot of excuses, but before I used them, the sound with a special rhythm finally appeared. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32 I am the Hokage, and I have the final say. Bang! Bang! From far to near. Sarutobi, I've said long ago that we can't be too humble to those rubbish in the daimyo mansion, otherwise. Danzo pushed the door open carelessly, and just as he stepped in, he was already being scolded. You blame me for what you did? At this time, even the third Hokage began to believe that Danzo was doing something in secret. Listen to the tone. Bang! The desk was slapped hard, and the third Hokage shouted angrily. Danzo, shut up, do you still have me as a Hokage in your eyes? The words of blame were interrupted, and the third Hokage got angry directly. Danzo, who was about to close the door, was stunned. Are you scolding me? As soon as he entered the door, he was scolded. It has been a long time since I saw the third Hokage angry Danzo, and I almost forgot this feeling. Danzo, don't you care about the village? Midokado Homura reminded him with his eyes, pretending to blame him, trying to divert the third Hokage's firepower. Udaten Koharu also chided. Yes, Danzo, you are too slow, don't do this next time. Sarutobi, what do you mean? Danzo was scolded for no reason, and he would not accept it easily. He immediately asked the third Hokage with a depressed face, what does this mean? What do you mean? The third Hokage laughed angrily. You still have the nerve to ask me what I mean. I still want to ask, what does my Hokage assistant mean? Do you know that the daimyo is holding on to the money and is unwilling to let it go, and the reason is you? He dares. As expected, Danzo shouted in a low voice. He really gave him face, and he dared not to pay? You. Nude, the third Hokage was completely numb. It's not the daimyo's fault, Danzo, you're such a jerk, how can others not be afraid? That's the daimyo, you're scolding him like your grandson. Danzo, you don't even have a wife, how can you have a grandson? Enough. Seeing that the situation was not right, Udaten Koharu quickly put on his previous fierce temper, roared, and stared at Danzo. Danzo, sit down and listen to Hiruzen first. Also, that's the daimyo of our fire country, please show some respect. Humph. The fierce version of Udaten Koharu has come online, and Danzo has finally calmed down, snorting and slamming the door. It seems that he is taking revenge on the third Hokage for scolding him. Then he sat on the chair angrily, staring at the third Hokage. If the third Hokage doesn't give him a reasonable explanation, he will never give up easily. Hiruzen, calm down first. If you have anything to say, talk slowly. Why get angry? After pacifying Danzo, Udaten Koharu turned around to pacify the third Hokage. Unfortunately, the third Hokage did not appreciate it, because if he wanted to handle this matter well, it meant that he would have to break up with Danzo. In addition, Danzo's series of actions and words had already angered him. Calm down? How to calm down? The third Hokage slammed the table, pointed at Danzo and asked back. I went to see the daimyo, but it turned out that someone else received some special information. It said that the leader of our Konohagen planned to assassinate the daimyo and support others. The daimyo delayed the funds for this matter and scolded me. He also threatened to ask Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village to protect him. Fearing that Danzo would really carry out an assassination. Tell me, with Danzo's tone and behavior, how could the daimyo not be worried? What the hell? Danzo looked confused. Udaten Koharu and Midokado Homura looked at each other, both suspected that the third Hokage had said something wrong. Is Danzo going to assassinate the daimyo? Didn't he just say that? When did he do such a thing? What nonsense! Danzo reacted and cursed angrily. This is simply slander. When did I do such a thing? Do you need to plan to assassinate the daimyo? The advisory elders looked at each other again. Hearing the tone, it feels like that. No wonder the daimyo believes that Danzo will assassinate him. It's all Danzo's own doing. No, where did the information come from? After glaring at Danzo, the third Hokage picked up the pipe and lit it. He took a few puffs and sat back in his chair. The anger on his face still did not subside. Currently, the daimyo asked me to disband the route and deal with you, Danzo. Otherwise, Konoha will no longer receive any development funds. Tell me, what should I do? Trouble. At this time, the others realized that things were a bit serious. Since the daimyo dared to threaten the third Hokage like this, it means that he really dared to contact the hostile village. As long as Konoha doesn't give a reasonable explanation, this matter will make a big fuss. As for how the false information got to the daimyo, does it still matter now? The daimyo has already determined that Danzo wants to deal with him. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura don't know what to say. They know the third Hokage too well. If the other party can say this, it means that he will compromise. Similarly, Danzo also knows the third Hokage. So he can't sit still. So, you plan to sacrifice me and disband the route. Disbanding is only temporary. After being angry and scolding, the third Hokage gradually calmed down and frowned. The most important thing now is to stabilize the daimyo. I have agreed with the daimyo. Arrange Uchiha's people to protect him. Uchiha chose Shisui, and I agreed. As for who proposed it, it's meaningless to say these now. The most important thing now is to stabilize the daimyo. So the Uchiha's people also know about this. Udaten Koharu grasped the key point. The third Hokage knew what she meant and sighed heavily. I wanted to test Uchiha Kamiya and took him into the palace to meet the daimyo, so he knows everything. Udaten Koharu. Mitokado Homura was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. How foolish you are, Hiruzen. How could you take him? What are you waiting for? Immediately send people to seal off the Uchiha clan land and not allow Uchiha people to leave without permission, so as to prevent the news from spreading. Where will Konoha's face be? I have already notified the Anbu people. The third Hokage said with a headache. If there is any relevant news in the village, seal it immediately. I will tell Shisui to deal with the route first. The route will not disband, and I will not accept it. The route has finally developed to this day, and it suddenly disbanded. What will he, Danzo, have left? Maybe even he will have to go home to retire and be an idler. This result, Danzo cannot accept. Danzo, I am the Hokage. I have the right to disband any department of Konoha, including the route. The power is given to you by me. If I want to take it back, you can't stop it. The discussion is to give you face and give you room. If you don't cooperate, you can't keep anything. It's time for silence. Danzo said nothing with a gloomy face, and Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura were speechless. Because they knew that the third Hokage had made up his mind to disband the route. At least before the daimyo is stabilized, the route cannot continue to exist. As for Danzo, let alone retaining the route department, he may even lose his position as the Hokage assistant. Danzo is in big trouble. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33 Shisui. The result Shiniu wants. The third Hokage had a gloomy face and kept smoking. Every time they saw this scene, Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura knew that the third Hokage was making a choice. In other words, his inner decision would soon come out. Danzo, everything I did was for the village, so let's disband the route. As expected, the moment the third Hokage put down his pipe, the verdict came down. The third Hokage finally gave up Danzo and the route. He chose to stand on the side of the daimyo because it was related to the development and peace of the village and the land of fire. The third Hokage could not afford to hesitate. Danzo was very important in his heart, otherwise Danzo would have done so many unscrupulous things. If it were any other village, he would have been killed long ago. But with the protection of the third Hokage, Danzo could live well, even prosper. But when Danzo was compared with the entire Konoha and even the land of fire, he seemed less important. At least the third Hokage would choose to give up his partner and choose the village. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo never dreamed that the words he used to fool others and argue for himself. Now they have become the reason for the third Hokage to convince himself. These words are very harsh. It is like a sharp thorn that deeply pierces Danzo's heart. At this moment, the two advisory elders Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura dared not say a word. They chose to remain silent because they knew that nothing they said could shake the third Hokage's determination. The route will be disbanded, and I allow you to keep a small number of people and send them as subordinates. In addition, you need to go home to retire for a while, and I will still keep the position of Hokage assistant for you. Not only did the third Hokage disband the route, but he also dismissed Danzo's position. Let him go back and retire obediently. It was simply done in one step, and Danzo was arranged clearly. The Hokage office building was bustling, but Shen Yu could not see this wonderful drama. He just came to Shisui's house at this time. Wow! Wow! As soon as Shen Yu approached, a piercing scream spread, which was particularly piercing in the dark night. Looking at the crows all over the yard, Shen Yu couldn't help but complain. Unlucky! Why raise black crows when there are no other options? Shisui, who was awakened from his sleep, put on his clothes and jumped onto the windowsill. Looking at Shen Yu standing in the yard and chasing crows, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. What the hell, if you yell again, I'll roast you. Crows used to be auspicious birds, but after years of changes. In addition, crows appear in places where people die, so more and more people dislike crows. Coupled with the piercing and sharp cries, it is even more difficult to accept. Of course, roasting crows is just a threat to scare these crows with high IQs. Shiniu couldn't really roast these crows. In the Hokage world where people die every day, who would want to eat a bird like a crow? You don't even know if its last meal was solved on a corpse. Shiniu, you come here in the middle of the night, are you just to scare the crows I raise? Raise fewer crows. After complaining, Shiniu jumped onto the windowsill and sat down. I have something to ask you, it's about Konoha and Uchiha, it's very important. You say. Shisui's speechless face quickly became serious, and he waved his hand to let the crows around him disperse and go to rest. These crows with high IQs quickly dispersed after receiving the order from their master, flew into the night sky and disappeared. Entering Shisui's house, Shen Yu sat on the sofa and said to Shisui who was pouring water. I followed the Hokage to the daimyo's mansion to do business, and met the daimyo together. The daimyo received some intelligence information. Our Hokage assisted the daimyo and wanted to assassinate the daimyo and support others to take the position. Bang! Shisui's hand trembled, and the cup broke, with glass shards scattered all over the floor. How is this possible? Shisui turned around in amazement, his eyes widened. He thought Shen Yu was joking with him, or was trying to discredit Danzo. I knew you would have such an expression. Among the senior executives, the person Shisui trusted most, besides the third Hokage, was Danzo. Shen Yu curled his lips and leaned back. I'm not kidding you, this is true. The daimyo was very angry and directly withheld the development funds that were originally allocated to Konoha. Hokage-sama went to the daimyo's mansion just for this matter. The daimyo doesn't even want to trust us Konoha people. He wants to seek protection from Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village, worried that he will be assassinated by Danzo. In order to stabilize the daimyo, I recommended you to him. You go to the daimyo's mansion and protect the daimyo. You must ensure his safety. Only by stabilizing the daimyo can you properly handle this matter. Otherwise, if the news spreads, Danzo, and even Konoha, will become the laughing stock of the entire ninja world. Under Shen Yu's alarmist words, the seriousness of the situation directly rose several levels. No matter how good Shisui's impression of Danzo is, he must believe that this matter is true. Danzo is not a good thing. Is it all true? Shisui rubbed his face, still a little unbelievable. He didn't think that Shen Yu would deliberately play such a joke on him. After all, Shen Yu led the team to the daimyo's mansion yesterday. Besides, this kind of thing can't be faked. As long as someone confirms it, you will know whether it is true or not. Shen Yu dares to say this, which means that everything is true. The daimyo needs protection, and Danzo wants to assassinate him. Even if the daimyo is unwilling to trust Konoha's people, only Uchiha's people can be dispatched. Because the relationship between Uchiha and Danzo is very bad, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's why the daimyo is willing to accept Uchiha's proposal to send someone to protect him. Too lazy to answer this question, Shen Yu continued. Hokage-sama has hurried to the Hokage office building. If nothing unexpected happens, it is to deal with the matter of Root and Danzo. This time, Root may be disbanded. Danzo may even lose his position and go home to retire, but he should be announced to the outside world that he is under surveillance. After all, Hokage-sama needs to stabilize the daimyo and prevent the daimyo from doing something out of line. And your mission is to protect the daimyo. During this period, no matter who it is, you can't touch the daimyo. No matter who comes to you, you must firmly carry out this mission. You can't pay attention to Danzo, Hokage-sama, or even other senior officials. Because I can't be sure whether other people are involved in this. Don't you want to be a double agent? Don't you have a strong sense of responsibility? Now it's your choice. Senior officials or daimyo, it's related to Konoha and the entire Land of Fire. Do you, Uchiha Shisui, dare to stand on the side of the senior officials? Once some gaps are created, it is not so easy to repair them. Shen Yu does not like Shisui, but he has to admit that Shisui is very strong. People like Shisui, as long as they are used well, will be a law-abiding and outstanding thug. I will find the clan leader to confirm. If everything is true, I will take on this responsibility, protect the safety of the daimyo, and will never let anyone hurt the daimyo. After struggling in his heart and jumping left and right, Shisui finally dropped his arms weakly. Just as Shen Yu expected, Shisui still chose to protect the daimyo. His position has risen from the family and the village to the level of the village and the fire country. At this level, it is difficult for the family and the top to influence his choice. This is also the result Shen Yu wants. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34 Reikage AI. Tsuchikage Onoki. Conspiracy. Very good. The goal was achieved. Shen Yu stood up and prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps, he looked back at him. Shisui, do you know? I don't like you very much. But I have to admit that you are a selfless and great person. Please forgive me for not being able to be like you, because the family does not need selfless people. In addition, I hope you can stay away from Itaki in the future. I believe you understand what I mean. The family does not need so many selfless people. Itaki is very thoughtful and a smart person. I don't want him to stand with you. For the family, for the village, and even for the entire fire country. Itaki has already deviated, but it is not so serious, and there is still room for reversal. Shen Yu believes that if he is given time, he can make Itaki the #1 little wolf dog in the family. So it is better for Shisui to stay away. His selflessness will always affect Itaki all the time. After Shen Yu left, Shisui went to the patriarch's courtyard as soon as possible, and Fugaku was waiting for him. Patriarch. As soon as he opened his mouth, Shisui was interrupted. Fugaku shook his head slightly and put down the teacup in his hand. Shisui, what Shinai means is what I mean. I hope you can do it for the family and the village, and even the entire fire country. Take on this responsibility. There are not many people you can trust during this period. You are a smart person, I think you should understand what I mean. Danzo dared to assassinate, so does the third Hokage have such an idea? During the period of protecting the daimyo, you can't trust anyone at will. Not even the third Hokage. Equivalently, during the execution of this mission, the only person Shisui can trust and obey the command is Shinayu. Clan leader, I understand, I will protect the safety of the daimyo, even if it costs my life. Very good. Fugaku nodded with satisfaction. But sighed in his heart, Shisui, for the sake of the family and the village, you can only be wronged. The police department soon sent a notice that the Hokage had ordered that any Uchiha cannot leave the Uchiha clan and the police department before dawn. This notice from the Hokage office building further confirmed what Kanazawa said, all of this was true. At least Shisui believed it. The third Hokage was busy dealing with Danzo and Jin, and was worried that Kanazawa would spread the news. So, he simply blocked the police department and the Uchiha clan land, and only after everything was over, the Uchiha people could go out. Little did they know that relying on blockades to keep secrets was simply a pipe dream. Kanazawa had long guessed that the third Hokage would take action, so the news could not be spread from the inside, but needed to be spread from the outside. If it came from the family and the village, it would be the Uchiha's fault. But if it came from the outside, then it had nothing to do with the Uchiha. The third Hokage would only put the blame on the daimyo, thinking that it was the news spread by the daimyo. The purpose was to let everyone know this to prevent Konoha from turning against him afterwards. Overnight, Danzo lost the department gen that he had worked so hard to pull up. He also lost his position as Hokage's assistant and was arranged to live in a secluded place. In order to prevent Danzo from causing trouble when he was pushed to the limit, the third Hokage only allowed him to stay with 5 people. After dealing with these, the third Hokage asked Mitokado Homura to represent his and the village's sincerity. He went to the daimyo's mansion to meet the daimyo in person, while he stayed in Konoha, because he was worried that Danzo would mess up. A person whose desire for power almost reached the point where he couldn't let go. Suddenly, everything was gone, and you can imagine how much stimulation he would feel. During this period, if he was not in the village, the probability of Danzo causing trouble was very high. In order to prevent this from happening, the third Hokage had to stay in Konoha in person, and Mitokado Homura went to the daimyo's mansion. As for Shisui, who was responsible for protecting the daimyo's safety, he went alone. Shisui arrived at the daimyo's mansion before the others and met the daimyo. The daimyo was very happy to learn that the person sent by Uchiha to protect him was Shisui, who was famous for his flash body in the Third Ninja War. This showed that Uchiha really cared about his safety. As a result, the daimyo's impression of Uchiha and Kamiya improved a lot. The matter should have come to an end here, but the third Hokage was not calm at all. Because the route was disbanded, it was necessary to move away all the things kept by the route. During this period, Danzo and the people of the route could not intervene. Therefore, the third Hokage found something he never expected. Many shocking things were turned out from the route, including experimental materials and record files. How dare he? The third Hokage was like an angry lion. Udaten Koharu looked up at the sky in silence. Danzo was really screwed this time. If these things had not been found, perhaps after stabilizing the daimyo, Danzo could get back the position of Hokage's assistant, and the route could be restored. But now, it's completely hopeless. The piles of prohibited data and materials made her scalp numb. Is this something a human can do? What made the third Hokage even more furious was that according to the Anbu investigation, Starting from the daimyo's mansion and surrounding areas, the news that Danzo wanted to assassinate the daimyo was spreading everywhere. As a result, the people of the Land of Fire knew the existence of the Root Department. The news was spreading at the speed of the wind, and there were even signs of spreading outside the Land of Fire. The people of Anbu wanted to block the news, but found that they were powerless. If it was in Konoha, they could still try, but the news started from the daimyo's mansion. They couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. Moreover, at this sensitive moment, even if Anbu has enough manpower, it dare not do so. A large number of Anbu people active in the daimyo's mansion will definitely irritate the daimyo's sensitive nerves. The third Hokage's anger is half directed at Danzo, and the other half is directed at the daimyo. There are too many hidden things in the gen, almost all of which cannot be seen in the light, and the daimyo directly revealed the news. The news started from the daimyo's mansion, and the third Hokage could only pin the suspect on the daimyo. Instead of Uchiha. The daimyo's mansion is already in an uproar, which means that other countries and villages will receive the news soon. Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village, which are most concerned about the Land of Fire and Konoha, are the fastest. With the help of ninja hawks or some summoning beasts, intelligence and news are transmitted. But it can be done in just a few hours. Therefore, the intelligence scroll was placed on the desks of Onoki and 4th Reikage AI that afternoon. Is this an opportunity? Looking at the contents of the scroll, Onoki fell into deep thought. The third ninja war ended in a muddle, and Onoki still hasn't accepted it. He wants to take a bite of the Fire Nation all the time. AI is even more exaggerated, first laughing at the misfortune. Similarly, AI also thinks this is a good opportunity. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35 Shenyu takes action. Instruct Itaki. Even if they can't take the opportunity to launch a war against the Fire Country and gain benefits from the Fire Country, at least they should make the Fire Country famous. It would be best to discredit Konoha and widen the gap between Konoha and the daimyo. Cloud Shinobi Village directly stood on the side of the Fire Country daimyo and spoke for the daimyo, accusing Danzo and the third Hokage. Rock Shinobi Village followed closely and added fuel to the fire. The matter became more and more serious. At this time, everyone believed that Danzo really planned to assassinate the daimyo. Danzo could never get rid of this black pot that fell from the sky until his death. The outside world was very lively, with all kinds of accusations pouring in, and even many small countries spoke out to accuse Konoha. The third Hokage was so busy that he didn't care about Uchiha's affairs. As for Danzo, he even lost his right to act freely. He could only live out his retirement obediently, at least in the short term, and don't think about doing anything again. The burden on his shoulders suddenly became much lighter. Shenyu himself did not expect that a piece of false information could have such a good effect. If he throws out other information, won't the whole ninja world be boiling? Captain, are you feeling unwell again? Quan's little face was full of worry, and she followed Shenyu like a follower. She would run into Shenyu even when Shenyu went to the toilet, fearing that Shenyu would have an accident. It's okay, because you are so talented, I can't stand it. Shenyu, who was a little pale, shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. He had been using Chuan as a copy object for many days, and finally found that Chuan was a treasure girl. If he hadn't been envious of Indra and Ashura's chakra, Shenyu would have wanted to tie Chuan to his side all the time. Every day, he can increase a lot of mental power and Sharingan pupil power. Where can you find such a good thing? I am so talented. Chuan was confused, and couldn't understand what the connection was between her good talent and Shenyu's physical discomfort. Yes, you have a great talent, so work hard to train and practice, and never let me down for my trust and respect for you. I believe you, Uchiha Izumi, can definitely become a talented woman in the family like the wife of the clan leader. Believe in yourself, you can do it. In order to motivate Izumi, Shinayu painted a big pie for her. Sitting in the office, Shinayu was thinking, what caused him to become idle? Itaka joined the police department to train his son. Fugaku directly stuffed Itaki and Shisui's former teammates to Shinayu's side, and let Shinayu merge and lead. As for Fugaku's plan to reorganize the police department, it has not yet come to an end. Because several hardline elders in the family disagreed. They believed that Fugaku was depriving them of their rights by doing this. The family can become better and stronger, but the rights in their hands cannot be deprived. Therefore, after repeated negotiations, Fugaku's proposal still failed to get a proper solution. Knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted Shinayu's wild thoughts. Come in. Putting the documents on the table in order, Shenyu looked up and called. The door opened, and Itaki, who was even a little shorter than Izumi, walked in. Walking into the office, Itaka bowed slightly and greeted. Captain, there are many strangers with impure intentions in the village. These people entered Konoha as businessmen, but they were secretly looking for all kinds of information. Does the police department need to investigate further and arrest these people? Alas! This little fangirl seems to have changed a lot. Shenyu still remembers that when Izumi just joined the police department, he blushed when he saw Itaki, his eyes drifted around, and he was so excited. As a result, it has been less than a month, and he can face it calmly. Even to Itaki's arrival, he didn't react much, as if he was just an ordinary colleague. Looking at Izumi strangely, Shenyu asked back. Is this your personal idea, or the minister's idea? It's my personal idea. Itaki answered. Assassinating the daimyo is a serious crime, and it will cause a big sensation if it is spread out. More and more villages choose to stand against Konoha, speak for the daimyo, and accuse Konoha. It was also from this time that the number of people who came to Konoha to inquire about the news with special purposes gradually increased. Izumi, you go out first. Oh. Izumi raised her little hand and gestured. She signaled Shinayu to take care of her body, not to work too hard, and call her as soon as there is anything. Then she left the office and closed the door considerately. After Izumi left, Shinayu asked Itaka, who was standing in front of the desk. You should know the reason why these people came to Konoha. Yes, they came to plan the assassination of the daimyo. Itaki answered truthfully. Then, tell me, what are the responsibilities of the police department? Maintaining the village's law and order, and. The third Hokage once said that although Itaka was a child, he was a child whose thoughts were closest to the Hokage, which meant that he was very smart. Conversely, the smarter a person is, the more he knows, and the more things he cares about. Itaka was stuck when facing Shinayu's question. Because the original intention of establishing the police department was not only to maintain the security of the village. It also needs to participate in a series of important and dangerous tasks such as catching spies and criminals. However, as the third Hokage and others began to escalate their vigilance against Uchiha, Uchiha only had the responsibility of maintaining public order. Don't even think about other tasks and rights. Remember, the current responsibility of the police department is to maintain the security of the village. We are also left with the right to maintain public order. Other things are powerless. As for why it has developed to this point, you should understand it in your heart. Okay, go back. As long as these people don't gather to make trouble or do other extraordinary actions, you don't need to care about them. Konoha welcomes tourists and businessmen from any region to come and play and do business. As for what you said, the police department has no power to manage it. This is Enbu's job. It seems that Shinayu is shifting the blame and turning a blind eye to it. But in fact, Shenyu was complaining that the village had cut off the rights that originally belonged to the police department bit by bit. From beginning to end, Uchiha was in a passive state. Yes. Wait a minute. After Itaka saluted and was about to leave, Shen Yu suddenly called him. Captain? Is there anything else? Itaka stopped, but Shen Yu made a request that made him angry and speechless. Stopping Itaka, who was about to leave, Shen Yu hooked his finger at him. Come on, smile, let me see. Itaka. It can be seen that Itaka really wants to punch him, because his two hands, no, fists have been clenched hard. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a pervert, and I don't mean anything else. Shen Yu smiled slightly, pointed to his face, and said, see? Do this, smile, don't learn from your father, who always has a stern face and no expression. Now you are a member of the police department. If you want to do your best in this position, instead of being like other people in the tribe, then you must know how to control and manage your emotions and expressions. Smiles can easily bring people closer. These are things you need to learn. And people who smile on their faces but are fierce in their bones are more dangerous. A smile, and there are so many messy truths mixed in it. This is beyond the knowledge of Itaka. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Fight at the Drop of a Hat. Sharingan, open. Because no one had ever asked him to do this before. Since he graduated from the Chunin assessment and left the ninja team, Itaka's smile has been much less. Except when facing his mother, brother, and Shisui. Others can only see a blank expression on Itaka's face. I know that the clan leader will always teach you in a very old-fashioned and strict way. And praise you, you are worthy of being my son. Remember, never learn from him. Because a stern face is not a good thing in many cases. It will only make people think that you have a bad temper and are difficult to get along with. Putting aside the identity, how many people dare to talk to the clan leader with that face? I want to take more responsibility for the family. Your first lesson is to learn to smile, learn how to communicate with the clan members, and integrate into their circle. Itaka, can I not learn? Itaka felt that Shiniu was making things difficult for him. Clan leader, am I right? Shiniu suddenly looked up and asked the door. Father. Itaka was slightly startled when he heard this and looked back. Fugaku had been at the door for a while, his face was the same color as the bottom of a pot. Shiniu's repeated words, don't learn from your father, made him feel uncomfortable, not to mention that Shiniu kept complaining about him. Especially the sentence, you are worthy of being my son, which almost broke his defense. Is the way I educate my children wrong? Fugaku couldn't help but doubt himself. Ahem. After a light cough, Fugaku pushed open the door, still with the same face, and glared at Shiniu without leaving a trace. Fugaku couldn't spoil it, so he could only say to Itaka. Since this is the request of the senior and the captain, then Itaka, you have to work hard to learn, understand? Yes, father, I will work hard. Itaka subconsciously straightened his back and answered loudly. Shiniu looked weird, holding back a smile, just looking at the father and son who had a very subtle relationship. Okay, you go down first. Father, senior. After a formal salute, Itaka left and closed the door. What are you doing? As soon as his son left, Fugaku asked with a gloomy face. I asked you to merge with the team that Itaka is in. But I didn't ask you to teach my son how to become a person who smiles on the face but is fierce in the bones. Is it like you? With a gloomy face, many tribesmen dare not speak to you easily when they have something to ask you. Is this the so-called majesty of the clan leader? Come on, my great clan leader. The gloomy face of Fugaku looks scary, at least it can scare other Uchiha people, but it's a pity that this trick doesn't work on Shiniu. Fugaku, who was ridiculed, was full of black lines. Knowing that he couldn't win the argument with Shiniu, he stopped the topic. Tonight, I will hold another family meeting to continue discussing the rectification of the police department. You need to attend. No. Shiniu decisively refused. He was not interested in such a dry grind. The hardline elders were holding on tightly and refused to give in. Fearing that their rights would be taken away, they had been obstructing Fugaku from rectifying the police department. It was obvious that the meeting was a quarrel between Fugaku and the elders. At most, people who supported Fugaku would join in. They quarreled until their faces turned red, but the problem was not solved. It was not that Shenyu liked to complain, but Uchiha Fugaku's performance at the critical moment was really disappointing. Whether it is for the family or the village. It has been so long, and even the hardline elders of the family have not been dealt with. And this is just to rectify Uchiha, not to wipe out and disband the hardline faction. If it really comes to the time to take action against the hardline faction, relying on his wavering character, I am afraid that nothing can be done. It is fine that he is wavering, but he also restricts others from doing whatever they want. Since he is to be restricted, why should he attend the meeting? Therefore, Shiniu directly refused. Fugaku knew that this was Shiniu expressing his dissatisfaction with his restrictions. After Fugaku left, Chuan came in curiously. "Captain, why don't you attend such an important meeting? The clan leader has already asked you to attend. In the eyes of others, this may be a good thing, because he has been valued by the clan leader. But for Shiniu, it is shit." "Attend what?" Shiniu said unhappily. "The so-called meeting is just the elders and the clan leader arguing non-stop. I think you need to give in. I think you want to deprive me of my rights, and there is no result in arguing. Once you lose face, you start to say that you don't respect your elders and the elders of the family. Ever since the incident with the sixth elder, the elders of the family have been on guard against Shiniu. They are afraid that Shiniu will give them a blow one day. Not only will it be embarrassing, but their old bones may not be able to bear it. The most important thing is that they don't want Shiniu to break the rules. Why use force if the problem can be solved with words? A precedent has been set. If Shiniu continues to do this, who will respect them among the younger generations of the family in the future? When you are in doubt, open the Sharingan first and give you an illusion. This, hee. Chuan laughed dryly twice and was completely speechless. Because their captain really did this kind of thing, it's no wonder that the elders have been worried about him messing around. Why, I see you are very curious, right? How much of the learning task assigned to you have been completed? Let's go to the training ground to check. Izumi shrank her neck and quickly ran away, closing the door. Although she had tried very hard, she could not reach the standard set by Shiniu. There is still a long way to go, especially in the study of illusion. It was also fortunate that Izumi was not a person who gave up easily, otherwise he would have been shut down by Shiniu's scolding. The matter of rectifying the police department was delayed, and the elders were unwilling to give in. Fugaku could not be tough and force them to give in, and the two sides continued to pull. Danzo's premeditated assassination of the daimyo became more and more serious. After Konoha was accused by various villages, even the daimyo of various countries stood up and spoke out together. I hope the third Hokage can give a reasonable explanation. The daimyo can't help but be nervous about this matter. No matter what happens, even if the war comes to the village, the daimyo cannot be touched. This is the bottom line. Now Danzo has one foot on this line. It would be strange if the daimyo are not worried. What if this is a very bad start? With the beginning of Danzo. What if other villages are dissatisfied with the daimyo and start to target the daimyo? The daimyo of Wind Country was shocked. As we all know, his attitude towards Sand Shinobi Village is notoriously bad. What if Sand Shinobi Village is pushed to the edge and starts to attack him? So the daimyo of Wind Country began to connect with the daimyo of other countries to target Konoha together. The Dusty Anbu team returned to Konoha and came to see the third Hokage as soon as possible. After returning from the daimyo's mansion, the third Hokage felt that something was wrong. Why did the daimyo get such a piece of information in a muddle? Why did the information describe such a hidden department as Root so clearly? It's almost as if the history of Root was recorded in detail. The information was definitely leaked by their own people. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37, Hold Izumi's Waist. Kaguyas. Naruto. It is no secret that some special departments exist in the 5 major ninja villages. For example, Konoha's Roots and the Pursuit Team of the Mist Village. These special departments that outsiders do not know are known to the 5 major ninja villages. Other villages know that Konoha has a Root department, but the details and scale of the Roots are unknown. Even some detailed information about the Roots is recorded clearly, which has explained the problem. So the 3rd Hokage sent Anbu's team to conduct a careful investigation on this matter. And the person in charge of this matter is Kakashi, who is very trusted by the 3rd Hokage. Hokage-sama. In the office, Kakashi knelt on one knee and carefully reported the results of the team's investigation. Through the investigation of the staff of the Daimyo Mansion, the source of the information has been traced back to the Bounty Club. Finally, it was confirmed that the information came from the Bounty Club. The Bounty Club has sold a lot of this information, and it is difficult to investigate the specific buyer. Bounty Club. The 3rd Hokage frowned deeply and asked, "Have you found out the information of the seller?" The seller's identity has been disguised, and the people in the Bounty Club can't confirm his identity. Kakashi lowered his head. It's not that he didn't try hard, but he really couldn't find it. The other party was too cunning. He deliberately chose the Bounty Club on the border of the Fire Country to sell information. The Bounty Club here is remote and there are few people coming and going. A small branch club dare not provoke customers who look fierce. Who sells information? Naturally there is no way to find out. Unless Kakashi has the ability to travel through time. Hokage, I guess that the person who sells information must be from the village and is in a high position. How can ordinary people sell information if they don't even know the Root department? He also knows the detailed information of the Root, which has already explained the problem. The inner ghost has a high status in the village. It can't be them. The 3rd Hokage began to look old. Madara's face was a little uncertain. Even though he said it was impossible, he was actually beginning to doubt it. And the biggest suspects were his old partners. Danzo would not do such a stupid thing that would dig his own grave, so he could basically be ruled out. Except for Danzo, the remaining people were only 2 advisory elders. And the fat man who was living at home, Akamichi Takefu, and Shinashuk who held an important position in Anbu. Danzo was basically not a suspect. Unless he had a brain cramp, Yudatan Koharu and Mito Kato Homura had no reason to do such a thing. Could it be Shinashuk? Thinking of this, the 3rd Hokage shuddered and shook his head repeatedly, because that was his son. If Kenba knew that the 3rd Hokage even suspected his own son in order to catch the traitor, he would probably laugh to death. Others had little motivation to betray the village, so the possibility of Akamichi Takefu was also very small. Unless he was unwilling to stay away from the center of power, he would stab him in the back. People who are power-hungry are suspicious. The 3rd Hokage was no exception. He kept guessing and doubting. Who betrayed the village and sold out the important information of the village? Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi, but you can't rest yet. I need you to lead the team and lurk in the daimyo's mansion. What does Hokage mean? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. The 3rd Hokage's meaning was very clear. He asked him to lurk in the daimyo's mansion to prevent someone from jumping off the wall and really attacking the daimyo. Shisui was only a protective personnel in public, but secretly, he needed to add a layer of insurance. In this kind of thing, it is better to be safe than sorry. If someone really has a brain injury and murders the daimyo, the land of fire will fall into chaos. Kakashi. The third Hokage lit up a cigarette. Ever since this incident, his addiction to cigarettes has become stronger and stronger. If the other party can sell out important information about the village, it means that he wants to plunge the village and even the entire land of fire into chaos. The daimyo must not get into trouble. Uchiha Shisui is only the protection in the open. Anbu people are still needed in the dark. Do you understand what I mean? As for the people recruited by the daimyo, the third Hokage simply ignored them. These people are very good at bullying others and forming cliques. If something really happens, it would be a dream to rely on their power to protect the daimyo. I understand. Please rest assured, Hokage. I swear to protect the daimyo's safety. Kakashi also realized the seriousness of the matter and made a careful promise. Well, go ahead. Waving his hand, the third Hokage sighed, his voice filled with deep fatigue. At this time, he didn't care about what Uchiha was doing. He just wanted to stabilize the daimyo and the situation in the land of fire as soon as possible. Don't give other countries and villages a chance to disrupt Konoha and the land of fire. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage called in the other captains of Anbu. Asked them to bring people to closely monitor Danzo and not give Danzo any chance to leave Konoha. Including the people in Danzo's hands and the members of the route. A werewolf killing kicked off in Konoha. The third Hokage saw everyone as a traitor and not a good person. Many Anbu ninjas who monitored Uchiha left. As for the team that had been following Shinayu, they had disappeared long ago. Sitting in a breakfast shop, eating breakfast, and watching the students running towards the ninja school, Shinayu inexplicably wanted to laugh 3 times. Recently, the third Hokage has a lot of troubles. Even the targeting of Uchiha had to slow down first. Without people monitoring him around, Shinayu's food is delicious. The captain seems to be in a good mood. Izumi, who was carefully observing Shinayu, noticed that there was a faint smile on the corner of Shinayu's mouth. This was a sign that Shinayu was in a good mood. Copy. When Sasuke ran into the ninja school, Shinayu decisively gave him the copy opportunity today. The reward was also very good, a critical hit reward, part of the Indra Chakra. Ha ha ha, idiot, idiot, you are all big idiots. Just as Shinayu was about to merge, happy and naughty laughter came from far away. There were also a few angry curses in the laughter. Soon a little yellow-haired boy ran into the breakfast shop with a bag in his hand. Is this Uzumaki Naruto? Shinayu dared to swear that he had traveled for so long. It was the first time he was so close to Naruto. And the other party took the initiative to approach him. Suddenly a little yellow-haired boy rushed in, and everyone in the store was stunned. Izumi, who had just graduated, knew the other party's identity and said in surprise, Naruto. Naruto, stop right there. Lolyalu, I won't, you idiots can't catch me. Making a face at the people chasing him behind him, Naruto laughed triumphantly, and then threw the bag in his hand out. Damn! Did Naruto do this kind of thing when he was a child? Throwing things into a breakfast shop with many customers. Wait, why does this thing look so familiar? After seeing the things in the bag clearly, Shinayu hugged Izumi's waist and left the breakfast shop as soon as possible. He didn't even have time to pay for breakfast, and ran away directly. Early in the morning, Konoha's #1 naughty child threw a hornet's nest at the breakfast shop. Who can stand this? Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38 Poaching. 3 Tomo Sharingan. It's better to run away as soon as possible. As for the breakfast money, I'll pay it next time. The premise is that this store can still exist. The buzzing sound began to sound, and there was a ghost howling in the store. Many unlucky guys rushed out with their faces covered, and some even turned into pig heads. Don't doubt it, the wasps in the Hokage world are much more powerful than those in the previous life. The venom, wild boars will scream after being hit, let alone ordinary people. Naruto played very hard this time. Shen Yu expressed his admiration, fortunately he ran fast. Help, it hurts. Save me quickly, don't sting me, don't. Wasps will not let you go just because you beg for mercy. They are already angry and will regard anything that moves around them as an enemy. Chase madly, and then let you taste the poisonous sting. It's no wonder that Naruto was so unpopular when he was a child, even if Danzo didn't deliberately leak the news. With his personality, it's hard to like him. Even if he did these naughty things to attract other people's attention. No matter how much he did, it was also to attract other people's attention. However, few people could stand his way of attracting people. He even threw a hornet's nest into the store, and it would kill people if he was not careful. Ha ha ha, come and catch me, idiot, big idiot. With a series of laughter, Naruto disappeared, and the scene was in chaos. On the roof not far away, Shinichi put Chuan down and looked at the direction where Naruto escaped. It's really chaotic, this kid is very brave. Yes, it's very brave, Hokage will have a headache. Chuan stuck out his tongue. It has nothing to do with us, go back. Today's patrol is about to start. The more headaches the third Hokage has, the better, so that he will not have the heart to pay attention to Uchiha, and Uchiha who is not valued and paid attention to is the safest. A naughty Naruto, plus all kinds of pressure from outside the village. Tisk, it feels good no matter how you think about it. But Naruto's initiative to approach him can't be considered as him deliberately approaching Shinkraki, right? I hope so. Otherwise, Shinichi can only continue to cause more trouble for the third Hokage. There are still many black spots and information worth digging on Danzo, and Shinichi doesn't mind coming one or two more times. Let the third Hokage see what the horror of a time traveler is, and a time traveler who likes to use his brain and cheat people in secret will be even more terrifying. What? Naruto threw a hornet's nest into the breakfast shop. The third Hokage jumped up from his chair in shock. What kind of underworld operation is this? Where did this kid get the hornet's nest? The teacher who chased Naruto everywhere but failed to catch him and instead caused a lot of trouble was sweating profusely, lowered his head, and answered in frustration. Hokage, Naruto came to school early in the morning and deliberately frightened other students. I wanted to scold him a few words. Who knew that this child would just climb over the wall and run away, and even threw the beehive he found in the woods into the breakfast shop? Now many people have been admitted to the hospital, and their injuries are quite serious. Third Hokage. This child thinks that my life is too long and that I don't have enough trouble, right? I went to a hot spring hotel yesterday, but was beaten out by a group of women, and they also reported it to the Hokage office building. The day before yesterday, I deliberately stole colored books from a bookstore and was caught. The day before yesterday. The third Hokage said that he was very tired. He is the one who wipes his again. It seems that I need to talk to Naruto. This can't go on like this. There were enough troubles already. The third Hokage hoped that Naruto would be more stable for a while. As for whether Naruto got close to Kaguyas, the third Hokage could no longer care. In the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror, Shen Yu picked up a towel. Wiping the blood from his eye sockets, the evolution of Sharingan failed. Shen Yu didn't know if it was because he didn't receive strong stimulation. Recently, he always felt that his eyes had changed a lot, and his mental power was enhanced. The power of illusions has also increased a lot, and the consumption of Sharingan is much less than before. Although he will not become blind if he uses 3 Tomo Sharingan excessively and consumes his pupil power seriously, he will not become blind. But the sequelae of serious consumption of pupil power and mental power are also serious. Shen Yu, who also has 3 Tomo Sharingan, Sharingan pupil power and mental power are constantly increasing. It is equivalent to extending the endurance, and the power of using various illusions has also been greatly improved, and even the insight has been enhanced. As for the copying ability, it's better not to mention it. Except for Kakashi, who is 50-50, there are almost no ninjas in Uchiha who are famous for copying. It can also be seen from the side that the village is supporting Kakashi. Without the help of the village, Kakashi is lucky to be better than Shisui in terms of merit alone. It's also because he is from Uchiha. If it were a ninja from another family, his eyes would bleed all the time, which would probably scare a lot of people. Wiping the bloodline off his face, Shinayu smiled self-deprecatingly. He felt a little regretful that Sharingan could not evolve, and he could not avoid the feeling of loss. Fortunately, Shinayu was able to correct his mentality. If he could evolve smoothly, it would be the best. If not, he would just develop steadily. Others can open Mangeki, so there is no reason why he can't with cheat. Otherwise, what's the point of this cheat? Shinayu just returned to the office and sat down when the door of the office was pushed open. Captain. Entering the office, Feng took out an encrypted scroll and handed it to him. The scroll was a smaller version, specially used to transmit intelligence. Not curious about where the scroll came from, Feng asked. Captain, do you need a reply? No. Shinayu opened the encrypted scroll and signaled Feng to leave first. By the way, don't kill the crow. Except for Chuan, the other people in his team don't have a good relationship with Shisui. The scroll was sent by Shisui. According to Shisui's habit, he must use the crow as a tool. So Shinayu is really afraid that these guys will kill the crow. Shisui is a good man and a selfless person. You can insult him and humiliate him, but the premise is that you can't touch his crow. Otherwise he will be very angry. A killer who lost his dog will go berserk directly, and a ninja who lost his crow will probably be very crazy. Feng paused and looked at his captain unhappily. Am I that kind of person? Although I hate the owner of the crow, please don't compare me with the stupid big guy Zion. Ha ha ha. Shinayu successfully made fun of Feng and checked the contents of the scroll with a smile. It has been some time since Shisui went to Daimyofu, and Shisui only contacted him during this period. Shisui will report everything that happens in the daimyo's mansion. Directly bypass the third Hokage and Fugaku and report to him. The transformation of qualified workers is going smoothly so far. Shinayu believes that once Shisui gets used to this working mode, he will gradually move away from the third Hokage sooner or later. Hat. What a good trick! After reading the content, Shinayu laughed disdainfully. The daimyo really played a good hand, actually trying to poach people. If I was afraid that you would poach people, would I dare to send Shisui there? I think too much. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39 Targeting Danzo. But this condition is really enviable. In order to win over Shisui, Damon even brought out the promise of marriage. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Shisui was only interested in Crow and Ataki, and beautiful women could only stand aside. Although he didn't use his own daughter as a bargaining chip, but only his niece. It shows that the daimyo attaches great importance to Shisui. In addition to reporting to the daimyo and promising various conditions to win him over, Shisui also told some bad things in the daimyo's mansion. For example, the ninjas that the daimyo recruited failed to win him over and began to target him. Kill them? Forget it, I can't do it, at least I can't let my own people do it. They are just a bunch of jumping clowns. No matter what tricks they play, they can't do anything to Shisui. Shinayu directly put this matter behind him. As for reporting to Fugaku, forget it. He was recently rectified by the police department, and he was tossed a lot. Several elders joined forces to let Fugaku know what disgusting people are. Shen Yu was very glad that he did not attend that damn meeting, otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to resist and would play another insubordination. Night fell. Konoha, where business has developed well, is still in a bustling state. The lights around the business district are bright, and people coming and going fill the streets. Compared with the business district, the Inoshika clan land, which has not moved for decades, seems a bit deserted, with a few dim street lights illuminating the roadside. Delicious, really delicious. He has become completely fat like a barrel and has a big back hair. Chu Feng, with a beard on his face, keeps stuffing meat into his mouth, eating barbecue like a devil snatching food. The third Hokage sitting opposite Chu Feng looked at him eating with relish and had no appetite at all. Originally, I thought the barbecue smelled good, but I was scared by the other party's eating appearance. Hiruzen, don't you want to eat? Seeing that the third Hokage had no intention of picking up his chopsticks, Tu Feng blinked his eyes, which were almost a line. After a few seconds of silence, the third Hokage shook his head. That's great. After a chuckle, Tu Feng grabbed the meat on the third Hokage's plate and ate it in big mouthfuls, ignoring the oil and seasoning on his hands. The barbecue was enough for several adults to eat, but Tu Feng only ate half full. Verb. After burping, Tu Feng looked at the messy table with regret, wiped his hands with a towel, and asked. You came to me because of Danzo and the daimyo. Although he had stopped caring about things, Akamichi Tu Feng would still pay attention to the major events in the village. At this time, when the third Hokage was having a headache, he came to the door. His intention was self-evident, and he became a suspect. Qiu Feng, I'm in a dilemma. The third Hokage sighed. But everything is for the village. If the person who betrayed the village is not found, I'm afraid the village will bear more serious consequences. If they dare to leak out the intelligence of the route, what else can't the other party dare to do? I understand, Fatty, I understand, then I'll say it first. Qiu Feng nodded in agreement, expressing his understanding. First of all, I want to clarify that Fatty. I don't know the specific development of the route in recent years, and I don't know what Danzo is doing. What I know is limited, and this matter has nothing to do with me. No one would be stupid enough to take the blame for something that didn't happen. Akamichi Qiu Feng is not a fool, otherwise he would not have chosen to retire early and live at home in peace. Eat and drink all day long, worry-free. He is satisfied to be able to protect the three families of Inoshika Ch. As for the others, he can't control them and is too lazy to care. The third Hokage listened quietly. Qiu Feng continued. The other party's purpose is obvious, it is to target Danzo. Even to Konoha, to the entire land of fire, you might as well start from here. Targeting Danzo. The third Hokage frowned slightly. It's not that he hadn't thought about these things, but Danzo had offended a lot of people in the village. Except for Uchiha, who hated Danzo the most, all the big and small families had a negative impression of Danzo. Especially the families that Danzo came to ask for people. The third Hokage knew all these things, but just didn't intervene. Let's do the elimination method first. First of all, Uchiha, Speaking of Uchiha, Qiu Feng's chubby face was full of embarrassment. Ahem, let's not mention Uchiha, they know too few secrets, it's unlikely to be them. Knowing that you still say this? On the surface, it seems that Uchiha wants to kill Danzo, but it's a pity that Uchiha knows too few secrets, it's impossible for them. No matter who it is, they will take the initiative to cross out Uchiha from the suspect status. Then they will check other suspects. The result is that after checking back and forth, even Inoshika Ch is suspected, and Akamichi Qiu Feng has a look of shock on his face. How did they get me, the fat man, involved? Hiruzen, you can investigate slowly by yourself, I, the fat man, can't do it anymore. In the end, Qiu Feng chose to lie down. You can investigate as you like, anyway, it has nothing to do with me, the fat man, and it has nothing to do with Inoshika Ch. Although Danzo also tossed the three families of Inoshika Ch. The people of Inoshika Ch don't like Danzo. It's not necessary to toss Danzo for such a small matter, and there are very few people in the whole Inoshika who know these intelligence secrets. No one seems to be a suspect. After tossing for half a night in vain, the third Hokage finally left disappointed. Kyufeng, how is the situation? As soon as the third Hokage left, Naruto, the chief brain of the three families of Inoshika came. Left, no result, everyone has problems, but no one can do such a thing. Kyufeng rolled his eyes. You came at the right time, you analyze who is the most suspicious. You think I am a god? Luxon was speechless, looking at the greasy table with disdain. Just as you said, the most suspicious is the least likely, the others are all suspected, but there is no evidence to prove it, this matter may not have any results. As long as there is no evidence, even if Konoha is turned upside down, the third Hokage will choose to give up. At most, this matter will be recorded and more attention will be paid in the future. Compared to catching the traitor, the situation outside is more worthy of attention. You are right, Danzo may have the intention to kill people. Kyufeng laughed and said, what he cares most about is power. But in the end he lost it all. I don't laugh, I can't laugh. Luxin was very happy inside, but he was indifferent on the surface, as if this matter was not worth his emotional fluctuations. In fact, he was very happy to see Danzo in trouble. He was so angry when he thought of Danzo running to Inoshika to ask for people. He wanted people from the Nara clan to be his staff, people from the Yamanaka clan to be his interrogators, and, in short, he wanted to kill him. Inoshika was no exception. The third Hokage visited all the suspicious families. Even the families behind Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura could not escape. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40 Sunin. Jiraiya. The two advisory elders had no major objections to this. If it were them, they would probably be more anxious. The third Hokage did not make a one-size-fits-all decision, but visited and inquired one by one, which was considered to be giving enough face. As Naruto said, the result of this matter was no result. In the end, the third Hokage chose to give up the idea of investigating and catching the traitor, and focused on dealing with the chaos outside. The joint questioning of the daimyos of various countries is much more serious than the questioning of other villages. If they are not careful, Konoha will become the first village to offend all the daimyos. At that time, the development of the entire Konoha, whether economically or militarily, will be strangled. If it really comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, will not need to be a scumbag, and can be laid off and go home to retire. Damn it! With the third Hokage's personality, he rarely loses his temper and swears, but he can't help it. Not to mention swearing, the third Hokage slammed the message scroll in his hand heavily on the desk. The old face gradually turned red as it aged. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, who were sitting nearby, looked at the furious third Hokage and sighed slightly. Since the incident broke out, the third Hokage's emotional control has been getting weaker and weaker. He realized that he had lost his composure, which was not good. As the leader of Konoha Shinobi Village, the Hokage needs to calm down and deal with anything, and not get angry because of personal emotions. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage gradually calmed down his anger. The daimyo has received news that the daimyo wants to invite daimyo from all countries to the daimyo's mansion to attend the party, and Konoha needs to send ninja troops to protect them. Such a party will happen once or twice every year. Logically speaking, the third Hokage should have been used to it. The original reason why he was angry was that he used to mobilize people to go to the daimyo's mansion. This time, the daimyo clearly didn't trust him, and specifically asked Uchiha to dispatch a team from the police department to the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo doesn't trust us, he specifically asked Uchiha's people to go there and take on the protection work. No wonder you are so angry. Yuta and Koharu's side. In the past, such tasks were directly assigned by the Hokage office building, but I didn't expect this year. Alas! The situation is beyond people's control. In order to stabilize the daimyo, Konoha can only choose to continue to retreat. Then this year's party. Mitokado Homura hesitated. They don't want Uchiha to always get involved in such things. Otherwise, it is easy for the daimyo to turn to Uchiha to stand up for them, and Uchiha secretly supports the daimyo. This situation must not be allowed to happen. But the daimyo didn't give them money, which strangled their necks, causing them to bow their heads and retreat. Don't notify Uchiha yet. It will take some time for the daimyo of other countries to go to the daimyo's mansion. I have already notified Jiraiya and asked Jiraiya to find Tsunade. I think it's time for Tsunade to go out. The third Hokage was unwilling to let Uchiha's people take on such an important task. Nor did he want to continue to conflict with the daimyo and deepen the contradiction. His idea was to find Tsunade back. As long as Tsunade came forward, this matter would be properly resolved. The daimyo would still feel at ease staying in the daimyo's mansion and enjoying his wonderful life. And Konoha also received funding from the daimyo's mansion and continued to develop. For negotiations and communications with the daimyo's mansion, Tsunade has an innate advantage that the third Hokage cannot match. The title of Konoha Princess is not for nothing. The daimyo can happily enthrone Tsunade as the Konoha Princess. In addition to the fact that the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are powerful, it is also because Tsunade has a close relationship with the daimyo family. He can barely be considered half of his family. With Tsunade's presence, many troubles can be solved. The biggest problem at the moment is how to find Tsunade. In order to avoid debt, Tsunade has been elusive. In addition to avoiding debt, it is also to prevent the village from sending people to find her. Tsunade, who has been completely heartbroken, does not want to return to the village. I hope everything goes well. Yuta Koharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other, and they were quite helpless. In Konoha, they are respected advisory elders, but if they leave Konoha, their identities are useless. If the third Hokage can't handle it, it will be even more difficult for them to do it. Mitokado Homura went to the daimyo's mansion in person not long ago, but the angry daimyo didn't pay any attention to him. The village's surveillance of Uchiha has been greatly reduced, and Shinayu has also resumed his previous life, going to work, patrolling, and handling emergencies. Because the police department's reorganization was not negotiated, Shisui's former team was assigned to Shinayu. He led patrols and handled various cases. The result of this was that the two teams were put together and the number of people was a bit bloated. Shinayu walked in front, and the others followed obediently behind. Passers-by avoided him along the way. It gave Shinayu a very strange feeling. He inexplicably remembered the pictures of some weird netizens in his previous life. A group of Uchiha people drove Sharingan, wearing suits and holding machetes in their hands. It looked like a group of gangsters ready to go out on the street to chop people. Others were already accustomed to such phenomena. Itaki, who was asked by his father to study hard. He was always observing Shinayu's every move. Occasionally, he would show a slightly stiff smile to the villagers or ninjas on the roadside. Unfortunately, he failed to exchange the other party's kindness, but scared away many people. Itaki remembered Shinayu's words deeply in his heart. Now, smile training has been arranged. At one point, the tribe members thought that Itaki had something wrong with his nerves. He used to have a paralyzed face, but he would actually take the initiative to greet others and smile. When Shinayu greeted the tribe members with a smile, everyone would think he was approachable and warm. But when it was Itaki, the tribe members would feel numb. After all, he was a person who had a stern face for a long time. He suddenly smiled when he met people, and his smile was very stiff, which would make anyone nervous. This is the area that the two teams need to patrol. Along the way, Shinayu also kept explaining to Itaki, who was a newcomer, what to pay attention to. At present, the tribe leader has been advocating the rectification of the police department. After the police department is rectified, I think we will become companions of the same team. Let's get to know each other first, which is conducive to unity and work coordination. Itaki, although you are the son of the tribe leader, I will not wait for you. Shinayu, who was educating Itaki earnestly, noticed something wrong. Because the two teams were carrying out patrol tasks together, the area that needed to be patrolled was expanded. Shenyu, who was teaching the younger generation, suddenly saw a person with his butt sticking out, lying in the corner of the hot spring hotel. What was even more speechless was that there was an extremely obscene laugh coming over. As Shenyu stopped, everyone followed his gaze. Captain, This is a hot spring hotel, someone is peeping at others taking a bath. I can see it. Shenyu's face was not very good. He just stood not far away, with his hands folded in front of his chest, and said in a yin and yang tone. Everyone, open your eyes, the person who is peeping at others taking a bath not far away. It is Jiraiya, one of the famous Konoha Sunin in our village. At this time, as a big man in the village, he is doing despicable behavior. He even drooled and showed a wretched smile on his face. We must remember that as law enforcement officers, we must never do such uncultured, uneducated, and even despicable things. 11. Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41 Toad Sage. Shenyu's strength. Uchiha kid, what are you talking about? Jiraiya hurried back to the village after receiving the notice from the third Hokage. The first thing he did was not to report to the Hokage office building, but to go to the hot spring hotel to collect materials. No, it was to peek at other people taking a bath. As a result, just a few minutes after he climbed down, Shinayu led his men to patrol here. At first, Jiraiya didn't take it seriously. He also knew that he was discovered, but he didn't want to pay attention. Because the scenery inside the wall is so beautiful. But Shinayu kept mocking him and ridiculing him, and even used words like uneducated and uncultured. This made Jiraiya a little unbearable. You can call me lustful, you can say I am cheap, but please don't say I am uncultured and uneducated. Unable to bear the material, Jiraiya sat on the ground dissatisfied and yelled at Shinayu. At the same time, he didn't let the hole he dug in the wall be blocked. Did you see it? Kaguyas ignored Jiraiya's intention and continued to say to the team members. Big people are efficient. When they want to peek, they dig a hole in the wall, and when they don't want to peek, they block the hole. But as law enforcers, we can't do anything about him. After all, if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. This is what Hokage likes to do. As a disciple, it is understandable that Jiraiya has learned a little. Speaking, Kaguyas even pulled out the third Hokage as an example. Hokage also likes to peek at others taking a bath. Izumi's voice rose several degrees. She once thought that the third Hokage was a kind old Hokage grandfather. Who would have thought that he would do such a thing? Itaki, who had been silent all the time, was also refreshed. Hey, kid, you're going too far. You can blame me, but please don't involve the teacher. Seeing that Shinayu even dragged out the third Hokage, Jiraiya immediately panicked. How can my affairs involve the teacher? It will be bad if it gets out. If it doesn't sound good, why do you still do it? Shinayu didn't give Jiraiya any face, and asked coldly, I know that adults have no family and don't care whether the women in their family will be peeped at. But can you put yourself in their shoes and think about it? If the woman you like is also peeped at like this, would you feel comfortable? Would you like it? Whose family doesn't have female relatives? If this happened to you, could you accept it? What a bullshit collection of materials, you are just a cheapskate, peeping is peeping, Don't find such a high-sounding reason. Damn! Speechless, Jiraiya cursed in his heart. Of course, he didn't want to see the woman he liked being peeped at while bathing, and Tsunade's strength was not something that ordinary people could peek at. No, it's better not to let this happen. We are all men. Although lust is not good, it is not something shameful. But if you can't control the restless and unplaced nature in your body, sir, it's best to find a wife. I believe there will be many women willing to marry you, from the police department to the village entrance. If you think it's troublesome and burdensome to have a family, and you want to release your restless and unplaced nature, you can find a suitable place. If you don't have money, I can lend it to you, or even give it to you directly. Please don't do this kind of thing again in the future, okay? Shen Yu emphasized the word you. Restless and unplaced nature. Captain, your description is simply amazing. If it weren't for the fear of offending Jiraiya, I'm afraid many people would have laughed out loud. Nonsense! Jiraiya blushed, being questioned by Shen Yu in such a sarcastic tone. He had already dug out a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground with his toes in embarrassment. I am a toad sage, Jiraiya-sama, how could I be poor? Since you have money, why do you want to peek? Or do all big shots have some shameful hobbies? Hokage-sama likes to hold a crystal ball to look at it, but you are more direct and just make a hole in the wall to look at it. Do you know that if you are caught doing this, others will complain? We will be the ones who will suffer then. Good fellow, you, Jiraiya, peeked at others while taking a shower, and after being caught, you patted your butt and left, but the police department was miserable. The person who was peeped at would definitely blame the police department. They thought that it was because the police department did not patrol properly that such a shameful thing happened. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. I haven't been back to the village for a few years, and Uchiha has such a difficult kid? One sentence after another, he was accused of something, and he was called you all the time. He was ridiculed in various ways, and even dragged the third Hokage into it. What made Jiraiya even more uncomfortable was that Izumi, a woman, stared at him with full contempt and disgust. Doing this kind of thing, no matter if you are a big shot or not, if you are caught, you will be despised and disgusted by women, even if Izumi is only 10 years old. Okay, I was wrong, I will never peek at others again, okay? Jiraiya raised his hand. I can't argue with you, can't I surrender? If apologies are useful, what is the police department for? Shen Yu did not accept Jiraiya's apology. I have heard a lot about your glorious past. When you were a child, you sneaked into the women's bathhouse and were beaten out. When you grew up, you used Earth style to go to the hot spring hotel. You also went to the bookstore in the name of your teacher to steal books that children can't read. You have been promising, so have you corrected it? Boy, I doubt it, you investigate me. Jiraiya was furious. Then what do you say? Arrest me and lock me up in the police department. I can't argue, and no one will believe my promises. What can I do? Run away directly? Shinayu cut off Jiraiya's idea of running away. If you dare to run away directly, I will post a notice in the village in the name of the police department to expose your good deeds. Then what do you want? Just tell me. Jiraiya felt that he was going crazy. Where did this annoying Uchiha kid come from? It's so annoying. What should I do? In fact, Shinayu didn't have a good solution. After all, Jiraiya has a special identity. He can't be arrested or scolded. What's more speechless is that this guy is so thick-skinned that he will make a promise to you and then immediately change places to continue watching. Make a vow. If you do it again, you will be impotent and only interested in men from now on. Puff. Jiraiya almost spurted blood. Little devil, don't go too far. Others were also stunned, even Chuan was shocked. She wanted to ask, Captain, is this vow too poisonous? Stinky little devil, You are poisonous, right? I have already said that there will be no next time. What else do you want? Such a vicious vow, why don't you make one first? Me. Shiniu blinked and raised his hand. I Uchiha Shiniu swear that if I go to peek at a woman taking a bath, I will be impotent and only interested in men from now on. It's your turn. At this moment, Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43 Hokage's Crystal Ball. Sunen's Stand. Itaki, prepare to notify the police department and issue a notice about what happened today. Don't miss a single word. No, I swear, isn't it enough for me to swear? Jiraiya was really panicking. He underestimated how difficult Shiniu was to deal with, and he didn't expect Shiniu to dare to swear such a poisonous oath. When he thought that he would be impotent in the future and only interested in men, Jiraiya shuddered and subconsciously clamped his legs. I, Jiraiya, swear that I will never peek at others taking a bath again, otherwise I will be impotent for life and only interested in men. Okay, kid. These words, Jiraiya almost gritted his teeth and squeezed them out from his teeth. My lord, please do as you please. Waving his hand, Shiniu took his people away. As for whether Jiraiya would commit the same crime again, it's better not to let him or be caught by the police department, otherwise Shiniu will directly issue a notice about what happened today. It depends on whether Jiraiya is thick-skinned enough to ignore everything. He was caught and scolded after watching the material for a while. Not only was he scolded to the point of doubting his life, but he was also forced to swear an oath. Jiraiya wanted to die and ran away with a sullen face. Captain, will this be? Itaka hesitated. After all, the other party is a big shot in the village and a hero in the village. Are there any women in your family? Kamiha asked back. Itaka subconsciously recalled the scene of his mother Uchiha Mikoto taking a bath and being peeped at by a wretched guy. Suddenly, the murderous aura in his eyes began to leak out, and the look of wanting to stab someone could not be hidden at all. It is best to kill this kind of pervert directly, one by one. Wait, what about Hokage? Itaka looked up at Kamiya in astonishment. Kamiha smiled. You want to know why Hokage is like this? Although he didn't want to admit it, Itaka still nodded honestly. Others also looked at Shenyu curiously, wanting to hear about the 8 trigrams. As for how Shenyu knew these things, no one cared, and no one dared to ask casually. Leading the team to continue patrolling, Shenyu said as he walked. Hokage-sama knows a very special technique, which is called the telescope technique, as long as he can remember your chakra breath. As long as you are in Konoha, he can observe you through a crystal ball. It means that when you are eating, going to the toilet, or even taking a shower, someone is watching you. FK. As soon as this was said, many people changed their faces, even Chuan was not calm. Being watched no matter what you do, this is more pervert than pervert. Shenyu was very curious. After his misleading and long-term influence, would Itaka still maintain the respect for the third Hokage in the original book? Now it seems a bit uncertain. Because Shenyu's words were like a thorn, piercing Itaka's heart. He cannot care about other things, but he will care about his mother. It can be said that catching Jiraiya peeping has caused Itaka's state of mind to change a lot. No matter how smart or how good a person's overall view is, he can't stay calm when encountering such a thing that touches the bottom line of his relatives. Not to mention that Itaka is only 10 years old and needs a long time to grow up. Old man, I'm back. Frustrated. Jiraiya opened the window of the Hokage's office and sat on the windowsill, looking unhappy. In the whole Konoha, only Jiraiya would open the window of the Hokage's office like this. The third Hokage has long been accustomed to his disciples' unconventional temperament. It's good to be back. I believe you already know the village. The third Hokage turned his head and was about to talk about the current situation of the village. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya's depressed face stopped him from speaking. "Don't talk about the village. I've heard about it a long time ago." Waving his hand, he jumped down from the windowsill and sat on the sofa. Jiraiya scratched his hair. "What bad luck! I got punished by a brat right after I returned to the village." "Be punished by a brat?" The third Hokage was confused. What did this mean? Who else in Konoha could punish you, Jiraiya? "A kid named Uchiha Shinayu. I just returned to the village and was collecting materials. He was caught by the patrol leader. Then he ridiculed me in various ways, criticized me, and made me swear a poisonous oath. Otherwise, the police department would announce this matter." The third Hokage was speechless. "The first thing you did when you came back was not to report to the Hokage office building, but to peek at others taking a bath? It's okay to peek, but you were caught. You were even criticized and forced to swear a poisonous oath. This brat named Uchiha Shinayu is quite interesting." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes as his rough big hand rubbed his stubbled chin. He began to recall the various scenes just now, and finally found that he seemed to have been tricked. "It's quite interesting. He's quite capable and courageous. Most importantly, he's very smart." The third Hokage gave Shinayu a very fair evaluation. Then he briefly described some of the things Shinayu had done recently. Jiraiya's eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. According to what he knew, the Uchiha people were most reluctant to face Danzo. Because Danzo could always accuse them of some crimes and hats for no reason. He could always stand in a superior position to look down on the entire Uchiha. As a result, he met Shinayu. He made himself look humiliated. When other Uchiha people faced Danzo, they could only endure it. Shinayu, on the other hand, made all kinds of sarcastic rebuttals and all kinds of roundabout scolding, directly scolding Danzo. "Hiss! This kid is not easy to mess with. Luckily I didn't run away, otherwise the consequences would be a bit serious." After learning about Danzo's experience, Jiraiya felt inexplicably fortunate. That's not right. Uchiha is such a difficult character. With the old man's personality, he will definitely not let the other party off easily. Noticing that his disciple was looking at him with a very strange look, the third Hokage almost choked to death on his saliva and roared at him. "I am just guarding against Uchiha, not wanting to destroy the entire Uchiha. That is an idea that Danzo likes to have. Ahem, I am just worried." Jiraiya smiled and rubbed his hands embarrassedly. After all, the original incident cannot be blamed entirely on Uchiha, and Uchiha is also a member of the village. "Old man, we can't push too hard, it will cause Uchiha to rebound. Uchiha is very strong. Once they are squeezed too much, they will rebound. Even if the village can eliminate Uchiha, it will have to pay a heavy price. The result can be seen from the comparison of the apparent strength. If a big family like Uchiha is really forced to rebound, Konoha will face a heavy blow. Even if all the Uchiha are wiped out, Konoha will have to pay a heavy price. Once the news leaks out, who can guarantee that other villages will not have evil intentions? Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village have been keeping an eye on Konoha. Unlike other high-level officials, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade do not have much prejudice against Uchiha. Jiraiya has always thought of treating them equally. Even after the Night of Nine Tails, he did not blame Uchiha for all the faults. As for Orochimaru, he just coveted Uchiha's Sharingan and bloodline. Tsunade's position is simpler. As long as you don't cause trouble, you are a member of the village. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44 Naruto. Reject Jiraiya. Shenyu. Although she is hypocritical to the outside world, she is fair to the inside. Only the third Hokage, Danzo and other high-level people would keep an eye on Uchiha. I know. The third Hokage lit up a cigarette and took 2 deep puffs. So I have always advocated investigating the identity of the mysterious masked man and keeping an eye on Uchiha at the same time. The only person who has been planning to take risks from the beginning to the end is Danzo. Okay, let's not talk about this. What good thing did Danzo do this time to make such a big fuss? Jiraiya was tired of hearing these words. He also knew that he could not change the teacher's mind, so he simply didn't bother to care. He had to deal with the matter of the daimyo mansion quickly, so that he could leave the village and continue to collect materials and look for the savior. When this matter was mentioned, the third Hokage's originally good mood became bad, and his old face was very ugly. He put down his pipe without the desire to smoke. The daimyo mansion received a piece of information from the Bounty Club, which indicated that Danzo was plotting to assassinate the daimyo and support others. I suspect there is a traitor in the upper echelons, and the information sold was too detailed. It sounds really troublesome. Jiraiya scratched his messy hair, and had a headache. The third Hokage continued, otherwise, I wouldn't have to rush to call you back. What should I do? Find Tsunade and bring her back, the village needs her. The third Hokage gritted his teeth and said, the daimyo of each country is preparing to go to the daimyo mansion to attend the party, which is undoubtedly putting pressure on the village. So we need Tsunade to deal with this matter. It's not easy. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. After Tsunade left the village, she has been drifting around and gambling everywhere. She lost miserably and had creditors everywhere. And Tsunade is still unwilling to return to the village and doesn't want to take care of the village's affairs. This is the most important thing, otherwise, judging from the speed of the spread of the news, Tsunade would have returned long ago. Okay, I'll try my best. As for whether she is willing to come back, I can't guarantee it. What happened before hurt her a lot. Standing up and stretching, Jiraiya jumped onto the windowsill. He turned back to the third Hokage and said, Old man, you'd better be prepared. It's hard to persuade Tsunade to come back. I'm leaving. After leaving the Hokage office building, Jiraiya went to find Naruto as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Naruto was still in school at this time, dozing on the desk. Seeing this, Jiraiya's heart itched. Do you want to find a place to release your restless nature? This kid is quite good at describing. Seeing that Naruto hadn't finished class yet, it was boring to wait, so Jiraiya decided to find a place to have fun first. As night fell, Shinayu, who had sent away the little follower Izumi, left the police department. When passing by Ichiraku Ramen, Shenyu thought about it and walked over, shouting, a big bowl of ramen, add meat and side dishes. I haven't seen you for a long time. Shouta laughed and joked, let me make it clear first, you have to pay for additional dishes. Shenyu also laughed, if you dare to ask for money from the police department. You can add as much as you want. Haha. After a few hearty laughs, Shouta started to cook noodles. Soon, the ramen was ready. Shenyu picked up the chopsticks and started eating directly. As for the pre-meal preparations of putting hands together and shouting I'm going to start eating, they were directly omitted. Looking at Shenyu eating noodles with big mouthfuls, Shouta shook his head, Shenyu, you are disrespecting food like this. Shenyu, who had long been accustomed to it, raised his eyebrows. I think not wasting food, eating up the food, and tasting it carefully is the greatest respect for food. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. Okay, as long as you are happy. Shouta was helpless about this. Uncle, I want a bowl of ramen, hurry up, I'm starving. At this time, an unexpected person rushed in. Ah! Looking at the little yellow-haired guy in front of him who was patting his stomach and shouting about hunger, Shenyu was choked. He didn't expect to meet Naruto while eating ramen, although Naruto likes to eat this thing very much. This is also the first time in such a long time since he crossed over. It's Naruto, sit down quickly, what kind of ramen do you want today? Shouta and Naruto are old acquaintances, Naruto who can't buy food anywhere else. He felt warm at Ichiraku Ramen, because Shouta never rejected Naruto because of the rumors about fox demons. Naruto frowned in confusion, but I want to try it. Suddenly, Naruto noticed Shenyu sitting next to him, sniffed, and said happily, it tastes the same as this uncle. Ahem. Shenyu was choked again, Shouta was stunned for a few seconds, and then laughed out loud. Am I wrong? Scratching his head, Naruto really didn't understand why his words could make the other party laugh. Shenyu, listening to you, I really want to beat you up. If possible, Shenyu would like to press Naruto on the table and beat him up, so that he knows the dangers of the world. Women care about age, but men can't care? It's obviously the age of the eldest brother, but you said that, I instantly aged a dozen years. After laughing for a while, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands and reminded Naruto. Naruto, Shenyu is not an uncle, he is only 15 years old. But 15 years old, for Naruto, the age difference is already very large. He was very entangled, and it was right to call him uncle with this age difference. Anyway, don't call me uncle, sit down quickly, I'll cook noodles for you. Oh. Naruto lay on the table weakly, waiting for the ramen to arrive. Little did he know that the Anbu ninjas squatting outside were almost dying of anxiety. Shenyu was eating ramen, but Naruto came in by himself and happily called him uncle. Knowing that Anbu's ninjas were following outside, Shenyu was too lazy to argue with Naruto. Otherwise, he would have to deal with him just for calling him uncle. In addition, this little yellow-haired boy had just thrown a hornet's nest into the breakfast shop. If it were someone else, he would have been locked up in the police department long ago. Great, I'm going to eat. Naruto took the chopsticks and put his hands together. After shouting, he started to eat with big mouthfuls, and raised his head to Shenyu with a proud look. As if saying, look at others, then look at you. Give me a bowl too. Jiraiya, who was drunk and looked like he was walking a little crooked, sat next to Naruto, but was disliked by Naruto. This white-haired uncle, can you sit further away? Okay, uncle again. This place is a place of right and wrong. After eating and drinking, Shenyu was ready to leave. Because he forgot the time in a cool way, he was late. Jiraiya was a little embarrassed, but Naruto's dislike made it impossible for him to do it. Jiraiya, who was disliked, had to move towards Shinayu and said with a smile. Hello, little brat of the Uchiha family. You made me a little embarrassed today. If it were someone else, using the little brat of the Uchiha family to describe him would definitely be ridiculed and sarcastic. But for Jiraiya, it was just a simple name. It's just my job. If you are not satisfied, I can help promote it for free. Shinayu said lightly. Forget it. I'm not interested in that. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately showed a begging expression, which meant, I was wrong and shouldn't have provoked you. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46 Naruto's Parents? Looking for Tsunade. Kamiya. Naruto, who was eating noodles, just felt strange. Glancing at the two strange people around him, Naruto finished the ramen as quickly as possible. He drank all the soup, patted his stomach with satisfaction, and left happily. After Naruto left, Jiraiya, who was blushing and smelling of alcohol, fell down. Everything proved that he was in a bad mood. Although he was busy looking for fun, Jiraiya still cared about his disciple's only child. After some inquiries, the results he got disappointed him. Naruto had a bad life. The third Hokage did not fulfill his promise to take good care of Naruto. Compared with the third Hokage's own children, Naruto was not much different from other orphans, and his situation was even more difficult. In comparison, the only thing that Naruto was better than other orphans was that he was protected and not so short of money. It was a pity that having money was useless because the people of Konoha were unwilling to sell things to Naruto. Naruto's experience made Jiraiya, a wretched tough guy, red-eyed. "Can we talk?" Why Jiraiya's eyes were red, Shen Yu guessed that it was related to Naruto. But these things were not his business. Shen Yu was going to go home to rest, but surprisingly, Jiraiya wanted to talk to him. Shen Yu thought about it for a while, and still sat down, ready to be a spectator. "The noodles are ready." He put the cooked noodles in front of Jiraiya, shook his head and sighed, and closed the store. He left, leaving the place for the two. "I'm starting." With a smile that was uglier than crying, Jiraiya clapped his hands, picked up the chopsticks and started eating, saying while eating, "I never thought that Naruto's life would be like this." Before Minato left, the old man promised him that he would take good care of Naruto. "I'm not a good teacher. I left Konoha alone, but I never came back to visit Naruto." Shen Yu listened quietly. "The old man always told me that Naruto is safe, lives well, and is very naughty." Shinyu complained in his heart, "What a poor guy who was fooled by the third Hokage. Don't you know what your teacher's personality is like? If you are out, will he tell you the truth?" If Jiraiya really knew that Naruto lived like this, he would probably rush back at the first time. As a result, the third Hokage fooled him for several years. This is a bit amazing. Shinyu admires the third Hokage's ability and means to deceive people. Disciple? He was deceived. "I'm wondering, what have I done in the past few years?" Jiraiya put down his chopsticks and seemed to laugh at himself, laughing at his ignorance and stupidity. Fortunately, Naruto is also growing up healthily, although a little naughty. This is the only thing that Jiraiya is more relieved about. Shen Yu's mouth twitched twice, and he couldn't help but say, "If you drink expired milk, you need to rush into the store like a thief to steal things when you buy things. At the same time, leaving money behind, being rejected everywhere is also considered a good life, then it is indeed a good life." Jiraiya's ugly smile froze directly. He had too little time to inquire about Naruto's news, and he hadn't found out too much details. "I thought the result was not bad, but after listening to Shen Yu's words, I realized that healthy growth is a fart. If he can eat a barbecue, he might swallow his tongue together. Lies and deception have always existed, but you just can't see it. Don't be hypocritical, it's disgusting. Sorry, I accidentally said a few words from my heart." Waving his hand, Shen Yu opened the door and left directly, leaving Jiraiya dumbfounded. Like a wooden stake nailed into a ramen restaurant. So, third Hokage is good, third Hokage is great, third Hokage's promises are never fulfilled. Once a person lives with his face covered for a long time, he will find that he no longer has such a thing as a face. Night. The window of Naruto's house was pushed open, and Jiraiya walked around the house. The messy house, like a garbage dump, made him unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Naruto, who had been crazy all day, was sleeping soundly, and didn't realize that someone had run into his house. Standing in front of the bed, looking at himself quietly, he fell into deep self-blame. Jiraiya sat in front of Naruto's bed all night. The next morning, after a sleepless night, Jiraiya, with bloodshot eyes, came to the Hokage's office and said straight to the point. "I can go find Tsunade and try my best to persuade her to come back. But I want to take Naruto with me. From now on, I will live with Naruto." "No." The third Hokage refused decisively. The first half of Jiraiya's words made him very happy, but the second half was not. Too many things have happened in the village recently, and the third Hokage, who was exhausted, didn't want to worry about Naruto anymore. But after the refusal, the third Hokage himself was stunned. Because he has formed a habit in this matter. Looking at the teacher with disappointment, Jiraiya smiled bitterly. Teacher, I am very disappointed in you. Don't you really know what kind of life Naruto is living? But Naruto is the village's Jinchuriki, he can't leave Konoha easily. The third Hokage knew that he had disappointed Jiraiya. He wanted to persuade Jiraiya to give up this idea as he did before. It would be safest for Naruto to stay in the village. Shaking his head, Jiraiya, who had given up completely, sighed, okay, then I will stay in the village and stay in the village to accompany Naruto to grow up. It's just that you need to hand over the task of finding Tsunade to someone else. Old man, for me, Naruto is more important than anything else. If this matter cannot be handled, I suggest that Danzo be sent to the daimyo's mansion and let the daimyo deal with it. Jiraiya kept this sentence in his heart. If he really said it, the third Hokage would definitely jump up and down. Since there is no way to negotiate, I choose to give in. It's just a mission, I'm sorry I can't do anything. This is the only way Jiraiya can choose to fight against the third Hokage. He doesn't want to tear his face or make things awkward. For Naruto and the village, he can only choose to use soft threats. Facing Jiraiya's threat, the third Hokage did not give in, but just frowned. Jiraiya knew that this matter was not easy to handle. He did not force the third Hokage, and decisively left the Hokage office building. He went to the commercial street and bought a lot of furniture and clothes, as well as brand new household items. He changed Naruto's house inside and out. Whether the third Hokage agreed to take Naruto away or not, he needed to do something to make up for Naruto. Make up for the debt owed to Naruto in the past few years. What he owed, what the teacher owed, and even what the village owed, all made up. Captain, yesterday's pervert master is looking for you. Chuan pushed open the door of the office and shouted. Pervert master? Shen Yu was puzzled. What pervert master? Could it be Jiraiya? Why did this guy look for him? At the door of the lounge, Jiraiya, who was originally smiling, suddenly fell into embarrassment. Because of what happened yesterday, Quan's impression of Jiraiya has become negative, so naturally he won't look at him in a good light. Even the address has changed to Lord Pervert. I am afraid that my reputation as a toad sage will not be saved. Jiraiya looked up at the sky speechlessly. What do you want to talk to me about? Shania walked out of the lounge and looked Jiraiya up and down. He no longer smelled of alcohol and had shaved his beard. His messy hair was finally cleaned up, and he looked much better. But Shania didn't understand that Jiraiya had done this. Why couldn't he change his ragged clothes? A set of clothes is not worth much money. Ahaha, you were still calling me you yesterday, why did you change today? Jiraiya laughed and tried not to make eye contact with Chuan. Quan's disgusted look made him feel uncomfortable. If you want me to speak in this tone, I don't mind satisfying you. Shania raised his eyebrows and emphasized his tone. Jiraiya was anxious. No, it's fine like this. I feel like we get along well and should be able to be friends. Don't call me adults or you, it sounds awkward to me. He winked at Shania. How about we talk somewhere else? Sure. Shania took Jiraiya out of the police department. As for being friends, forget it. With the relationship between Uchiha and the village, being friends with the top leaders would be a joke if it got out. As soon as he left the police department, Jiraiya couldn't help it. I came to you because I actually wanted you to help me. I want to stay in the village for a while to make up for what I owed to Naruto. But I don't know what kids like, and there's no one in the village who gets along well, so I had to find you. In Jiraiya's opinion, Shania, who mocked him in various ways, was sarcastic, and spoke with sarcasm. I was much more pleasing to the eye than those guys who were respectful to him. So he came to seek help. Jiraiya knows what ordinary children need. Even if he doesn't understand, he can just ask and find someone to learn from. Unfortunately, Naruto is not an ordinary child. After thinking about it, Jiraiya can only choose to ask for help. When he can't find a suitable candidate, he finds the police department. I give up. He actually came here for such a trivial matter. Shinayu looked at him with a look of disgust. The best way to get along with Naruto is to change your clothes and go directly to the school teacher. Talk to Naruto in front of the teacher and tell him that you are his father's teacher and a very close relative. I was on a mission outside before, and now I'm back and want to live with him. Then take Naruto, who is crying, to buy some new clothes, take him to eat delicious food, accompany him, and tell him some stories. Then what? Jiraiya scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. Shinayu slapped his hand away with disgust. What then? You still don't understand after talking about this. Compared to the lack of material things, Naruto needs the company of his family more. His heart is empty. As long as you accompany him instead of his parents and give him the warmth of his home and relatives, he will feel happy. Naruto is a simple-minded child who doesn't need much, but unfortunately no one can give it to him. It's a good thing that Jiraiya can come back early. In the original book, when Jiraiya came back, Naruto had grown up, which directly led to Jiraiya ignoring many things. Is it that simple? Otherwise, you can do the rest yourself. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do, so that I won't be monitored again. It's annoying. Half an hour later, in a clothing store in the commercial district, Jiraiya changed into a new set of clothes and turned back to ask. Kaguyas, how about this dress? Very good, very perfect. This clothing selection is so bad that it is outrageous. Shenyu even wanted to cover his face and run away, pretending that he didn't know him. Wearing this, you might as well wear old clothes to meet Naruto. Shenyu couldn't stand it anymore, so he could only help Jiraiya choose a set of clothes, and even packed some for Naruto. Then he rushed to the barbecue restaurant, booked a private room, and then went straight to the ninja school. In the office, the teacher was looking at the homework handed in by the students. As a result, the door of the office was pushed open by someone, and the teacher was startled. Hello teacher, I am the parent of Uzumaki Naruto. I want to see him. Please ask him to come to the office. What the hell? Looking at Jiraiya, who pushed the door open rudely and made an impolite request, the teacher was confused. Uzumaki Naruto's parent? You seem to be kidding me. Iruka, who knows Naruto's life experience best, has the urge to call Anbu and the police department. Where did this psychopath come from? He actually said that he was Naruto's parent. Why didn't you say that you were Naruto's grandfather? Please go out. Don't make such a joke in the ninja school, otherwise I will call someone. With a stern face, Iruka scolded Jiraiya. Jiraiya wanted to explain, but the angry Iruka didn't give him a chance. What do you mean by you? Iruka continued to scold him. You are not ashamed to come to the ninja school to make such a joke. Believe it or not, I will call the police department to arrest you. You. After scolding, Iruka noticed Shenyu, who was leaning against the door frame and laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He blinked and thought about it. Isn't this guy from the police department? I am really the parent of Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya was about to collapse. I just had a deceitful face? Why is it that no one believes the truth? Nonsense. Iruka still didn't believe it. Haha. Kaguyas has already laughed so hard that he fainted. This is simply too funny. What are you laughing at? Jiraiya, with a dark face, wanted to strangle Kaguyas to death. Take a deep breath, he can only continue to explain. My name is Jiraiya, Naruto's father is my apprentice, so I am really his relative. If you don't believe it, you can ask him, he is a squad leader in the police department. He can testify for me. If you don't trust the Uchiha people, you can go to the Hokage office building to ask. Jiraiya, sir. Iruka was half believing and half doubting. The Sunin left the village for too long, resulting in many new ninjas not being familiar with them, and Irika was one of them. Although not familiar. At least I have seen photos and portraits. They are all talented students who walked out of the ninja school. Even if they were the last at the beginning, the ninja school would promote them. Look, Irika turned back blankly and took a look at the photo on the wall of the office. Compared to the photo, although a little older, at least the other features are consistent. I just scolded Master Jiraiya. It's over. It's completely over. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47 Naruto's Fury. Sasuke, hello, Gon-e-senpai. 5th Hokage. Irika panicked, looking for a solution in his mind. But he was so anxious that he was stunned for a long time, and finally couldn't say what he wanted to say. Irika could only squeeze out these few words. Master Jiraiya, you are back. It made me feel like I was dead. Speechless Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha, I can't do it anymore, please forgive me, my stomach hurts so much. If he wasn't afraid of dirtying his clothes, Shania really wanted to roll on the ground. He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt and tears came out. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Irika hurried out of the office. Master Jiraiya, please wait a moment, I'll go call Naruto. Irika ran away. Jiraiya glared at Shinayu unhappily. I asked you to help, not to laugh at me. You guys are making fun of yourself, but I am not allowed to laugh. Rubbing his belly, Shinayu wiped the tears from his eyes, a little out of breath. To be honest, you are not a competent parent at all. You have only come to see your child for several years. No wonder the teacher doesn't know you. If it were me, I would definitely treat you as a criminal who kidnapped children. Jiraiya was already numb. Naruto, your parents are looking for you. At the door of the classroom, other teachers were teaching, and Naruto was busy sleeping. Hearing a shout, Naruto raised his head in confusion and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Who is looking for me? Parents. The teacher thought he had heard it wrong. Teacher Irika, did you say Naruto's parents just now? It's too late to explain. I'll tell you later. Naruto, come out quickly, hurry up. Irika waved repeatedly. Naruto, who was confused, had to walk out of the classroom. I didn't expect the classroom to explode. Isn't that fox demon an orphan? When did he have relatives? Yes, I also heard that he is an orphan. A group of children chattered. Quiet, continue the class. Don't talk about others. The teacher slapped the table hard to divert the students' attention. In fact, he was also very curious and wanted to eat trigrams, but as a teacher, he still had to have basic morality. Teacher, what parents? I don't have any parents. On the way, Naruto's confused thoughts gradually returned. He felt something was wrong. He was an orphan, okay. Except for the Hokage grandfather who occasionally visited him, he had no other relatives. Don't talk nonsense, follow me. At this time, Irika's attitude towards Naruto was still very bad. It was not like a few years later, when he gradually matured, understood Naruto, and even enlightened Naruto at one time. Here we have to say that the third Hokage's ability to brainwash is first class. Irika was forced to let go of his hatred and take care of Naruto wholeheartedly. Oh! Even though he was scolded, Naruto didn't react much. He had long been accustomed to Irika's attitude towards him, and looked indifferent. He put his hands behind his head, walked slowly, and followed behind. Irika, who was walking in front, had veins on his forehead. Master Jiraiya, Naruto is here. Irika looked flattering. Jiraiya smiled and nodded, thank you for your hard work. It's my duty, it's my duty. Irika bowed repeatedly and slowly left the office. Hey! The uncle who ate ramen last night, and the smelly white-haired uncle. When Naruto raised his head, he saw Shinayu and Jiraiya, and immediately uttered a name that made both of them speechless. What is an uncle who eats ramen? What is a smelly white-haired uncle? After seeing each other's eyes, he was sure that this kid deserved a beating. Shinayu didn't care about the consequences, and hit Naruto's butt. Then he turned and left, and waved to Jiraiya, and raised a middle finger. Don't come to me if there is such a thing in the future. This captain of the police department has a terrible temper. Not only does he dare to kick Naruto, he even dares to raise his middle finger to Jiraiya. Iruka stared at the back in amazement, and warned himself in his heart that he must not provoke the police department and Uchiha. Why did you kick me? Grinning and rubbing his butt, Naruto felt wronged. Jiraiya smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Naruto with hesitation. He was a little nervous and didn't even know how to introduce himself. Shinayu had already left, and shouting was useless. Naruto, who was rubbing his butt, could only stare at Jiraiya in dissatisfaction and yelled. Smelly uncle, what do you want from me? You can call me Grandpa Jiraiya. After struggling with the name, Jiraiya decided to follow the generation. Given his age and generation, there was nothing wrong with Naruto calling him Grandpa. Even though Jiraiya was not Minato's father. Grandpa. Naruto's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Yes, it's Grandpa. Jiraiya grinned, feeling happy in his heart. Tisk, I don't want it. As a result, Naruto clasped his hands together, turned his head to the side, and looked unhappy. I don't have a grandpa. This is not right. Which link went wrong? Didn't Shinayu say that Naruto lacked love the most? Shouldn't he rush to my arms with a bitter face when I show up? Jiraiya came up nervously. Naruto, I'm your father's teacher, so you should call me Grandpa. I'm sorry, you've worked hard these years. I just returned to the village and didn't know you were having such a hard time. Bah! Liar, big liar. Naruto's reaction was a bit intense. He spit at Jiraiya, and shouted with red eyes and dancing. I've been alone since I was a child. I don't have a family, let alone a grandpa, you liar. Naruto has always longed for the attention of others, the love that other children can have and the care of his family. Unfortunately, he always got only cold and repulsive eyes and the name of Fox Demon. At this time, a person suddenly jumped out and said that he was his relative. Naruto couldn't accept it all of a sudden, or he was giving up on himself and resisting. Since I have a family, why didn't you show up earlier? Why did you let me live alone? Why did you let me suffer those unfair treatments alone? Where were you at that time? In his excitement, Naruto even started crying and turned around and ran away. Naruto. Faced with this situation, Jiraiya could only chase him out. Naruto's emotional changes and his reaction to learning that he still had family made Jiraiya more determined to accompany Naruto. Whether the third Hokage was willing or not, he would never abandon Naruto again and let Naruto live alone. Sure enough, touching programs are not suitable for people like me to watch. Kamiba, who was observing secretly, shook his head and left quietly. As for the two elder brothers of Anbu, they seemed not to notice that someone was secretly observing the ninja school under their noses. It was completely normal for Naruto to have such a fierce reaction. After all, he was very strange to get his own love and care, but he couldn't accept it for a while, and he had a self-contradiction in his heart. As long as Jiraiya was with him, I believe Naruto would soon accept Jiraiya. Jiraiya found Naruto in the back mountain, and he sat next to Naruto and began to tell his story. Gradually, Naruto's attention was attracted. So the stinky uncle is still the hero of the village. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with admiration, and the sadness in his heart gradually dissipated with Jiraiya's story, and he was completely immersed in Jiraiya's story. If there was no title of this stinky uncle, Jiraiya would still be very happy. Call Jiraiya Grandpa, don't call me stinky uncle, stinky boy, be polite, I am your father's teacher. Jiraiya taught Naruto with a dark face. This is not okay. Giving people an ugly nickname whenever you meet them is easy to offend people. Even if Naruto is not afraid of offending people. But the problem is that he has offended everyone he can offend with his mouth, and people will only reject Naruto more in the future. Oh. I know, Grandpa Jiraiya. Realizing that what he said was wrong, Naruto immediately corrected himself. Although he was naughty, he was also a kind and sunny child in his heart. Otherwise, if he was treated like this, he would have turned evil long ago if he were an ordinary child. Grandpa Jiraiya, what kind of person is my father? Why haven't I heard anyone talk about him? The child's desire for knowledge is very strong. Jiraiya laughed and began to have a headache. Because he was thinking about whether to tell Naruto everything that was true. It would be unfair to Naruto if he kept it a secret, but he was afraid that Naruto would not be able to accept it if he made it public. So Jiraiya chose to compromise. Your father. Jiraiya himself also fell into memories, as if he had returned to the day when he first met Minato. He is a genius and a hero of the village. He is very powerful and has made many contributions to the village. At the same time, he is also a person who can warm people's hearts. Everyone likes to call him little son in private. Why? How can you respect someone and give him such a nickname? Because your father is just like you, with a bright smile, which can always warm other people's hearts. Is this a compliment to me? Naruto laughed and scratched his head embarrassedly. He was very happy to be praised by his relatives for the first time. What about my mother? Your mother? Recalling Kushina's memory, Jiraiya subconsciously shrank his neck and laughed. Your mother is a beautiful woman, but she has a bad temper. She is also a very famous person in the village. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go to eat first. Grandpa Jiraiya will treat you to barbecue today. Minato was fine. Kushina's past involved many secrets of the village that were not allowed to be seen in the light. Jiraiya didn't dare to talk about it casually. If Naruto suddenly became interested and asked about it, he would be miserable. Great! Naruto, who was still staring at his parents' story, jumped up high. He had been craving for barbecue for a long time, but he couldn't buy it even if he had money before. Now he can finally taste it properly. Most of the barbecue restaurants in Konoha are opened by the Akamichi clan. If Naruto went to eat barbecue by himself, there would be no chance, but Jiraiya came back. Jiraiya asked the Akamichi clan to reserve a private room for him directly at the barbecue restaurant. He also said that he would bring Naruto to eat barbecue, and the Akamichi clan would not say a word. He also said, "Sir, please do as you like." Wow! This is too delicious. Just as Shenyu said, Naruto almost swallowed his tongue. He likes to eat instant noodles and ramen. Maybe he really likes such food, but ramen and instant noodles are the most delicious? I'm afraid not. Naruto can eat instant noodles and ramen at any time, but can he eat barbecue? Besides catching fish and grilling them. But how good can a kid's cooking skills be? It's good enough that the grilled fish won't poison people, don't expect it to taste good. Eat more, eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Jiraiya smiled happily, helping Naruto grill the meat the whole time, but he didn't eat a single bite. A remote courtyard near the Shimura clan area. The people of the route are reporting some situations for Danzo. The third Hokage announced to the daimyo that Danzo has been monitored. In fact, the monitoring is true, but it's a pity that it's useless. There is not much difference between the presence and absence of Anbu people. As long as Danzo shows up, these people have to let the people of the route go out to collect information and come back to report. Even if the people of Anbu report this news, the third Hokage chooses to turn a blind eye. For him, as long as Danzo doesn't run away. As long as Danzo doesn't have enough manpower, it's not a big deal to get some information. Danzo-sama, Jiraiya from the Sunin has returned and has found the fox demon Naruto. He said he is Naruto's relative and took Naruto to a barbecue restaurant. Since the incident in the daimyo mansion, Anbu's monitoring of Uchiha has been decreasing, and all the people around Uchiha Kamiya have withdrawn. Jiraiya. Danzo hit him hard with the wooden stick in his hand in dissatisfaction. It is not good news that Jiraiya returns at this time and starts to contact Naruto. At least for him, it is not good news. In Konoha, others can't resist him Danzo, but the Sunin can definitely. Whether it is Jiraiya or Tsunade, they can go head to head with him. Jiraiya just doesn't want to make a big fuss, but if Tsunade really comes back, Danzo will have a headache. In the original work, the third Hokage died, Jiraiya brought Tsunade back, and Tsunade became the fifth Hokage of the village. Danzo knew that he couldn't do anything to Tsunade, so he just stayed there quietly without making any moves. Because he knew very well that Tsunade would not accommodate him like the third Hokage did. It wasn't until Pain came to Konoha to carry rice that Danzo jumped out. If Jiraiya is willing to contact Naruto, let him go. Jiraiya has a special status, and Danzo can't do anything to him. Since he can't control him, then he doesn't care. Anyway, Jiraiya doesn't dare to do anything to him. Find something for Uchiha to do, and never relax the surveillance and control over them. I can't do anything to Jiraiya, but I can't target you Uchiha? Do you think that if the surveillance is relaxed, you can do whatever you want? You even dare to approach Jinchuriki, right? You will suffer. Danzo, a lion majesty who is good at hiding in the dark, is best at this kind of smearing. Against Uchiha, he can come up with countless strategies. No one expected that Danzo, who had been locked up at home for retirement, could still jump out and continue to apply eye drops to Uchiha. Shinayu did not go to the ninja school today because Itake brought his brother Suzuki to the police department. Suzuki begged Itake for a long time, and helplessly, Itake, as a Brakan, had to bring him to the police department to see him. But this also made it convenient for Shinayu, and he just happened to throw today's copy on Suzuki. Senior. When he met Shinayu, Itake bowed his head and greeted him obediently. Suzuki hid directly behind Itake, revealing half of his face, and looked at Shinayu curiously. This is the youngest son of the clan leader, Suzuki, right? Shinayu narrowed his eyes and looked at Suzuki closely. Yes, he is a handsome boy, no wonder he can attract the attention of so many little girls in school. Suzuki is a good name, take your brother around. But it's best to leave before the clan leader comes, otherwise he will scold you with his temper. Raising his hand and rubbing Sasuke's head, Shenyu walked into the lounge contentedly. Big chapter, please give data, thank you. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48, Izumi's Thoughts. Sword pointing at Shinayu. Bombarding Koharu. Suzuki is a good name? Suzuki didn't quite understand what this sentence meant. On the contrary, Itake's mouth twitched slightly twice, he knew why Shinayu said that. Because the third Hokage's father was also called Suzuki. Brother, Shinayu Sr. is praising me, he said my name is very nice. Suzuki, who didn't know the reason, excitedly shook his brother's arm. Itake smiled, patted his brother's head, and said, "Yes, this is the name your father gave you personally." My silly brother. Itake would definitely not tell Suzuki the true meaning of this sentence. Okay, let's go quickly, otherwise when father comes, you and I will be scolded. Fugaku is very strict in educating children. In order to prevent the tribe members from saying anything, he even forbids his family to come to the police department casually. If Itake brought Suzuki to the police department, Fugaku would definitely give him a lesson if he was found out by Fugaku. Go, go. Upon hearing this, Suzuki also became anxious and ran away holding his brother's hand. afraid that their father would suddenly appear in front of them in the next second. "Captain, your tea." As soon as Shen Yu sat down, her personal secretary Chuan put the brewed tea on the desk, with an expression that said he was going to praise me. "You are so great." Shaking her head with a smile, Shen Yu pretended not to see Quan's expectation and lowered her head to drink tea. Seeing that Shen Yu ignored her, Chuan pulled her shoulders in frustration, thinking, "Am I not doing enough?" Shen Yu shook her head speechlessly. Why did Chuan become depressed? She should want him to praise her for brewing good tea. Unfortunately, Chuan became listless without receiving any praise, and she didn't even want to say hello to Ataki. Even Chuan herself didn't notice that as time went by, her special feeling of cuteness towards Ataki had faded and disappeared. Instead, all her attention was focused on Shen Yu, and she was always paying attention to Shen Yu's every move. "Captain, there is a serious fight in the commercial street, and the outgoing team needs emergency support." At this time, Ji Yan rushed into the office in a hurry, and ran in without even knocking on the door. Because of too much force, the wooden door hit the wall heavily, making a loud noise. Izumi, who was sorting documents on the side, was frightened and all the documents in his hand fell to the ground. Serious fight? Or did it happen in the commercial street? The team that went to deal with it could not control the situation, so they sent a signal for help. The police department handles a lot of fights every day, but serious ones are not easy to happen. Because even the patrol team can't control the situation, it means that there are ninjas involved. If it's just ordinary people fighting, even if there are more people, a team is enough to take them all down. You must know that the patrol team is mostly composed of Uchiha people, mainly Chunin. When a team patrols, the number of people ranges from 3 to 6. It is equivalent to a situation that a Chunin team cannot control, which shows how serious this matter is. It happened in such an important place as the commercial street. If it is not handled properly, it will bring serious negative impact to Konoha. Who is blind? When Konoha was worried about the daimyo mansion, he ran out to make trouble. Go to support. Shinayu did not drag his feet and rushed over with Zion and Chuan first, and the rest of the people followed closely. The first block of the originally bustling commercial street was in chaos at this time. Dozens of people fought in the street, and many ninjas participated in the fight. The scene was in chaos. Many people who were shopping were scared and screamed loudly and hid everywhere. Not long after the fight broke out, a team from the police department arrived here. What no one expected was that these people fought so hard that they even beat the people from the police department. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, someone sent a signal for help. Stop it! Shinayu led people to the scene as quickly as possible, but the chaos at the scene was far beyond his imagination. Under normal circumstances, the police department cannot control the situation. When the support arrives, even if both sides break their brains, they will stop obediently. Because they know very well how ruthless the police department will be once they are forced into a corner. Unexpectedly, when Shen Yu came with support, these people not only did not stop, but also beat them together. It seemed that they were going to drag everyone into the water. Something is wrong. There is a problem. No matter how big the hatred is, there is no need to fight like this on the street, because the subsequent handling is very serious. Secondly, even the police department came and they were beaten, as if these people deliberately wanted to drag the police department into the water. Pa! With a slap, he knocked the person who rushed in front of him to the ground, and Shen Yu shouted with a dark face. Gathering in the street to fight and attack law enforcement officers, take them all down, no need to hold back. Since you want to fight, then I will satisfy you. At Shen Yu's order, the members of the police department who came to support rushed up in a swarm. Wherever they went, people kept screaming and falling to the ground, and there were many with broken hands and feet. When the police let go, the chaos was resolved in less than 3 minutes. What happened? Fugaku arrived late with a lot of people. Looking at the blood and the wailing people on the ground, his face was so ugly. Wiping the blood on his hands, Shenyu sneered. As expected, someone is deliberately setting a trap for our police department. These people are like crazy and attack us when they see us. It's obvious that they want to drag us into the water, and they deliberately chose the location in the commercial street with the most people. Nodding with a dark face, Fugaku couldn't care so much. Send the injured to the medical department, and take all those with minor injuries back to the police department for investigation. We must investigate the matter thoroughly. Yes, Minister. A large number of people from the police department continued to reinforce, and everyone at the scene was taken away. Many of them were still clamoring to make the police department look bad and to complain. Such a serious fight in the commercial street directly alarmed the third Hokage. At this time, he was busy solving the mess in the daimyo's mansion and washing away the negative impact on the village, but such a thing happened. As soon as he returned to the police department, before he could interrogate, Kanya received a notice from Fugaku. The head of the police department and the team leaders all went to the Hokage office building for a meeting. This matter is not so easy to solve. If it goes wrong, the police department will be severely criticized. Fugaku was in a bad mood, and the other team leaders were not much better. Everyone knew what would be waiting for them when they arrived at the Hokage office building. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage looked very unhappy. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura on the side were similar. Fugaku reported today's events in detail. Hokage, when the incident happened, the team of the police department rushed to the scene as soon as possible to control the situation. The other parties seemed to have planned it and besieged the people of the police department. Fugaku, the impact of today's incident is very bad. The third Hokage did not give Fugaku too many opportunities to explain. The police department is responsible for public security management. No matter what the cause of this incident is, it is the police department's fault. The police department cannot get rid of this blame. Fugaku lowered his head and said sincerely, Hokage-sama, I promise to investigate this matter thoroughly and give an explanation to Hokage-sama and the villagers. Yes. The third Hokage nodded, indicating that he was waiting for the results of the police department's investigation. He also hoped that this matter could have a perfect solution, and it must not be exposed before the mess between the village and the daimyo's mansion was dealt with. There was obviously something wrong with today's fight. Shenyu could see it, and so did Fugaku, and even the third Hokage. But compared with the matter of the daimyo's mansion, this matter seemed less important and not worth his excessive attention. Just when Fugaku thought it was almost over, Udaten Koharu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly said, Chief Fugaku, I just returned from Konoha Hospital. Except for those who were affected, the rest of the injured who were sent to Konoha Hospital were seriously injured. Don't you think there is something wrong with the police department? What was coming finally came. Fugaku couldn't help but start to have a headache. At that time, if the police department didn't take ruthless action, he would be dragged into the water. But if he took ruthless action, he could quickly stabilize the situation and solve everything, but he would be watched again. Because the police department's ruthlessness is really ruthless. Since he didn't listen to the warning, he would break his hands and feet first. What does Elder Tatsune mean by this? Do you think our police department's people took too much action? Shenyu rushed in front of Fugaku and asked back. It should have been a daily blame and blame-shifting session. With Udaten Koharu's understanding of Fugaku, he would not explain anything and could only take it all. But the show just started, and he was questioned. Perhaps he didn't expect this situation. Udaten Koharu was stunned for a few seconds, and his wrinkled old face soon became gloomy. Uchiha Shinayu, what do you mean by this? Do you think I have wronged you? Facing Udaten Koharu's angry eyes, Shinayu said calmly. I never think that the police department is too heavy-handed. I even hope that they can be more ruthless, so that the situation will not be so serious. Elder 10. Today's incident involved many ninjas, and even the police department's team was attacked, but you are questioning us. Since you think our police department's people have been too heavy-handed, then please tell me, what should the police department do to stabilize the situation? You. She has always been the only one questioning others. When did anyone dare to jump out and question her? Yudin Koharu was not as patient as Danzo. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. Even the finger pointing at Shenyu was shaking slightly. What's going on? Mitokado Homura was a little confused. The third Hokage also blinked blankly and glanced at Fugaku. What the hell are you Uchiha doing? The elder was questioned. The police department enforces the law too violently, causing many people to be injured. This is a problem that several adults and villagers have been raising, and we also want to improve it. But the problem is that various sudden public security incidents will not give us a chance to change. What nonsense! It's just nonsense. Yudin Koharu, who was shaking with anger, became sharp in his voice. Why, you Uchiha and the police department are only shirking responsibility now, and even come to question the advisory elders. Don't you know the problem of the police department's law enforcement? There is indeed violence in the police department's law enforcement, Fugaku, this needs to be improved. They are all on the same front, and the third Hokage will definitely speak for Yudin Koharu. This is not directly burning the war to Fugaku's head. Put pressure on Chinayu directly. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49 Shenyu's Sharp Methods. What the third Hokage didn't expect was that Fugaku, who always chose to shoulder the responsibility, chose to keep his head down and remain silent this time. As if he didn't hear what was said. What the Hokage and the elders mean is that our police department members can't use force when enforcing the law in the future. Shinayu continued to pull the question back. At the same time, he silently gave Fugaku a thumbs up. He was very cowardly this time. He was very cowardly. Fugaku was right to just be cowardly and not say anything. Shinayu was afraid that he would stand up at this time and put everything on Uchiha and the police department. Humph, if the people in your police department can control their emotions and not use force when enforcing the law, I, the old woman, will be so happy that I will burn incense. Yudin Koharu responded without any hesitation. The third Hokage was about to say something, but he opened his mouth and chose to give up. In that case, we will go back and reorganize the police department. I hope to satisfy the elders and the Hokage, and the villagers. Ouch, are you starting to give in? Seeing that Shinayu's words began to soften, Yudin Koharu sneered. If you can do this, then I will say thank you on behalf of the villagers of Konoha. Ahem. Okay Koharu. Seeing that Yudin Koharu's mood was getting more and more wrong, and he seemed to be about to lose his mind, the third Hokage interrupted him and looked at Shinayu. Since you can have such awareness, then I will wait for your change, and I hope that your police department will not let me down. Okay, you go back first and investigate today's matter. I think there is something behind it. Yes. Fugaku led people out of the Hokage office. The third Hokage sighed. Koharu, you are too impulsive. Why quarrel with a child? It's not good to spread it out. I don't want to either. Uchiha Shinayu's words are too irritating. Yudin Koharu was still angry, and Mitokado Homura wanted to persuade her. But seeing this, he dared not speak, so he had to change the subject. By the way, can Uchiha really change? The problem of the police department has existed for so many years. If it can't be changed, then hold Uchiha Fugaku accountable. Yudin Koharu was determined to find trouble with Fugaku. She couldn't lower her status to target Shinayu. In addition, she was afraid that Shinayu would scold her in a roundabout way like he did to Danzo, so she simply pointed the spearhead at Fugaku. After all, he was the easiest to bully. Can the police department change? The third Hokage was not optimistic. If it could really change, it would have changed long ago, and it would not have dragged on until today. Look at the newly established complaint handling department, it is already busy. Fortunately, the expenses of the new department do not need to be paid by the Ministry of Finance, but by the Uchiha and the police department. Okay, now let's talk about Jiraiya and Naruto. The third Hokage began to puff and said Jiraiya's request. Jiraiya wants to take Naruto with him. He has already contacted Naruto, revealed his identity, and even took Naruto to eat barbecue. Talking about Naruto, Yuta and Koharu, who was already angry, calmed down. Naruto is very important to the village. Jiraiya wants to live with Naruto, and we can't stop him. But I think Naruto should not leave the village. Since he is the village's Jinchuriki, he should stay in the village. It would be better if Jiraiya is willing to stay. Among the Sunin, Jiraiya is the most obedient one, at least he will not be lazy in official business. Unlike Orochimaru and Tsunade, I just quit when I'm unhappy. They don't object to Jiraiya living with Naruto. But they can only live together in Konoha and can't take Naruto with them. In the original work, Jiraiya can take Naruto away from Konoha. That was based on the fact that the third Hokage had died and the village urgently needed Jiraiya to step up and take on everything. That's why they turned a blind eye to Jiraiya taking Naruto away. Now that the third Hokage is alive and well, the elders certainly don't want Naruto to be taken away. Jiraiya staying in the village will help them more. In addition to having one more strong man to take charge of the village. This strong man can also perform some difficult tasks from time to time, which is a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. I agree with Koharu. Mitokado Homura agreed. Living together is fine, but you can't take Jinchuriki away from the village, this is the bottom line. I'll try to talk to him. The third Hokage didn't guarantee that he could convince Jiraiya. Let's talk about it when we get back. After leaving the Hokage office building, someone couldn't help but raise questions, but was suppressed by Fugaku. Everyone came and went in a hurry, and soon returned to the police department. When Shenyu and his team returned to the police department, the investigation report had been submitted. Minister, after our interrogation, the people involved in the fight said that a man named Komoritaro came to them. He said he wanted to teach our police department a lesson, so he planned this fight in order to drag our police department into the water. There were too many people involved in the fight, and not all of them were so stubborn. Besides, Uchiha had plenty of ways to make these people speak. Most people can easily handle it with an illusion, and those who should explain will soon explain. The result was the same as Shenyu's guess, someone was deliberately messing with the police department, to be precise, messing with Uchiha. Where is the person? Have you caught him? When we caught him, we found out that Taro Komura's identity was fake. Well, there is no need to continue investigating. The other party's identity is a disguise. The purpose is to trick Uchiha and the police department. This kind of thing has happened before, and Uchiha is pointed at in both open and covered ways. When Uchiha started investigating, he found that he couldn't find the person at all. Only a group of unlucky people who were deceived were lying in the hospital and jail, waiting for trial. Tell me about it. Take a deep breath and control the anger in your heart. Fugaku tried his best to keep himself calm and not let his anger control his emotions. Someone is framing us, in order to deliberately discredit the reputation of Uchiha and the police department, so that the villagers will have a worse impression of us. Connected with the previous cases, the results are the same. Even if we want to catch someone, we can't find the other party at all. Who is against Uchiha? A group of people kept arguing. Enough. Seeing the constant quarrel, Fugaku finally couldn't help but explode, slammed the table hard, and said angrily with a livid face, "Let you speak your own opinions, not let you quarrel here." The clan leader got angry, and the group of people quieted down. Shinayu, you tell me what you think about this matter. The others quarreled, only Shinayu sat aside, watching this farce quietly. The result is already obvious, there is no place to investigate, even if you investigate, you will not get any results in the end. As long as you can investigate to the end, Uchiha has a lot of ways to continue the investigation, but Uchiha does not have such great power. In the past, such cases were always stopped after a certain point. What is there to say? Shinayu raised his legs and put them on the chair, with a lack of interest. From past experience, this incident will still end in vain. In this case, what is there to quarrel about? Isn't it better to save some energy? This is clearly a low-end and meaningless frame-up. The other party is sure that we Uchiha, even if the police department wants to investigate, it is impossible to continue the investigation, so they dare to do this. There is no point in arguing, but if you are not satisfied, you can try the elimination method. What elimination method? Investigating a case, can you do it this way? Seeing that the tribesmen were not convinced and unhappy, Shen Yu had to spread his hands. First of all, we must be sure that this kind of thing is typically thankless. Ordinary people or competitors will not do it, nor dare to do it. Because the matter gets out of hand, Anbu intervenes, and they will get into trouble. We just need to eliminate the suspects who dare not mess around. Really? Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and finally chose to try, but after using the elimination method, the result was a bit scary. There is no need to doubt those small families who are not on good terms with Uchiha on the surface. They don't have the courage, standing over the village and shouting a few words is already considered capable. The big families that can openly challenge Uchiha don't need to lose face and dare to do such a dirty thing. Once they are found out, Uchiha can also retaliate with the same means. It's a typical case of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of their own. It's not worth it at all, and there's no need. Even if these big families are ruled out, there are not many suspects left. Seeing that the clan members are silent, Shen Yu knows that they have the answer in their hearts. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50 I didn't misjudge you. Shen Yu is in control. No need to guess, only Danzo, and only he would do such a thankless thing against Uchiha. Although other senior officials are also targeting Uchiha, as far as the current situation is concerned, they have even relaxed their surveillance on us. Why would they deliberately do such a thing to slap us in the face? The entire ninja world is watching Konoha. The worse Konoha's reputation is, the happier others are. Apart from Danzo, who else could it be? When this kind of thing started, Uchiha was determined to investigate it, but what was the result? The investigation was found to be under the jurisdiction of Anbu, and it ended helplessly. Every time after that, it was left unresolved. This has explained the problem. It also proves who is causing trouble. The route was disbanded, and Danzo is also retired at home. As long as he wants, he can do something to disgust Uchiha. Even if the people in Anbu know, they will turn a blind eye. It's frustrating and uncomfortable. Everyone feels bad. If it was someone else, Uchiha could retaliate. But Danzo, even though he is no longer the assistant of Hokage. If Uchiha retaliates against him, the higher UPS will think that Uchiha is targeting them. Knowing who is causing trouble, but not being able to fight back, this kind of frustration is very uncomfortable. Shinayu put his feet on the chair, swaying slightly, holding his hands together, tilting his head to look at Fugaku. He was waiting for Fugaku to see if the other party could give an explanation. After all, Fugaku is the clan leader, and some things can only be done after he speaks up. Let's talk about law enforcement. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Fugaku shifted the topic to the change of law enforcement. Shinayu shook his head and was disappointed again. It seems that we should not have hope for Fugaku. It is difficult to change a person's nature. Shinayu was disappointed, and so were the others. It's just that they didn't dare to show it like Shinayu, with the 2 words of disappointment written on their faces. The atmosphere was a bit dull, and almost no one spoke up. Fugaku was the only one who spoke. No one else spoke, and Shinayu was too lazy to speak. He wanted to see how high the tolerance of the tribe members was. Fugaku was the tribe leader, but as the tribe leader, you have disappointed the tribe members again and again. If this accumulates over time, it will cause trouble. Shinayu, can we talk? Walking out of the minister's office and returning to the lounge, Uchiha Yan stopped Shinayu, and the others exchanged glances and left. Uchiha Yan, whose name is very similar to Shinayu, is considered a staunch supporter of the family's neutral faction. Now, Shinayu's eyes were full of smiles, and he was not afraid that the other party would notice. The fact that Yan took the initiative to find him already explained a lot of problems. Now, except for Fugaku, everyone else in the entire police department couldn't help it. Even a clayman can still be angry, let alone the arrogant Uchiha people. It was fine before, no one dared to take the initiative, no one dared to make it clear. It's different now. Shenyu is at the front line and has taken the initiative to make everything clear. This has led to the fact that everyone's dissatisfaction can no longer be suppressed as usual. Being targeted again and again, and being angry again and again. But having no place to vent, the clan leader has suppressed things again and again, and everyone has been disappointed again and again. After accumulating bit by bit, the final result is that everyone can't help it. Yan shook his head. There is a tavern in the family that has good wine. Let's have a drink together after get off work. Okay. Nodding, accepting the invitation, Shenyu went straight to the lounge. Yan also left decisively. There were too many people arrested, which made the police department busy. The work was not finished until 11 o'clock in the evening. Itake, come with me. Today's party, Shenyu planned to take Itake with him. Yes. After packing up his things and preparing to go home to rest, Itake paused for a moment and followed Shenyu obediently. What happened today was someone targeting the police department, or more precisely, our Uchiha. The purpose is to discredit us, especially at this critical juncture. Who do you think is targeting us? Following Shenyu, Itake listened carefully and began to think in his mind. After thinking for a long time, Itake organized his words. I have read the previous files and found that this kind of targeting incident has happened many times. Each time, it can cause great damage to the reputation of the police department and Uchiha, and make the villagers and the village continue to be disappointed in us. These cases have one thing in common: there is no follow-up investigation. As expected of Itake, he will do his best to do everything perfectly. Others who enter the police department at most deal with various troublesome public security cases. Or patrol, and then do whatever they need to do. Only Itake will deeply understand the entire police department. To be familiar with everything about the police department, even the files of old events will be checked one by one. Why do you think the police department does not investigate further? Itake could not help but fall into silence. After walking a long way with Shinayu, he raised his head and met Shinayu's eyes. Because the investigation will be hindered or even blocked by Anbu. Yes, then who wants to target Uchiha like this? Itake was silent again. It's Danzo, Shimura Danz, our Hokage assistant. Shinayu's words almost made Itake's heart sink to the bottom. Ever since he became the Hokage's assistant, he has never stopped targeting Uchiha. At that time, the impression of Uchiha in the eyes of the villagers had not become very bad. Why do you think this is? Along the way, Shinayu was telling some of the secrets, gradually diverting Itake's thoughts a little bit. He believed that Itake could understand what he said and understood the intention of what he said. Deceiving and coaxing? This trick didn't work on Itaki. Frankness was the best way. Just a little decoration and a little deviation. Itaki, can I believe you, can I trust you? Arriving at the place where everyone agreed, Shinayu stopped and looked down at Itaki, who was much shorter than him. He had said what he should say, and now Itaki had to express his attitude. Pointing to the tavern behind him, Shenyu smiled and said, I am not afraid to tell you that the patience of the tribesmen has reached its limit. Everyone agreed to gather here. We will definitely discuss some things that the tribe leader does not want to see, and I will be one of them. But I can guarantee that we will not go to the opposite side of the village. Again, Uchiha is always Konoha's Uchiha, we are a big family. But now there are some partners who don't like us and bully us. We can't always endure silently. People are not plants, and rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Do you understand what I mean? From beginning to end, Shenyu's position has always been firm. Konoha is a whole, and Uchiha is a puzzle of Konoha. Only by constantly clarifying his position can Shenyu win over more people. For example, lead people like Itaki astray and pull him to his side little by little. But the other party's identity means that we are destined not to mess around. After thinking for a long time, Itaki slowly raised his head. Aha! Shenyu couldn't help laughing, and couldn't help raising his hand to pat Itaki's head. There was some hesitation in Itaki's eyes. He was entangled and finally did not dodge, but let Shinayu's big hand slap him on the head. Bang! Shinayu was stunned, and Itaki was confused. One did not expect the other party not to dodge, and the other did not expect the other party to be so strong. The atmosphere became awkward for a while. Shinayu coughed and looked at his hand. Sorry, I thought you would dodge. Itaki's mouth twitched. It doesn't matter, I didn't expect the captain to really slap. It's better to skip this embarrassing topic. Shinayu patted his forehead and continued. I don't plan to fight back against Danzo, there is no need. As you said, Danzo's identity means that we can't do anything to him. Otherwise, we will stand on the opposite side of the high level, and we will tear our faces if we are not careful. It was not against Danzo, and Itaki was relieved. In this case, I think the captain can believe me and trust me, after all, I am also a member of the family. Itaki made a decision, and his eyes became firm. Very good, I didn't misjudge you. The little wolf dog has already started to tilt, and Shenyu's mouth corners have an inexplicable arc. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points.